Got it? Everybody hear me? Hello. Really? God, it's so exciting for me being here with everybody. I really welcome you all. I'm Bucky's grandson. My name is Jamie Snyder, and I'm also going to be the event supervisor for today. What that is, I'll go over some logistical information. Before I introduce Bucky and Werner, I think what I'll do is just go over a couple of things about the day, and then I'll bring them out. So, the auditorium management has requested no smoking or eating in the auditorium during the event. Okay, and there are going to be 2 breaks today. The first will be a lunch break for approximately 2 hours, and that will be at about 12:30. The second break will be approximately 1/2 hour at 5 o'clock. And we're going to end the event today approximately at 7. There's going to be an opportunity to ask questions of Bucky and Werner in the last segment of the event. There are 3 microphone stations located, I think, it's hard to see with the lights, but 1, 2, 3 in the upper balcony, and 1, 2, 3 down here. And what you do is this: when Werner calls for questions and you want to ask a question, raise your hand and an assistant will escort you to a microphone station. Well, that's it for the logistical information. And it's really amazing to be here with everybody because I was just thinking about it this morning, about this event and all that's happening. And probably in reading about the event, you may have heard about an experiment that Bucky's been working on for the past 50 years. And what that experiment was about, in 1927, he came to a point in his life where he experienced that, well, he'd really been organizing himself around how he was going to earn a living and how he would survive and trying to make it for his family. And he came to a point where he realized that what his family would really want and what was really true to himself would really be to commit his energy to everybody on the planet and to really see what an individual could do on behalf of everybody. And nobody at that time was really thinking it all that way. I mean, and many people thought he was, out in left field. And it's really amazing. At that time, he really experienced that it would be 50 years before the results of that experiment would be coming into view. And what I was really looking at this morning was just how amazing it is and how appropriate that in the 50th year, 1977, Werner and Bucky are together doing this, because Werner is really a person, in my experience, who is also really committed to making things work on the planet. And it's amazing watching them together, really. Just it's been a real privilege for me to experience their relationship coming together. It was really it's amazing. I was thinking this morning that the one thing that really amazes me about Bucky and Werner is there's just it's a real balance between an incredible wonder and excitement about the universe just as it is. It's like when I'm around them, it's like Bucky is just always excited just by the way it is. He'll pick up a dandelion or a flower and he'll show me, how it's all built, and he's continually amazed by it all. And I really experienced that with Werner as well. And what's so beautiful is watching them together, because they're really like 2 children playing, I mean, I mean, literally, we had lunch yesterday, and it's sometimes my experience that it's almost like they're in a sandbox together or something. But the other thing about both of them is it's really balanced. Not only is there this discovery and excitement about the universe, but really a balance with being willing to really put that out into the universe. I mean, both of them have really operated with not a lot of agreement from society about what they've been up to. And it's really, what really has inspired me is just an incredible courage that they both have to put that out into the universe. And I think I just would like to acknowledge us all together, because I think really all of us being together here today is really, I think, indicative of what's happening this year, 1977, on the planet. And it's really special that today, now 50 years after Bucky started and a few years after Werner started, that there really has come to be so many people who are really interested in making things work. And well, last thing I want to say, it was great at lunch yesterday. Bucky said to Werner, out of this kind of experience of children, Bucky said to Werner, "Werner, what I want you to do in preparing for the event is to come out like a child." So I think that's how they are going to come out. And so I'm going to introduce two really beautiful children.
Seems it seems all the silly jobs fall to me. So I'm going to introduce Buckminster Fuller to you. And actually, obviously, no introduction is necessary for Bucky. And what I'd like to do just a little bit is to share the relationship that I've had with Bucky and my experience of him by way of perhaps creating a greater opportunity for you to be open to your experience of Bucky. And my experience of Bucky is really one of delight. And it comes from a combination of two things converging. One is incredible intelligence. And I don't mean a mere intellect, I mean an intelligence, a kind of wisdom. And an awe-inspiring wisdom held in a context of a great human, a great human being. The thing which has really appealed to me absolutely and gotten to me very deeply is Bucky's humanity, which I have some sense isn't easy to retain when you've got the kind of wisdom and insight Bucky's got, and when you're kind of on the leading edge of what's going on. So I have a deep respect for him for that, and I suppose that's experienced by me as being really moved by him, by just being able to be with him. And I wanted to talk a little bit about that too, about being a student of Bucky's. I thought when I was young that I would spend the first 25 years of my life learning, and the second 25 years of my life earning, and the rest of my life seeing what I could do to make a contribution. And I found out that the learning has just kept expanding all of the time, and I've learned something about learning which I want to share with you, which I think is particularly applicable to being with Bucky, and it's the brick principle, as I call it. And the brick principle for me is the principle where when something gets said, rather than needing to analyze it and see if you agree with it or not, you simply get it as a brick and you sit it down here and you be with it for a while. And pretty soon another brick comes along and you put that on your lap, and then another brick of information or insight comes along and you put that on your lap. And some of these bricks become real as things go along in your experience. They become very real for you in your experience. And as those bricks become real in your own experience, they're assimilated, and instead of now, what Bucky's done really is instead of giving you the benefit of his wisdom, he's introduced you to your own wisdom, which is a very beautiful kind of teaching, really, and a very wise kind of studenting. Some of the bricks perhaps don't ever get quite integrated, at least not quite now. And I've found for myself personally that some of the things that I read of Bucky's maybe years ago have just fallen into place for me. And it's been this willingness to sit with the bricks of what Bucky's presenting that really has produced a sense of delight and insight and value for me in what Bucky presents. It's kind of like, because Bucky moves from the universal to the particular instead of the other way around. Most of us are used to thinking about this little part, and then 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 perhaps putting them together. Bucky's style, in my experience, is that he gives you the whole thing. And then you get the whole thing again, and then you get the whole thing again, and then you get the whole thing again. And if you can keep being with it as the whole, it falls together. It's kind of like you're not quite sure, and then you're not quite sure some more, and then you don't know at all. Then you're very clear that you don't know. Then all of a sudden, bam, it all somehow comes together in a way that perhaps you can't even understand or explain. Perhaps you couldn't explain it to anybody, but you're left lifted and with a greater sense of your own potential for contribution and with a greater sense of your own magnificence. So I'd like to suggest that you really take the opportunity to really just be with Bucky, rather than try to remember any little part of it that he gives you. If you can just be with him, my experience is that it really all comes together very beautifully. I want to read two quotes to you. One is a quote from a poem in one of Bucky's books, which he quoted from at lunch yesterday, and I thought it was so great that I wanted to read it to you. There's a particular phrase in here that I like particularly, and I wanted to give just that to you, but the poem's so good I thought I would read at least the first two verses. And the poem is, "When the Almighty happened to bemuse his wisdom with playing shoot the works." That was the phrase I liked, by the way, shoot the works. Because that's my experience of Bucky. He's always shooting the works. Let's see, with playing shoot the works, he opened with one hand the hot valve of absolute energy, and with the other the cold valve of absolute time. Now with seemingly deft attention, and now with seeming abandon, he valved them together in variety of proportion out through the mixing spigot of universe to occur in the reservoir of absolute space. And the synthesis, no matter in what proportions, always combined as degrees of motion. And, you know, I don't even need to figure that out. Somehow I get it. So Bucky, I'll tell you, will do just exactly that. He will start out with the whole thing, and he'll give us the opportunity to be with him while he just really shoots the works. And then as the day goes on, he'll start to bring it to more and more specificity, more and more its application to the particular. But I think maybe Jamie mentioned that Bucky will also share with us some of the artifacts that he's developed and his purpose for them this morning. And so we'll have some slides later, and I think we're going to finish this morning. Are we going to finish this morning with the film? No, we're not. This afternoon we're going to do the film. So this morning we'll finish with the slides. At any rate, just a couple little quick finishing touches before I let you get to Bucky, which is what we're here for. One of the things that I've experienced is that Bucky doesn't necessarily give me things to think. In other words, Bucky's not telling me, Werner, think this. He's not saying to me, Werner, think this. What he's doing is sharing with me something to think with. It's bigger than mere thinking. It's the context for thinking. And so it requires a different kind of interaction with Bucky than if he was telling you what to think. It requires more of a being with than a necessary remembering and noting what he's saying. And it perhaps isn't even necessary to note at all, because you will wind up with the whole. The last thing, and kind of the threshold of my presentation of Bucky, is I have some pictures of people in the room where I got dressed to kind of remind me of how some people have gotten on in the universe. And one of those people is Bucky, and I asked him, I said, I'd like to write a little, statement down at the bottom of your picture, whatever you feel represents you most. And Bucky's answer was, well, you write whatever you like, but what I think might be nice down there is what I'd like to have represent me on your picture is, call me Trim Tab. And and by way of introduction, I'm actually going to ask Bucky to start off the morning, and then he can go from there into what he wanted to, whatever he wants to handle. But I'm actually going to ask him to start off with why he thought it might be nice to put on the picture I have of him, call me Trim Tab. Buckminster Fuller.
I know that Jamie told you about the decision that I made the time his mother was born back in 1927. And I'd like to do a little bit of introducing myself. The 1927, when his mother was born, she was born just 5 years after her sister had died at the age of 4, the only child we'd had. And really, quite briefly, the environment of humanity that I was born up in, the state of humanity, was very different from this one, even though we had what seemed to be the same San Francisco out there, and all the names are very familiar. When I was young, my father died when I was also very young, and I was being brought up, as were all my contemporaries, by our elders saying, darling, never mind what you think, listen, we're trying to teach you something. It was a working assumption of the older world that the young world's thinking was something very unreliable. It was sort of unjellied jello. And all my contemporaries then being told the same thing, and because we tended to think a little differently from what we were being taught, we had to assume that each one of us is sort of goof, and we just have to live with our goofiness. And we would try to learn to whatever extent we were goofy, and the system was right. We had to learn the game of the system. Then we were also being told life is a very great struggle. You've got to get over that sensitivity. Really, all the wonderful things we were born with, we were asked to shut off. And I had, because I knew how much my mother loved me, and I knew that my father's friends she asked to counsel me, loved me and loved my father. I did my best really to learn how to play the game and had to continually put aside and pay no attention to what I was thinking. Many times I really felt very offended by the game, yet I said, that's because I'm goofy. And at any rate, I did very well as a mechanic. I did very well in the Navy. I got to be regular United States naval officer and commanded my own ships, small but real ships. And I knew how to cross oceans. But at any rate, I didn't have to make money with my ship. So when I got out of the Navy and came into the world, well, you have to make money. I found that I just really like to build a good building. I like to carry a safe ship and make it really work, but really had no flair for making money. So I became a failure because a lot of people thought that I was hot and they would back me, and a great many of my rich friends backed me and lost their money. So it really came to me as a blow that I had thought I could learn the game and I could play their game, but I just didn't have the in me to do it. I had to make decisions. Was it going to be a good house or were we going to make money? And I had to build a good house. I did get up 240 buildings, and I had 5 factories going, small factories, making the materials went in those buildings. And so here's the point where our second child was born. And I was absolutely dead bust and discredited. And the question was, should I get myself out of the way? Am I just going to then be a further drag on my wife and this little child? My mother is not very wealthy, but she was just get on, and she might be able to struggle along, look out for my wife and child, and my wife's family, not wealthy, but they might be able to get on better than I was doing. So I really gave myself, decided I would really consider then doing away with myself. And this is the first time I said, all right, this is something you got to think about. You got to do your own thinking. not what the system says. So I said, one thing I do know that I've had a tremendous number of experiences. And it seems that human beings' experiences really belong to one another. And I said, it seemed to me that if I were to take the aggregate of all my experiences that I could recall and commit myself entirely to the rest of humanity and not to the self-struggle or for my family's side, that it might be valid for me to keep this organism going, but only under those circumstances. And I think it's really terribly important for me to get that very, very clear with all of you today. I did get to the point then when I was having to say to myself, I can really, my experience tells me there's some very important things to be done, and it could be turned to account. But I would only then be thinking about, luckily I had been a sailor, had been in the Navy, because I did think of total world, said, what can a little individual human being, no money and with dependents, do effectively, if anything, on behalf of all humanity, using all the resources of total earth only for all humanity, thinking only in those terms, getting together all ideas of nations and so forth, thinking about our planet as a ship, which having been a skipper, I can really think of it that way. And what can a little individual do, if anything, effectively? And certainly, what could little individuals do that great corporations and great states with all their power structures could not do? Quite clearly, the states were limited to their states. They were all biased at looking out for themselves. And the whole of the business world and so forth was looking out for itself, all the working assumption there's not enough to go around, and rationalizing selfishness. If there's not enough to go around, then you have to look out for your side. And you say, it's too bad the other people, but it's just sad. A whole lot of people are going to die, so better not, all these people are dependent on me, therefore I can rationalize looking out for them. So I saw then that this limitation of great corporations and states looking out for themselves locally and not never for the whole planet, did really leave something open where that individual could be, there's a possibility could be effective. And thinking very much about technology that I knew something about, having come out of Navy and gone into a building world, where I had found that the building world was quite clearly several thousand years behind the art of building of structures and environment controls for the sea or the sky. And I will explain a little more about that later, except that the point was that humanity, having decided not enough to go around and having great states looking out for themselves, there was always an authority to the politician and always a mandate of defense. And you must pay attention to what the other man is going to develop to attack you, and you must be able to parry it. So you have this enormous preoccupation of society spending incredible sums on defense. And it was this way that science then began to be applied to how to destroy most expertly and most expertly doing most with the least, in order to be able to convey the hitting power, the great distance it had to go. I saw that because there was then a prior access to the scarce and high performance materials and machines and instruments and brains, then there had to be the anti-priority. Who does not get the high performance alloys? Who has to make do with the poor tools and the materials that have really no performance whatsoever? Obviously, it had to be the home front, where there wasn't enough to go around anyway, and so you just let them make do. I found really poor humanity struggling along, rationalizing all kinds of ways, developing beautiful aesthetics, and somehow contenting itself with the make-do. And it was not easy to cope with such a problem. I found there was such a conditioned reflexes of defending this is what I like and it works for me, that I could not be critical to the public very readily about their living equipment and so forth. It was quite clearly kind of a task that would not be welcomed right away, and it might take, I began to get into a great many years, and I found when I began to look at it, at least 50 years were involved. That was just 50 years ago. So this is the 50th year of that undertaking. Now, in relation to what I've just said, here is this newborn child, and I sang, I think Jamie said to you, I said, I think this incredibly beautiful little new child has been trusted to us, who seemed to be absolutely healthy, doesn't have any of the other child was born into the spinal meningitis, infantile paralysis, and so forth. But here we have this beautiful new responsibility, and I would feel that if she could be as wonderful as I would love our child to be, when she grew up, she found that I had spent my whole life trying to get special advantage for her in an era, in a situation of great privation for many. She would not be very, very happy about it. But if she grew up and found that I had really committed myself to trying to bring about an advance of the overall conditions of all humanity, that she would be happy about it. She'd be in a better world, things would be working a little better. And my daughter is now grown up. She's head of the Department of Dance at UCLA, possibly the world's greatest dance historian. And she tells me she's terribly happy that I did what I did, and Jamie makes it fairly clear to you that he's happy about it, and his sister. So that is how we got to doing what we're doing. But I want to make very clear to all of you how I feel about my position, because I really had, the one thing I had was great deal of health, extraordinary health, and I felt really very strong physically, and did have this bundle of experiences. So what I had to really realize was that if we were to tackle this problem of environment controlling for human beings, trying to see if the continual learning how to do more with less on the part of the capability to kill, where a little airplane could suddenly come along and sink a battle cruiser. The tools got to be smaller and smaller that we're doing things. You get into electronics, and you would get to possibly to a death ray. But quite clearly, we're continually doing more with less. So I said there was inherent in doing more with less that someday you might be able to do so much with so little per given function. you might be able to take care of all humanity at a much higher standard of living than anybody ever known. That was visible in 1917. In 1927, when this crisis occurred in my life, it was by this time, having had my experience in building, I was highly convinced that the acceleration was going on of the doing more with less, and that it would be possibly feasible to do enough with so little you might be able to take care of everybody. Then the whole raison d'etre of the politics and the war itself would go. So this seemed to be an immense kind of incredible, terribly important possibility and option. It must be really investigated if that's the way you felt about it. And there's nobody to accredit you and say, go to work and do it. So how do you get on? I sad to say, evolution seems to be trying to make human beings a success, given the most extraordinary environmental advantage in the biosphere, and we're using it very ignorantly. Yet nature is trying to teach us and give us the ability to discover principles and to employ them. Just a very simple thing of human beings learning about the principle of leverage. Instead of having to use your muscles to lift something, you can lift 20 times as much with a lever. Suddenly, when you're using your mind, the advantage of human beings, it incredibly moved up, increased, so that I said, all right, here, human beings, nature's trying apparently to make us a success, and in due course, I'd like to be able to think out a little bit of why we're here and what is the function that nature expects us to perform, and what she has to do to condition us so we can perform it effectively, and then trying to understand some of what the specific tasks would be to be accomplished. At any rate, seeing that nature is trying to make man a success, at least it seemed to me evident she was, despite having been born, all of us naked, helpless, ignorant, having to find our way by trial and error, that nature then trying to make us successful, what could be that if I were really to attend to what nature is trying to do, that is to make man a success, having been given mind and brain to apprehend and comprehend, that if I would employ these faculties which we are all given, trying then to make humanity a success in very practical ways, physical ways, working on artifacts to increase the environmental advantage of human beings, within which the human beings then would have the opportunity to perform more favorably in relation to one another. If I'm then doing what nature wants to be done, it could be that nature would then make it clear that I'm doing the right thing, because I'd find I could get on. I wouldn't have to have any employee. You'd have to, however, really just commit yourself to really diving off the springboard and just assume that you're going to fly. And so my wife was willing to do it, and our daughter was too young to have any come into our council. And so I decided to do it that way. That is 50 years ago. And the fact is, I have to say to you that my experience in that 50 years has been a series of demonstrations that only the impossible happens. It's absolutely, this universe itself is impossible. There it is. You and I are impossible. Here we are. So, I would now give you something really very essential to my position with you here today. And that is, I had made an incredible number of mistakes as part of the game, and I'd rationalized those as part of the game. But mistakes they were wrong. And time again, my mind had seen things differently, and when it came to this crisis, I realized how many times my thinking had been correct and how many times the game had been wrong. And therefore, I committed myself from there on completely and forever to my own thinking and working entirely with the experimental evidence. And at this point then, I had to be able to say, because I began to have a very great deal of vision about what needed to be done and what could be done. And in 50 years, I was amazed by how the panorama of evolution unfolded itself. And I could see then that I would be, if you were dealing on behalf of all humanity with total resources, you're dealing in a very large responsibility. And I had to say, are you personally convinced that you have really made enough mistakes so when you're at this point where you either check yourself out or accept a responsibility, that at no time during any of this development, which if you were successful in doing it, you would ever say, I own that, or that I would ever exploit it? Would I ever take advantage for me? Can you trust yourself not to do that? And I really am confident the only reason I'm here with you today is that I have been trustworthy. I've made many mistakes of how, because there's nobody to tell you, mark your paper. You have to find out what nature's trying to say. Go here, stop here, go that way. You have to find your way all the time in that extraordinary dark. And in order to do that, you have to dare to be naive, you have to dare to make the mistakes, and you have to be sure to call yourself to attention the minute you make a mistake. And so I've made mistakes along the line, no question about that. But I have actually, when it came to the decision, would you ever exploit this power, just to make yourself Mr. Big, I know that I've been safe there. That's the only reason I've been allowed to carry on. It was a function to be performed, that's the point. I was not a genius, I simply really had fortunately got in so much trouble with the system that I was really all the way out anyway. And I had perspective, and luckily it had all those experiences. And luckily the kind of experience that gave me something very specifically to do in artifacts and functions. And not trying to persuade my fellow man anything, not trying to reform anybody. Nature is always and everywhere transforming, and you must join in the transforming by understanding the principles. Just a very simple thing, just a little child, you're coming home from school, so the earliest memory of walking home from school by yourself, and there's a little hill, and it's raining, and the water's coming, cascading on the hill there, and you find you can kick some of the stones and the mud up this way and make it go that way. Oh, that's great. You start and then moving around a little more. And you find you can have a little holding pattern, a little lake, you get a dam, and so all those extraordinary things you can do. And you're just a kid by the beach, and you suddenly see the waves coming in, and what you can do with the sand and with that water. Otherwise, I saw that I was permitted to participate in nature's own use of her own principles, and that she had many options, all of which were equally economical, because nature always operates most economically. But she has a number of alternate equally economical. It's not just yes, go, no, yes, no, not that way at all. It's an omnidirectional multiplicity of options of equally economical at every move chance to play. In fact, mathematically, I'm absolutely confident now that for every turn to play in the universe, you get 6 moves with each turn. And the 6 moves are not in a plane or linear. They can be like that. And the whole differential, the appearance of differences, the positionings of phenomena in our experience relates to those 6 moves to be made with each turn to play. And this gets into pure topology, and what I've just said is actually mathematically demonstrable in physics. Now, we'll get into that more later on in the day. But now that I've set up something about the little me, where I'm absolutely convinced that no matter what goes on, and I'm meeting really with thousands and thousands of people nowadays. Last year I averaged an audience of about 1,500 every 3 days. and so it goes, and the number of television is maybe 7 or 8 a week, so forth. You're meeting an enormous number of people, and I haven't any confusion at all about the little function X. I qualified for the function X by being such a mess. and yet, because I've been given enough love to where love is the thing that, through the whole crisis, the one thing that really dominated was love. The love I'd experienced myself, and the love you felt for that child, and love you felt for human beings. So that's what carried us through here. Now, when my audiences can understand, I think every human being is the most incredible mystery, most complex organism we know of, that every child is born genius, and every child unfortunately gets de-genius fairly rapidly by the love and fear of their parents that they're going to get in trouble. And the people around them say, don't do that, and so forth, so on. At any rate, when we have no sense of, and many in this with me here today, hope we have no sense of confusion about my thinking myself as being anything other than a good, healthy human being. And that I think we're all equal genius. But I want to see, if I could, in this experiment of mine, what the little individual can do. What do we all have? And I'm quite confident there's nothing I've done that any other human being couldn't do equally well, if not better. But where I got my license, which is different, is that I made up my mind that because you're going to throw away yourself, that I'm going to take a chance on, if you do what needs to be done, you don't have to pay any attention to how do you get on. You don't have to earn a living first. You have to, I said, you either have to make up your mind to make money or make sense. They're mutually exclusive. Because of the game that humanity is still playing, and because I am going along with evolution, a great deal of money comes to me, but I have one of my responsibilities. I must never try to amass anything for self. I must not try to put anything by. I must continually keep it and reinvest in research and development. Something has to be done. Must be no cushion whatsoever. Live absolutely naked. And people who work with me, young people coming to and find that they can work with me, get very worried about it. There's nothing to budget. Yet there's over $200,000 worth of bills a year to be paid. And somehow it all works out just as I need something, whatever I need, it appears. If I'm on the right track. If it doesn't appear, I realize I better change my course. Now, I think now you asked me about the trim tab business. So, just here you are then, a little nobody, in fact, a negative nobody, I mean, being discredited. And how are you going to be effective? And being a sailor, I thought how we have a great ship going through the sea, and obviously you're not going to get very far jumping overboard and trying to push the bow around of an ocean liner. You just want to be very effective. So don't get in front of an ocean liner. Now, I looked on humanity then as a great ship of state. It was plunging along, an enormous momentum of its game playing. Then if you get into hydrodynamics and aerodynamics, you come to Bernoulli principles, where Bernoulli developed the laws of differential pressures in gases. I just want to think about a wing foil. And wing foil is flat on the bottom, and then the top is curved. There's a leading edge. When that edge opens up the air has a longer way to go over the top of the curved part than it has the flat part. That's a straight line. And because the same air is opened up, it has to go further. It has to get stretched thinner. This means it is what you call low pressure. It's negative pressure, what you call negative pressure. And so that's the lift on your wing. And it's about 75% of the lift of our airplane wings on that top. The negative pressure in relation to the part on the bottom and pushing, sliding on the air. Now, with a ship then, when you have a great ocean ship, as we design the ships, the deepest part of that ocean ship is about a third of the distance back from the bow. You got your water line, you go, that's great, comes down here, you might call the step. And then it shoals off gradually back to the rudder. Now, we have then, you try to design that ship so that steepest part is also more or less the center of volume and if you can, the center of gravity of your ship. So these centers are coincidentally behave well. Now, when I want then to steer my ship, we have a great rudder, but the rudder is after the ship has gone by, it's the last thing, not getting out in front. And that rudder, when you put it over one side like that, it makes a greater distance for the water to go around the side this way than it is this way, because it really makes, in effect, a wind foil. There's a chord of the short line, because the ship and the rudder make a curve like that, so there's a short line. So this one builds up a low pressure, not only on the side of the rudder, but it throws a great low pressure on the hull of the ship itself. And because of the low pressure there, and there's the deepest point, and the deepest point acts as an anchor or a pivot, because there's greater resistance the deeper you go in the water, so it acts as a pivot, and it pivots around that. So we find a big ship turning, unlike an automobile where you move the front end. With the ship, you move your stern around, swings around the pivot point. So that when we came then to dealing with airplanes and needed to have great big rudders, water is non-compressible and air is compressible. So with the airplane, you had to have a very, very big rudder. But when you began to fly, say, a Boeing 747, get up to speed which is 10 times the velocity of a hurricane, and the air resistance increases as the second power of the velocity, so that if the airplane is making 10 times the velocity of a hurricane, the interaction with the atmosphere is 100 times the ferocity of interaction with a hurricane. It's hard for us to picture those kind of ferocity. That airplane designed that really beautiful rudder, and you have all the pilots up forward here in your ship, and what they do, then there's enormous vertical and horizontal rudders. There's the tail end of those, after everything has gone by, have a little trim tab. And the little trim tab, you just move that. You try to move one of those big rudders against that kind of rush of air. No human being could do it. But you move the tiny little trim tab. And the tiny little trim tab builds up a little low pressure, and it pulls the rudder, helps you to pull your rudder, and then the ship begins to go around. So I found that here I am, I don't get in front of the ship. While I'd fallen overboard astern, I still was holding on, you see. And whichever way I put my foot would affect the whole show. So this is what I really mean by principles operating in our universe, and how the little individual is given, all of us are given mind to discover principles, and if you use those principles and think about your problem in a proper manner, you can begin to be effective. So my trim tab operation was a 50-year operation before what I would do, get the big ship swinging. And I'm really quite confident it has had little to do. The ship is changing its course today, the big ship, thank goodness, and we may avoid some disastrous rocks. And that's the essence of our being here, Werner, is not because you have started S, and not because a lot of young people just find it terribly exciting to be alive and all that, but because I'm really confident that what I've been engaged in is literally, our ship is not only avoiding the rocks, but may be really coming into port, and quite a new port. And humanity may be able to disembark in a very new kind of a relationship to the universe. And so I feel that this is every second of our life right now is absolutely critical. And I don't feel this is then some kind of a sideshow or something that's going on in San Francisco. This is humanity, and the way you and I, each human being acts today, and what integrity we really operate in relation to the information we really have, whether humanity is really going to make it or not by those rocks and get into the safe harbor, depends on the way we behave. And I think this is a very, as Jamie, as we walked over here today, said, Grandpa, this day does really feel like that. Whether we make it or not is the way we behave today. So there's the trim tab part. When I'd like to get everybody going through some exercises I go through. But before doing that, I thought I would talk a little bit about you and what way I see what you have done, where you come into the picture. And what I see is what I've been seeing is a 50-year undertaking where you come in. Looking at the total experience of total humanity historically, something we can observe about we are mammals and characteristics of the mammals. So the female bearing young is actually impeded for some time of the year in the amount of travel they can carry on compared to the unimpeded male. So the male has historically in the earliest days, whether it's a wolf or human beings, the male sweeps out larger areas and seems to have a hunting function. And the female reproducing, and she has sort of consolidating the gains with the hunt, whatever the hunter brings home. And I think this must have been very, very true of all human beings through all history, the early history of humans. And gradually, because man didn't know anything about how to make fire, learns those principles gradually. And the woman at home, realizing when he brought home meat, that meat spoiled very badly, she learned what you could do with it. Possibly you wouldn't kill the animal at all, you'd just milk it. Or maybe you'd clip his hair, or maybe you would kill it and skin it. And then what are the conditions of dryness, or coldness, or heat that would keep those foods preserved in various kind of ways? She learned to do that at home, and she found that fire would cauterize it, and the food would last longer if you had the fire. It took a long time to get fire going, so she got a hearth, and around this stone of caves and so forth, you didn't want to get the forest on fire that you knew you really licked, but it took a long time to get fire going, so you tried to keep the fire going. So she really had her children around her and older people, maybe prisoners, probably not even prisoners, but older people around, and man brought things home, and she consolidated the gains. Now, historically then, man was not only the hunter, but because he swept out more territory, he brought home the news of what's going on in the outside world. So to the young, through great, enormous periods of history, father and mother are the authorities about what is going on and what their fathers and mothers knew. So whatever they learned in way of game, mom is usually teaching around at home about the consolidating of the games, and dad is teaching about the hunting and so forth, and bringing home the news. And this is what you can see from the top of that mountain, this is what the king of that tribe over there said, and so forth. Now, that is so fundamental that the children had, the parents were the authority about life. And the kids paid absolute attention to the authority, to dad and mom. And the mom was able to talk to other moms and find out what the other dads had and so forth. And they had all this consolidated information. We have then, dad heard something. Gradually, people begin to develop verbal language as well as sign language. And this is the way dad heard it, and that's the way he said it. His lips didn't handle it very well, so he usually said it in a little different way from the other person said it. And by the time we got the kids, that's the way dad said it. But dad's authority, so the kids copied exactly the way dad said it. This brought about dialect after dialect and language after language gradually. Now, we have absolutely unexpected in the history of human beings. I was 3 years of age when the electron was discovered. It just happened. In 3 million years of human beings being on the planet. And nobody knew we were going to have radio. And when I was born, it was wireless, how crazy can you get? And I was 12 when I had the first SOS with Morse code, dot dash. I was 8 when we had the first flying, and I was brought up inherently impossible for a man to fly. And so there were these extraordinary new things coming in. But particularly then, we're talking about the radio. And I was 23 when the human voice first went on the radio when I was in the Navy. And I was 27 when I had the first licensed broadcasting station. And in 1927, when I was 32, that year, 1927, all the dads are coming home one afternoon around the world, and kids said, "Hey, Dad, come in a hurry, listen to the radio. Man's flying across the Atlantic." Dad said, "What?" And Dad never again brought out them the news. It's not like that. I find that people are so excited by the news that they don't pay attention really to the significance of this chop.
Yes.
This is a chop in millions of years of relationship of human beings to the elders, because I grew up in that world where the elders are the absolute authority. So we have then the kids, Dad doesn't say, I'm losing my authority at all. He thinks he has authority. All the custom says Dad has authority. But the kids, it's ipso facto, they see Dad and Mom listening to that radio. And if Dad and Mom are listening because they have authority, this must be even more of authority. All the men I worked with in my earliest days, when I had my first jobs, were brilliant craftsmen, machinists and so forth. Their language was very, very limited, with approximately 100-word vocabulary, 50% obscene and blasphemous. Mostly the way they spit. And I did go to Harvard. I went to Milton Academy, went to Harvard, and what would seem to be, this is the way people spoke. I didn't learn anything special. That's the way people spoke. So I just learned to speak that way. In my first jobs, and I talked that way to these people who had the 100-word vocabulary, they thought I was obviously sex pervert. And I haven't any objection to somebody being whatever diversion may be, but I thought I was a fairly conventional sex behavior and pattern, and I didn't want to be misidentified, so I couldn't teach them my language, so I simply learned their language. And we got on fine. Apparently then I was all perfectly healthy. But I want to realize that overnight, that 1927 thing with that radio, human voice, the people who got their jobs in the radio got it by virtue of their diction, the commonality of their speech, not of their esoterics of daddy. And no time at all, if that's the way the authority is saying it, the kids then began to emulate it. And Dad and Mom realized that the kids were graduating into a new language and they better catch on too, so they began to change their language. This changed the whole language of humanity. Brought about vocabularies everybody has today. Then point out too that the speed of sound is 700 miles an hour average, depending on the temperatures. But the speed of light is 700 million miles an hour, just a million times faster. The sound can only go through atmosphere, and the light can go on forever. So that when we get into the radiation, electromagnetics is completely different from the sound kind of waves in air. When the information you can get with light, you and I can see Andromeda. We're seeing a live show taking place 1 million years ago. It took 1 million years of light to get to us. That we can really see when you're looking at the pole star, which everybody's familiar with. You think about it, but it takes 680 years for that light to get to us. So we're seeing a live show taking place 680 years ago. So that we not only see incredible distances, but great time spans. So the information we get with our eyes compared to what we get with our ears is a millionfold. When the television came, it amplified exactly that kind of magnitude, quite independent of the quality of the programs being put on. The kids were paying attention to the electronics per se. The kids were interested in what kind of effects you could get. And kids know anybody can play games. Any kid knows you can shoot grandmother, and didn't really kill grandmother at all. Kids understand the game, so as far as they're concerned, the programs of games, the fact is the television. And they get information around the world in split seconds. That's what counts. So that here's a young world that began then to think, not in the terms of the next door neighbors, but they found the whole world was in trouble. And we have a young world then. The Berkeley class across the bay here, at Cal, were the first to make world news as dissidents. Yes. We had college kids really questioning things. And while there's great psycho-guerrilla warfare being played by Russia and the United States and agitating, exploiting the idealism of these kids, the point was they were dissidents because they were the first. That actual group asked me to come over and meet with them, and they were born the year the television came in the American home. And they were saying, I know Dad and Mom love me to pieces, and I really love them to pieces, but they don't have anything to do with what's going on. They're talking as though they did. They haven't anything to do with it. They don't have anything to do with going to the moon or anything. They don't have anything on going to Vietnam. So, inasmuch we see our grown-ups are preoccupied with earning their livings in shoe stores and have a beer, or whatever it is, they said, instinctively, we've got to do our own thinking. Because the compassion of the kids was for everybody around the world was in trouble. So what happened in this extraordinary moment of so-called the 60s there was when young humanity decided it had to do its own thinking. Now, I hear a lot of people talk about you who, in the world of the business, finance, and so forth, and the morals that go along, whatever they are, the ethics, I mean, just say the ethics of money-making, and the world and its lawyers and whatever they may be. They have their game, and they've been, many of them very upset because you suddenly made quite a lot of money. At least money seemed to come to you, and they didn't understand what you were doing. What happened was that while there had been all kinds of evangelists, Billy Sundays and Amy Semple McPherson and so forth, who'd really done things over on the religious side, but because the greater church and the older religions were not doing it well enough, whatever had to be done, there was a young world. There was a world coming along who wanted a little more than they were getting in the church, so that the evangelists seemed to be sort of more personal and seemed to be just a human being themselves, and they appealed to them. But suddenly, Werner, you realized that there was a young world that was doing its own thinking and wanted to know, how do you organize yourself to think? And that's exactly what you began to realize. There was a young world. I happened really by accident to get in a position by getting kicked out where I was really going through what the kids were going through. In 60, I went through in 1927. Just by good luck, it happened to me a little earlier. And so I had to learn, how do I handle myself? So you found a whole young world, tremendous. I go down to do my own thinking, no experience how to organize myself, hunger, how to really organize myself to be really useful to my fellow man. Beautiful. Thank you. Because you, in order to cope with a great many, rather than just the little Werner yourself, or just Bucky, how to get this thinking machine going. Well, I'm not trying to reform the other, you really were then trying to help human beings. You had a feeling there was really a need, and they needed to be in one another's presence to really feel that, as en masse, they needed to do something. And that kind of operation did need an enormous amount of just money to handle, the hall we're in, whatever it is. And so you have then come into a position where you have responsibility, considerable amounts of money, and where then you become suspect because you feeling your responsibility, wanting to hold your initiative, and realizing the minute you got a lot of money, people want to take it away from you. And I've been through this a very great deal, and I really know exactly what you're up against. But I want everybody who's here with us realize how I'm absolutely convinced of Werner's integrity and of his sense of responsibility too. That he's not just carrying on Werner anymore, that he would ask me to come on to the stage with him and ask me to really treat him as a student, as a kid. That he's willing to be naive and have the beauty of a child, have the sensitivity. I absolutely trust Werner completely, and it's very important for all of you to know that we really, yes, we are in this critical moment. Is how we behave here today. I'm saying this because it needs to be said today. We have to have this cleared up. I trust Werner Erhard. against the people. I'm certain you cannot do good thinking if you do effective thinking if you have good and bad people, or good and bad anything. Try to understand what nature is trying to do, and she does have her balances and checks. And I'm personally convinced that there's no human being that I've ever heard of who seemingly was very offensive to society, breaking rules of society, whatever it is, that if I were conceived on the conditions that human being had been conceived and brought up, I'm sure I'd act exactly the same way. So I feel that what is important, however, here is I have really met an enormous number of human beings. I'm 81, and I've met some incredible numbers of promoters, and I've seen all the rationalization of selfishness and egos and starved egos and so forth. And I really know my human beings very well, and I think it's very essential that for the strength of everybody here, and you are then part of that young world that wanted to think and learn how to organize itself so you can think effectively on behalf of your fellow human beings. It's very important to have this point really cleared up, the way Werner and I are way we're operating here today, because we're both going to be, from this point on, Werner is going to really act very much as my student, because since I met him, my grandson studied I didn't. I don't really know anything about it, except that all I know is the young people that have done it, and they're just beautiful, incredible. And they really are unselfish, and they are thinking. They are organizing themselves to be effective in behalf of their fellow humans. So when I met Werner, what was fascinating was he had then quite clearly been successful in finding his own way and helping others to find their way in handling themselves to be effective in their thinking. And then I really read that as a new chapter, because I had 50 years of accumulation of what I've been really learning about artifacts and discovering of principles that are operating in the universe that were not the kind of things you were dealing in, just in dealing with how to get yourself thinking. So I found Werner a really spontaneous, most eager kind of a student, asking incredibly beautiful questions. So when he asked me then to appear on a platform with him, I felt that these things would happen spontaneously. It could be really very, very exciting. And so I'm now going to make one more digression. You talked about like laying bricks in your lap. I'd rather I left some feathers in your lap. I'd like to get a lap full of feathers. Finally, you stick them into a bird, you see.
Bucky, you handle the bricks like feathers.
Now, I have actually been a guest speaker or appointee at over 440 universities and colleges around the world, always on their own, asking me to come. But I've had an enormous amount of experience with students. And so often, when in the early days, I could stay at a university longer than I can today. The schedule is getting heavier and heavier, so I have to be very short. But there are times when I could stay for a term or a month. And when I started, I always worked on some project with the students. And I always asked all those who were sent in the room with me, that any of them were not really there because they'd like to be and like to go on, be sure not to stay, because I don't want anything considered as something they have to do. And then I would find that the individuals who really want to get some pretty good grades said, I don't want to be bothered with this thing, and I know where I get my grades, and they would peel off. But then the faculty would tell me about the ones who were in my class who were absolute failures. And they'd tell me who the bright ones were. But it didn't turn out that way in my projects. It turned out the ones who had been classified by them as not as bright turned out to be the brightest, because they suddenly found they began to know something experimentally in their own right. Now, in relation to that, I'm just going to now go through what to me is all that you and I can do in relation to other human beings in the way of helping, because the individual has to teach themselves, and how you and I can lend our experience it must augment the experience the other human beings already have. They can just give, if you get enough of a given set of experience, then you can begin to see some principles are operating. I'm going to have a little child. A little child is absolutely just been born, and it's been carried around by its mother, laid on the bed, and it can't move itself. It can move its terminals, it can move its ends, but the body is staying fixed. But it's being fed all the time, and these legs and arms are growing a little faster than in here. So there comes a day when it's doing this, and accidentally the arm and the leg, and it rolls over. They say, Mom isn't here. How'd I get here? This is great. Something's around here that makes it possible for me to go from here to there. Yes. So he tries some more and roll over again. And many times the child will get the edge of the bed and go wham. But also we're designed so we can do that. We hydraulically, pneumatically distributes the loads. But you remember that your first experiment ended wham. Whatever it is that's around there is very powerful. You don't have any words, you don't talk grown-up words at all. But you're very aware now that every time now you're going to try to learn to stand up. And every time you stand up, something pulling me down here. But pull me down. Huh? You learn this hundreds of times. Eh? There's something pulling things down here. So now what you have learned you can do is pulling. That's you can change angles. You don't have the word angle, but this is angle.
Yes.
So you have angle control. And so you learn how then you're on the bed and you can angle yourself like an inchworm up, I guess, and put one leg out a little further and then move backwardly. And you finally get your legs out over the edge of the bed. And you find that if you then lift your head a little, it goes like that. You get a little more vertical, you start to slide, and say, it's going to hurt my legs, and then you lean forward again. So you learn that vertical is acceleration and horizontal is brakes. Same, whatever that invisible thing is around there, if you use it this way, it keeps you put, and this way it makes you go where you want to, or it makes you go somewhere. Somewhere. And you learn then that the more further somewhere is, the more it hurts your legs. So you learn long before Galileo found out about acceleration of falling bodies. You learn that the higher, because you do get going faster, it hurts more. Yes. The child knows that. Doesn't have the word fast, doesn't have the word acceleration, doesn't have the word gravity. But it knows this and it's coordinating this beautifully. And it's learned then about what we call angular control of this invisible force. There's not Mom that could get you from here to there. Now, a little child having learned to do that comes out and their house, it's a two-story house, they've got banisters going downstairs. And the little child sees that, they're just halfway between vertical, which is acceleration, and the brake. And I said, now I know I can hold on to things. I think I could just hold on enough so it's perfectly safe to get on there. And you get on and it's a beautiful ride downstairs. And still doesn't have any words. So then there's that first morning you've ever seen, you come out the front door and there's ice and snow out there. And you're used to carpets, sticky things and floor. You get on that, so you suddenly slide down the sidewalk. Cold, but it's great. So you go and get something else you can sit on that slide. But one of the things you notice about a child then learns how to, it teaches itself to coast. It's absolutely instinctive to coast. But they will not coast if they don't see at the bottom it's going to go horizontal. Mm-hmm. In other words, they will not do it unless their brakes are visible to them. A child will not walk over a cliff. Parents are always so stupid, they think they're going to walk over a cliff. So now we have this little child who's never been out of the city, and they've had this experience with the snow and the ice and this angular business, and they come into the front parlor and they have a color TV and they're having the Olympic trials of skiing in Switzerland. And the kid has never seen a mountain before, but he's seen his pillow, and this is a big pillow, that's all. And you can see the angle, and you can see the bottom horizontal. So it feels great. And he watches this thing, he understands exactly what they're doing. I was asked, at the age of 72, I was asked to go and speak in Aspen, Colorado, 9 years ago, and the great professional who started the skiing there was a man named Island, and he said, even though you're 72 and never skied before, if you'd like to try, I'll go out for a couple of days and see if you really can do it. And we found I could do it, though it wasn't very fancy, but he said you could go on and you could really enjoy it. I felt so grateful to him because he'd taken 2 days off professionally and not let me pay him for it. I wanted to talk, so I told him just what I've just told you, and I said, now, I'm going to give you the scientific definition of skiing. He said there isn't any. I said, yes, there is. It's called angular valving of gravity. He said, that's exactly what it is. There's nothing but that.
Yes.
Now, all I'm getting at is you learn without any words. Yes. You learn because it's part of you. Then you can get a good word to identify, that's great. But what I saw that the teacher can do is like that television can greatly enlarge the total experience of the little child who's gone coasting down the front steps into skiing in the Alps and understand it. They understood all the time they were angular valving of gravity. That's deep in them. Now, this is the very essence of what I would call teaching, and it does depend on you extending your own personal physical experience. And I'm going to, as day goes on here, make something really, to me, very, I hope we're going to have everybody in this here go out with a higher capability to communicate about how they can help others who are learning, how to expand their, to add the information that you have to the information the other child has about the experimental evidence. Because when I go back to 1927 doing my own thinking, I said I'm going to have to do my own thinking. I have to go to experimental, actually only experience, my own experience. I'm going to have to give up everything I've ever been taught to believe. I've learned to believe about all those games and all the loyalty and all kinds of things that move you deeply. So if I'm going to do my own, then I said, if it's my experience that my friend is, who's had many experiences together, we've experienced many things, and my friend tends to, might be you, describe what it is we're experiencing a little better than I, as far as use of words go, and then I found you're absolutely reliable, you love to report what's the truth. If you told me one day, I'm sorry you weren't with me yesterday, but one of these things you and I are so interested happened, this would happen, I can add that to my experience bank. I can also then add to my experience bank scientific information that's been experimentally arrived at. So I saw the experience bank we all have to go on is really very large. I just want to be sure that we understand about that as we go on today.
Yes, Bucky, you're making a distinction then, as I understand it, between my sharing my experience with you and and that's different than my telling you something about the way I think that it actually is, rather.
I don't want your explanation what you think might be it, or nor do I want what you had a wonderful grandmother, she loved you to pieces, and she asked you to believe this. Anything I better believe. So I just don't go on any of that. It's my experience, however, that a lot of people do, and I have to pay attention to the fact that human beings, the people do these things. So if I want to understand my fellow beings, we must be terribly accurate in our information of ourselves. I say, ask what we can do for one another. The word teaching is really only learning what the other one is really already caught on to, and how do you add to the information that they're doing the actual experiences. Augment them, they get principles a little more quickly. It takes a lot of experience before you really discover the principle that's operating. Now, that's enough of that. I think it'd be a very good time, Werner, to put on these slides, because I would like to get thinking in really very, very large way. And there's several things I'd like to bring into everybody's thinking, because I said if we can add to our experiences out of history and so forth, there's certain things we can see. that are very large, where we're not going on beliefs, but the actual experimental evidence. For instance, we do have the Leakeys, both old Dr. Leakey and then his wife and his son, have actually made it clear that human beings have been on our planet between 2.5 and 3 million years. And human beings I'm talking about. So
Yes.
I'd like to go over to have some slides now.
Bucky, it will take...
It takes a little while to get ready.
5 minutes.
Yeah, well, while we're doing, there's a great deal to be said here.
You know, just about that, because it was really interesting. Every time you and I got a chance to be together, I start out very reticent to get you kind of stirred up and going. Because I always feel Bucky has all these demands placed on him to keep talking and to keep explaining. And it wasn't until I got out of my own head and over there that I really realized that a part of your commitment to people is your real willingness to continue to communicate. And so in our relationship, I've learned rather than to back off from making demands on you, to come on and make demands because of your true willingness to communicate. So yeah, there is a lot to be said.
Werner, you have been misunderstood, and I've had a great many people misunderstand me about very many things. At any rate, one of the things I find is really strange that I continually read that I love to talk. And I seemingly just keep right on and inundate people. Nobody's standing there. They'll still keep talking, they say. What they don't realize is that I don't like to talk at all.
Yes.
And I only do this because it was the function I said I must never ask anybody to listen to me, but if anybody asks me to talk to them, then I've got to give them my best, and my best sometimes cannot be put in 5 words or whatever it is. Whatever the shape or the size of what it is they've been asking for, I've got to give them what it is.
Yes.
And sometimes it's a big one, and sometimes it's a small one. Now, right this minute, I want to get very much in the frame of mind of the frame of our thinking. We're going to think it's very important to differentiate what is something I do, brain and mind, and I know that you have some differentiation of brain and mind, but you've heard me do this before, and you told me you're willing to go along with what I'm saying here. Now,
yes.
I find that all human organisms, in contradistinction to all other known organisms, have something that really differentiates them. That is, it is the other organisms, however, do the differentiating. As all the other organisms have some built-in integral organic equipment that gives them special advantage in special environments. So this vine can only grow up the Amazon, beautifully there. I found then the birds able to go and fly in the sky and they have the beautiful wings to get on with. But when they're not flying, they can't get rid of their wings, so that they find the bird walking along in a really very incumbent manner. We find then we're not unique in having brains. Many creatures have brains, but we also have something that no other organism we know of has, what I call mind. And I want to really make very clear what I mean. Mind has a capability to discover relationships existing between special cases that are not in any of the special cases by themselves. But brains are always and only coordinating the sense inputs about smelling, touching, hearing, all the information system we have. We have information capability, both microcosmically and macrocosmically impinging. The brain coordinates the special case information. And it knows this one because this one smells different from that. So they're always special case. This way this one smells. And so our brains are always remembering these special case coordinate inputs. But as the mind has a capability from time to time to discover a relationship existing between independent special cases that are not in the cases by themselves. As for instance, the long series of events of human beings exposed to those millions of years to those stars in the sky at night, with what seem to be the fixed stars, and there are 5 lights in the sky other than the sun and the moon, at night, which moved around, and the other ones didn't seem to move around. And they began to know them, some of them by the colors. And gradually human beings charted some of these relationships to seasons and things, and they gave them names. It was not until mathematical capability came in that we really got anywhere about this. And if you ever try to do some calculation regarding the information you have, you don't get anywhere with Roman numerals. And so not until we had the Arabic numerals, which at first were simply used as substitutes for the Roman numerals. They just thought they were sort of shorthand for it. But the Arabic numerals also had a cipher. And because the Roman numerals were a scoring system, you could station a servant there and say, every time a sheep goes by, you make a scratch. It was what we call one-to-one correspondence. But the Arabic numerals had a cipher, but you couldn't see no sheep, and you couldn't eat no sheep, so they didn't need any symbol in the Roman numerals for nothing.
Yes.
But the reason the Arabs needed it came about because the Arabic numerals were shorthand for the abacus, where we have the beads on rods.
Yes.
And whatever modular system you're counting in, 4s or 5s, there's that many on here, and you push it up. When you fill your column, then you move a bead in the next column and clear this column. As you had the ability to accumulate and what the computer can do for you today. This is the beginning of the first computer. And you could move the information to the left and keep getting the new information coming in, pushing it to one side, and get some total result of all these operations. So that when you were an Arab navigator of the Indian Ocean or across the sands lost his abacus, he could remember exactly how that looked, but he didn't want to try and draw a picture of it. He remembered the symbol for the content of the column.
I see.
And because he had an empty column, he had to have a cipher. So the cipher is that. Not until 1200 AD, which is we're only talking a very short time ago, 700 years ago, a treatise was written in northern Africa by Latin, explaining the function of the cipher and the positioning of numbers. But there were so very few people literate at that time that it took 300 years for this to get into the school system at all in northern Italy and southern Germany. And this brings you to 1500, brings you to Copernicus. And Copernicus then, suddenly with a calculating capability, discovering that we too were on a planet and the sun was not going around us, we were going around the sun. And then we have enormous excitation of Tycho Brahe, who, man of means, and so we need much better observation of those planets, very sharp on, and he acquired the instruments to do that, acquired enormous information. Then he needed a good mathematician, got Kepler, and Kepler discovered that they were moving in ellipses and not in circular orbits. And Kepler then found a most extraordinary thing, because while all the planets of different sizes, all different distances from the sun, all going around the sun at different rates, seemingly very disorderly, even if a team, he said, I would like to, but one thing I know, they do go around the sun, they got something in common. I can find something else in common, then if you have two things in common mathematically, you can often find out about other things. Yes. So he said, I'm going to, as a mathematician, give them something in common. I'm going to give them 21 days, which is way less than any of their orbits and so forth. They all get the same 21 days. Must be the same 21 days. So he knew exactly where each one was at the beginning of that 21 days, and the exact hour his gun goes off here. And then he knew they were moving in ellipses, so this is the distance each one was from, this was from the sun, and moving in an elliptical arc. Therefore, when at the end of the 21 days, it was a different distance from the sun. Not very different, but he then made a diagram of the distance from the sun to start and to the finish, and then back to the sun again. Made a pie shape.
Right. So
that number of short and fat pies and long and thin pies. But now he had the data, and he said, as long as I have the data, even though there's no pie there in the sky, I might just as well calculate the areas. So we calculated the areas, and supposing you were Kepler doing this, and suddenly you discovered they were not similar, they were exactly the same, absolutely same areas. That having found something, given two things in common, going around the sun and giving this a specific amount of time, they're coordinating incredibly. So hidden in the superficiality is this relationship. And they said,
Bucky, is another word for relationship principle then?
The principle would be a statement of the relationship.
Fine. Can I just see that I'm clear about what you're saying? So then if that were the sun, the planets might move like that, and in 21 days, this planet would move from here to here.
Yeah. That's it.
And in 21 days, this planet would move from here to here.
That's right. Very good.
And in 21 days, this planet would move from here to here.
That's right.
And that what was the same for each planet in 21 days was the amount of area that had been
It's called swept out.
swept out.
Yeah.
So that even though they moved different distances and different distances from the sun, each of these areas was exactly the same.
Right.
Thank you.
Right, nicely done. Now, he said then if they were touching one another like gears, I can understand how they might be able to coordinate. They're obviously coordinating, but they're not touching each other. They're incredible distances apart. How can they possibly do that? Well, next thing he said, if I swing a weight around my head and I let go of it, it goes over the line. But well, if I was holding on the string, it goes in an orbit. So there must be, he said, some kind of a retention, some tension. This is the first human being to really feel invisible tension in an enormous scale in hundreds of thousands of miles.
Who was this, Bucky?
Kepler.
Kepler, okay.
Kepler. So we find then, we have immediately following Galileo with calculating capabilities for the first time. And I said the kids felt that every time we let go from a greater height, it hurt you more. Galileo then was able to measure the rate of the falling bodies, discovered that the rate of their falling was the second power of the arithmetical distance being traveled. So we have Isaac Newton, tremendously excited by all these people trying to understand what that tension was. And he's saying, by this time, human beings for a very long time have known that the moon phases and the tides of our ocean were coordinated. And Isaac Newton figured then that this pulling that was going on between the sun and the moon on the earth pulled these waters of our planet. And that's where you're getting the pull in the high tide or low tide, just squeezing this pulling. We have Isaac Newton saying, obviously, quadrillions of tons of water involved, kind my muscle couldn't do. So there must be something, the amount of pull must be something to do with the size of the bodies that are involved. And so he then sort of hypothetically said, we'll multiply the mass of these two. And I can see, he said, why then the pull of the Earth, which is one of those planets which Kepler discovered in that pulling thing, is so enormous that I've had two apples, even though they might attract one another, they're so overwhelmed by the pull of the Earth, they won't articulate. You would not be able to discover this kind of thing except in celestial bodies and really very big pattern. So he then said, by this time also, navigators and astronomers had beautifully charted the positioning of the Earth traveling around the sun and the angular changing and what the observation angles would be in relation to various celestial, the celestial sphere as seen from any one point on the Earth above the horizon. So navigators had this kind of capability. So we have Isaac Newton saying, I can see them, supposing the Earth let go of the moon. It too, like a stone, when I'd swing it around and let go, it would go off in a line. So he chose a night when the moon would be easy to observe, and from the place where he was going to observe it in England, what that line would look like against the pattern of the fixed stars. And down that night, he then measured the rate at which the moon was falling away from that line towards the sun, towards the Earth. So both the Earth and the moon were going around the sun at 60,000 miles an hour. So he found that the rate of the traction of the moon for the Earth was exactly demonstrating Galileo's discovery. Therefore, he was able to now hypothesize that if you have the distance between the two, you'd increase the attractiveness fourfold, or if you double the distance away, reduce to 1/4 it was. So the second power rate of change of inter-attractiveness in relation to arithmetical distance change. So this became then tested by all the astronomers, all celestial behaviors began to absolutely prove it to be. This is what you call a scientific generalization. So we have now, this is a principle stated mathematically, the principle then stated mathematically. And then if you ask Mr. Newton, however, what that gravity is is there's nothing in the moon by itself, geometrically, chemically, physically, that said it's going to attract another body.
Yes.
It's only because you've seen a team play. It's only because it took millions of years of human beings excited to know something's going on between. And human mind alone has the capability to discover what's going on between. There's not in the principle of any of the separate cases by themselves. That's all I want to get out.
Bucky, there's something that you just said that kind of flashed through, and that was, I've always given Einstein the credit for breaking out of the sensorium, but it seems to me that Copernicus did that when he got the ability to calculate by proposing that the Earth wasn't the center of the center of the solar system, although it looks to the sensorium like it is. That was an enormous breakthrough.
Incredible.
To be able to get beyond his own senses.
Right.
And I want to see if you have something to say about the relationship of the ability to calculate that the Arabic numbers gave him and this ability to break out of the limits of his sensorium.
Well, he, on the other hand, did not break out of the sensorium altogether. He had no sensorial overwhelmment.
Okay,
because it was Tycho Brahe said we need better instruments to be able to make better observation. We have to increase its sensitivity. We need more information. And when he got that information, then Kepler, again using the mathematical capability, did this beautiful, really extraordinary kind of exploration. Now, I think all I want to set up now with everybody is the concept of mind in contradistinction to brain. And as far as we know, only human beings have that capability. And that capability, discovering then, a generalized principle could not qualify as a generalized principle with ever an exception, which means that they're inherently eternal. Now, we find that the brain is always dealing with special cases. All special cases are terminal. So brain tends to ask humanity for a beginning and ending of a universe. But mind discovered eternity. We're so unused to this, and so few people really go back into finding out exactly how we happen to do these things. When you get back to the actual experience, is what counts. And that's again what Einstein's great contribution came in, was really what Percival Bridgman called, he was operational. He paid attention to all the circumstances in which the measurements occurred, as well as the measurements themselves. And it was through that he developed his relativity and so much. Anyway, I want to give you then brains dealing in special case, terminal, and the mind discovering the special case terminal, and mind discovering eternal principles. Then I want to point out that what we discovered there as a team play of those planets in relation to the sun, the solar attraction. And incidentally, the Keplers found they're moving in ellipses, and if any of you have ever made a circle with a string and a pencil and a pen, most of you have, you also know if you've ever tried to make an ellipse, you have two restraints instead of one restraint. So Kepler, having discovered they're moving in elliptical orbits, began to see that they're going around different rates of times, and they tended to mass up as planets themselves. So in addition to the attraction of the sun, they were being attracted by the relative massing of the other planets.
Yes.
So
that accounts for the ellipses,
that
Bucky?
is the elliptical part. So I want to have nothing overlooked as we talk in these very important events that we're discovering about generalized principles. So then we find that here was the behavior of a whole team, unpredicted by behavior in the parts considered separately. Now this is what we mean by synergy.
Yes, would you repeat that one more time, just the definition of synergy?
What we had was a behavior of the whole team, unpredicted by the behavior of any of the separate planets or any of the separate parts considered only separately. So what the brain deals in separately does not do this. Mind deals in synergies, and all the great generalized principles have all been synergetic.
Beautiful. Bucky, the slides are ready whenever you are.
I'll give just a tiny little tail end on this because I think it's so terribly important. So I became interested then in the fact that we as human beings are, as a child, spontaneously synergetic with our lovely minds. A child has it there. And the child asks the most beautiful question about the macrocosm and microcosm. And the parents have already been turned into specialists and say, down and wait to get to school, they'll have to answer that. And so I find that we're born synergetic, but made de-synergized and made into specialists. The word energy, for instance, is always special. We found special behaviors. Synergy is the S-Y-N ergy and E-N ergy. One is the separate behaviors, and the S-Y-Ns synchronize the joint behaviors. Now, what became fascinating to me is I began to consider all the generalized principles thus far discovered. I said, if synergy is so important, I could see that there's nothing in atoms by themselves that would have predicted chemical compounding. There's nothing chemical compound per se that predicts biological protoplasm. Nothing biological protoplasm per se that predicts the palm tree and a camel and the respiratory interchange of gases between the two.
Yes.
So I said, if I'm going to learn that, I've got to really start with the wholes. I'd like to look at the total of all the generalized principles that we now know about, because we don't know when we're going to find any more. Anyway, what you can find out looking at them all is that none of them ever contradicts any of the others.
Yes.
And that's terribly important. And they're all being eternal, they're all then concurrently operative, without all interaccommodating.
So never an exception. One, never an exception, and two, that they're always complementary.
Yeah, well, I'd say all interaccommodating.
Interaccommodating.
And some of them are intercomplementary as well.
Fine.
In fact, they probably are all, but we have some clear cases and others that we don't have any contradictions. Now, when you and I use the word design, in contradistinction to randomness,
yes,
we mean the parts are deliberately or intellectually, when we use the word deliberate, intellectually designed and arranged in relation to one another. So what you and I, with our minds, are discovering gradually is a great design of universe, where all the parts are interaccommodated.
Beautiful. Bucky, that's the first time I've really gotten clear about your distinction between discovery and creation. Because it's clear now that business about the fact that design is the intellectual ordering of that which could be random without that ordering.
Then I find humans having this capability to discover the principles, but they found it out of stimulation with the special cases to
yes,
start off with. They can then make special case use of the principle, but they can't make a generalized say, you learn the principle of the lever.
Yes.
And you may think that lever had to be a bar with a fulcrum, a hard compression fulcrum. But Galileo found that the fulcrum could be a sling of rope and you put your bar through it.
Yes.
Then he went further and found that the rope could go through a series of pulleys and it got exactly the same effect as you did with the bar. So it could be expressed tensionally. But if you want to design a lever, it has to be a special case lever. You cannot design a generalized lever. It has to be wood or steel or rope or whatever it is. Okay? So we find that while we have stimulation in our special case life in our brains to the chance to discover some generalized principles, we can use them, but only in special cases too, which is very terminal.
Yes.
We have a limited use, quite clearly. Now, I've always paid a lot of attention to discovering what our limits are, yet overwhelmed by the fact we have some access to something so great. So this made me, as we go on later on today, maybe later this afternoon, we'll get into talking about why you and I are here, why human beings have been given access to the principle of the universe that no other organism has been given. This incredible function.
Yes.
All right. Now let's go into these slides, if we may. Where will you and I point to the slides? Up here, right
The slides will be right up here,
right.
Bucky. Can you see what?
This is your human mind discovering principles, discovering optics, discovering chemical emulsions. We found then that optically we can make a great telescope, and we were able to make photographs through telescopes. And human mind has been able then to, by discovering those principles, to implement our actual factual, sensorial, experimental evidence of photographs. And we have now discovered that our planet Earth is a very tiny little planet, and you and I, when we come in from outside, we can see our planet through the cloud cover in the astronauts' photographs. you see the blue of the ocean and the brown of the land. You can't see a mountain or a depth of the ocean. And you and I are very much smaller than that, so you and I are utterly invisible. And that planet is a very small planet. In relation to the sun, it's only 1/100th the diameter of the sun. Once you really get thinking a little about these magnitudes, on an engineer's scale, you can read 1/100th of you can read a 50th of an inch clearly.
Yes.
100th of an inch is beginning to blur, and 200th of an inch you can't read at all. The day when you look at the sun, sometimes there's a cloud in front of it.
Yes.
If you put a coin out in front of that, I would just cover it, it's about an inch. So that our Earth is 1/100th of an inch, would not be visible against that sun as you see it there. So you and I are invisible on that invisible point on the sun, and the sun is a very small star. Where you look at Orion's belt, and you see one of the two bright stars in Orion is Betelgeuse, and its diameter is greater than the orbit of the Earth around the sun. That's a good-sized star. Our star sun is one of 100 billion stars in our galaxy, and with this kind of equipment, we've been able to explore a universe 99.999% completely invisible to the human eye. We now know of 1 billion such galaxies. Whenever we get into that kind of scale of what the universe is really, and how incredibly invisible that little planet is, and you and I are invisible on it, it's quite clear to me that the universe is not very interested whether the Republicans or Democrats are going to be elected. And I'm certain the universe is not saying we can't afford another galaxy, let alone feed the kids, you know. We're talking a lot of nonsense here. It's terribly important for us to realize how really minor and irrelevant the nonsense is we are dealing when we begin to get in this kind of way of looking at things. You're looking here at a galaxy which happens to be moving towards us at 500,000 miles an hour, but we won't be here when it gets here, so don't worry about it. And next picture. This is a small portion of the Milky Way. It is 1/500 millionth of the Milky Way. And I forget how many stars you're looking at. I think it's something like 22,000 stars. Next picture. This is looking at over the horizon of the moon at the Earth.
Ah, yes.
Next picture. Then coming in on our Earth, that's where we're talking, and not being able to see the land, the mountains and things. Next picture. Then this is a miniature Earth that I made at Cornell University a number of years ago to begin to try to orient ourselves. And I think it is important for all of you to know, to talk about this just a little bit. I find fascinating, you met the same man that I did at the Houston Control Center of flight control. And the man that you and I met was Gerald Carr, and he was the man who stayed in space for 84 days, the longest human beings have ever been away from our planet, because we're always in space too. But he took me through everything so carefully. You told me he took you through. But all the way through, he kept using the words up and down. I said that I was amazed to hear the astronauts getting on the moon and saying to the President of the United States over the radio, being up here on the moon, and the President talking about hoping to get back down to Earth safely, and using words up and down, that the information, the way we handled it was so well, that in fact they were not coordinated, because there's no up or down in the universe. Absolutely none. There's only in, out, and around. And you come into the Earth, or you come into the moon. In is always point-toable and specific, and out is any direction. You go in to go out on the other side. Out is any direction, in is always specific.
Always some exact place for in.
Right.
But out is a multiplicity of possibilities.
Right. So out, I find the words also then bring you into the world of electromagnetics where we suddenly are. And in that world of electromagnetics where we are, you tune in and you tune out. The out is everything you don't have tuned in right now. This is very different from a geometrical space, nothingness.
Yes.
It just doesn't have to be tuned in. Right. Now, he was very fascinated with that discussion. But I have also found that all the great scientists I've ever spoken to, and I've had sometimes speak to really very distinguished bodies, they all agree that they're all seeing the sun they still see the sun going down. They've known for 500 years it's not going down. So I find that science is at least half a millennium out of gear with its own knowledge. And humanity always operates in terms of its conditioned reflex. When the crisis occurs, the conditioned reflex comes up. So that if they're all conditioned, the sun is going down. When the crises occur, we misinform ourselves. So I said, it's terribly important to find out whether you and I can really see the Earth revolving to obscure the sun. We made it, Cornell, a miniature Earth. And it is just a great geodesic sphere, very open grid. And the grid was painted dark blue and was covered with chicken wire and mounted on the chicken wire very accurately with bronze screening, fresh, shiny bronze screening, all the continents. And they all beautifully coordinated with the latitude and longitude grid. Then we mounted it up in the roof of the highest building at Cornell University in Ithaca, New York.
Yes.
And we then oriented it so its axis was parallel to the Earth's axis. So at night when you stood on the roof below, looked up through the South Pole to the North Pole, there was the pole star. And then we rotated it so that Ithaca was in zenith. In other words, it had exactly the same attitude in the heavens as the big Earth. Now, it's hard for you and I, being so tiny, to realize what I'm saying, but there was only 4,000 miles between the center of my little sphere and the center of the big sphere.
Right.
The next, if you and I were then, say, on another star, looking millions of miles, all you see is a little bright point, which would be our Earth, and you wouldn't be able to see whether the distance between the two becomes negligible.
Yes.
So what you see from the center of the sphere, looking out through exactly what you see if you're center of the Earth, looking out through a more or less transparent skin of our Earth through the continents there.
So this gave you the chance to stand at the center of the Earth for all practical purposes.
So then we faced ourselves we had a place where rest your chin was exactly, eye was exactly the center, and looking to the North Pole here, and with the glinting of the stars on those little wires, you could feel that there's no change all night ever in that pole star. But to the west and east, you began to realize that we were actually revolving, we had to see this star and the other, letting those going on. You really felt the Earth revolving. In other words, it's perfectly possible for us to make it possible for those kids who would like to understand, but we teach all the kids sunrise, sunset. So we need good words, so I use now the words sun clips. We're eclipsing the horizon. The sun doesn't do anything, it is eclipsed. And then we can sun sight. Now, we can now see the sun. But we don't try to make the sun do the thing. Right. I think this semantic game is very important that you do your own thinking. I'm sure you feel that. All right. Next. Now the next picture, please. This is where we teach all our kids in school about the Earth, what they call the Mercator map.
What's it called, Bucky?
The Mercator map of the world. It doesn't have any Antarctic, and Greenland is bigger than South America, and 3 times the size of Australia. It happens to be exactly 1/3 the size of Australia. So this part of Russia over the left is only 5 miles from that part of Russia, but they seem to be 25,000 miles apart. So it's not really a very good kind of map. Next picture.
Distortion there, you mean?
Terrible distortion. Yeah. Now, you're not familiar with this map I'm showing you now, but there's no visible distortion of the relative shape or the relative size of any of the land masses. What you're looking at is the southern hemisphere. What was not in that other picture is the Antarctic right in the center of it. So this is the water ocean. You'll notice little white dots. Those are each one is 1% of humanity located for the center of demographic center of that many.
1% per dot?
Yeah. Each one is about 40 million people. Now, what upper right-hand corner is you see India and China, and there are 54 of the dots there, 54% of humanity. That's what Kipling used to call the East. And what Kipling called the West is Europe and Africa in the left-hand upper corner, the 29 of the dots. in South America here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, including Central America, and North America you see 7. There's 12% in the Americas. Now, this is the way the world was when I was young, because we were very remote from one another, the East and the West. There's a great deal of water intervening between us, what I call a water ocean world. Now, the equator goes through that bulb of South America,
Yes.
with only 3 white dots below it. Goes through go down the big bulge of Africa, it goes through the narrow part, just below the bulge.
Yes.
And it only has 1, 2, 3, has 4 below the equator. And then goes through Sumatra on that other one.
Right.
Only 10 dots are south of the equator. But the 10 that are south of the equator are very close to the equator. That is, 90% of humanity lives in the northern hemisphere. And this is where we were concerned then was our northern hemisphere, but we were remote from one another, so the Mercator map looked all right. But this is a picture of what you call the British Empire, because the Earth revolves west to east very rapidly, but the waters revolve even faster in the air, even faster still, west to east.
Yes.
So around the south of South America, we have what we call the Horn. You see there the land, by the ice going around, massaged it in this opening like that.
Yes.
This is what we call the Roaring Forties. While there are back eddy winds and so forth, the predominant wind is all west to east. So west to east, merry-go-round, or not so merry-go-round. And anyway, this is what the people who learned, that we had a long, long agrarian period where you lived with the local berries and things that nature grew, with the roots of the vegetation impounding the sun radiation, which you and I can't with our skin. As a prime, we had to be near where the photosynthesis goes on, which is done by the vegetation. So while we had legs, the vegetation rooted, so we stayed pretty well rooted. And people guarded their local lands. And we were very divided from one another by great waters. But then we began to learn that metals made it possible to make a lever or to make a tin can, and the food could now reach people at great distance, or get into the telephone where you needed metals from just with one telephone instrument, not the system. You need metals from 3 different continents of our planet. So that a new era of increasing the advantage of humanity involved the metals. And the metals were completely differently distributed. They were all around the world, and you needed from all around the world. Just one from one of those continents wouldn't do for the telephone. Yes. So this brought about enormous commerce by water to carry the great tonnages. This then, the era of commerce and mastery of the sea lanes became the mastery of the world. This was the British Empire. What they did was then your ships could get out of the Pacific and go into the Atlantic around the merry-go-round, and then get down the bottom of the Atlantic and get in the Indian Ocean, get in a great hurry from one ocean to the other. And so they guarded the southern tip of South America, they guarded the southern tip of Africa and Australia and New Zealand. They guarded the merry-go-round. And the 90% of people in the Northern Hemisphere never even knew it. So this map was, they weren't eager for you to know about their map, but this is the map of the British Empire. Now, there's something else about this that's very, very important in our big history. We know we've had probably, pretty clear geologically, that there have been 4 ice ages, and they're about 250 million years apart. And each one has lasted about 1 million years. So while the Leakeys make it clear that we've had human beings for about 3 million years, our last ice age has occurred since that time, and it started to go away about 30,000 years ago, and most recent going away about 10,000. So there was a long million-year period when enormous amount of the water, 3/4 of the Earth, which is water, was used up in the ice cap. So the ice then came down over that north and kept people, in order to be born naked, helpless, ignorant, as human beings have been, and be able to be laid down and not be eaten up by some animal, the only safe really place would be the coral atolls of the south of the equatorial oceans. And there, recent volcanoes, no time for big animals to grow, and yet they're abounding in fishes and coconuts full of milk and berries and all kinds of things to eat. So the water temperature is exactly compatible with your skin, so you can be in the water and out all you want. So that is where I think the 3 million a year ago people were, and all the by gorge in eastern Africa would indicate that kind of an existence. Right. Now, these were water. When the ice then came, coming down further and further, we have then a lot of it used up for the water, so there's very small waters, and the people are able to survive there staying near that, right in that equator. We have then the ice tending to go away about 30,000 years ago. North American continent, we get down to San Diego, we find the first about 30,000 years ago indication of human beings being there. Oh, yeah. And as the ice came down, then it brought animals down in pretty high concentration of the people. And if you try to kill meat at the equator, the meat spoils very rapidly. So when in India they do not have meat eating, it really goes back not to a religion, but simply because it spoils. It's so really very dangerous to try to fool with it. But if you could follow the ice could keep the meat. So the hunters followed the ice. The animals spread as fast as the ice disappeared, and the hunter went after him using that ice. But this got him into regions where we have, at the equator, annual variations only about 10 degrees. Right. But if we get up to the cold pole of the northern hemisphere today, which is Werner in eastern Russia, the annual variation is over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. So there are days in Werner in August when it gets exactly as hot as the equator. But the equator never gets cold the way it does there. So yes. When you get in the north, you have more annual variation means you have more types of life to cope with. So the same ingenuity of a human being when he gets in the north. If you're in the south, Lake Victoria, you come in, you like to get across, so you invent a boat because you find wood floats and you can get across. But if you up in eastern Russia, you come to Lake Baikal, you invent a boat in the summer, but you invent sleds and skates in the winter. So we find that the further north you go, the more invention occurred. So the hardware and tools began very much advanced as the people went further north. And so I find that the people of the north invading the people of the south with superior tools and overwhelming them time after time. But they did on the land, but the water people were not as subject to this invasion. So there's really for instance, Balinese people would be people part of the 3 million year continuity of humanity, learning. So whatever their customs are 3 million years of development, and very, very powerful, and are not going to be probably upset by the people from the north that come down as tourists and invade them. And I feel then, what you understand is, to me, is one of the exciting ones of the patterns we have of why we have then the people of the north, and you and I really belong to that kind of a culture today. Then only about 30,000 years at the most, and that would be the American Indians, and the 10,000 year part would be more the European, Asiatic, going with the world people that are going around crossbreeding with one another today. So we're pretty Johnny-come-lately. Now in the last, we have something very, very exciting to discover here, because a man then normally was naked and was exposed to an enormous amount of the sun. We have vitamin D is one of the vitamins absolutely essential to human life. It must combine with the calcium to produce our bone structure. And it's being very essential, but the way we get it, just the vegetation by photosynthesis converts the sun radiation into beautiful hydrocarbons. The vitamin D is actually produced by the human skin, actually photosynthetically. But it is one of the vitamins you can get overdoses of. And because you can get overdose, and that can be lethal and ruin your bone structure, many other things go wrong, then nature has developed filters so you won't get too much of the vitamin D. So she developed two kinds of filters. We call the melanin and the keratin. So what we call the dark skins are simply the filters have been introduced so you won't be overdosed with vitamin D. Yes. So when these people who are the water people have been under the sun there for millions of years to get this dark skin, depending where they went up further on the land, like Africa, got even drier and blacker, whatever it might be. But as people then went into the north, then nature also had to keep up that calcium and the vitamin D, and she had to remove all the filters. And they began to get more and more seemingly bleached out. Then some of them went even further, like the Eskimos, and they got by the carry and further. In fact, they got no sun. By the carry and further. In fact, they got no sun. In order to be able to get the vitamin D to them, there's only two foods that can do them, as the whale blubber, and the cod liver oil will get the Eskimo his vitamin D. Yes. But, so his skin tends to be the brown it was earlier before he migrated there, because he's keeping himself covered up. Nature's not removing the filters from him. They don't have to. But the ones that are most bleached out are the ones where simply have to take. What you learn here is there's no such thing as race. There is not. If there were such a thing as race, psychologically it'd be very something. You never really cope with it. But the beautiful thing is there isn't any. There just isn't. We also have something was thought of as class. And Marx was absolutely convinced of class, and so were the very powerful people. We have the monarch who seemed to be a strong man, and he had to be sure that you kept the blood of the royalty going, because he seemed to be a more alert and better fighter. And not only were the other people dull, poor, but they were dull. I used to really feel very badly when I was young, when people talked the class way, and yet there did seem to be a dullness back to that literacy I used to talk to you about in the world language. I really hurt, because it seemed to be, there was some kind of difference here. We've only known now scientifically for 15 years that undernourishment in the womb, in the first year of life, and you usually get damaged brain. This is then not a matter of just getting bulk of potatoes and so forth. It's a matter of the right cross-section of the chemistries of the proper diet. So I would simply say, if the rich people went after the hunting, and they had the animals were able to eat all the different vegetation, so they got a beautiful crossbreeding of the herbs and the chemistries. But the other people had it locally just to do with nuts in this particular area, or just with potatoes, whatever it was, and damage the brain. So I say, I'm really absolutely convinced now there's neither race nor class. We have really one kind of human being who's had, however, what we call nations, human beings who've been isolated geographically for thousands of years under special geographical survival conditions, and those who have survived and not perished interbreeding with one another, developing different parents, so that Russia had 148 different nations to cope with in uniting USSR, and they really look differently. You and I, America today is not a nation, it is a crossbreeding world man. Very much so if you get down to Mexico, it's so crossbreeding, you see every shade of color and every type of physiognomy without any of those shapes, but it's so much so they can't have any line at all. Yes. Now, I want to then look at this map in this new way, where you're looking at those people in the northern hemisphere, and those dots that to do with those people who went really, and they're the 10 to 30,000 year group. And the 10,000 will take us back and include the earliest Egypt. So the cultures we know about going with any written record only go back then in that northerly group. But the water people are really what goes on, you find in Bali, the spontaneous cooperation of humanity, and where they've gotten on so well that life is really beautiful to them. But because it isn't even the organism, because they celebrate the death, and the cremation is just great, because they are not that body. There's very, very great fundamental wisdom being demonstrated there, and which are going to be very important for the survival of humanity. Now, I want to take these same pieces of map that you have here now of the water ocean world. 1961, completely unexpected that we're going to have jets. We didn't know how jets until World War II was really over. We found the Germans had some jets, and then we began to use them. We had a jet age. 1961, 3 jet transports carried more passengers across the Atlantic at a very short time, and very much less expense than the Queen Mary or the Queen Elizabeth or the steamship United States. Over 1 year, 1961, ships of the sea became obsolete the way humanity gets from here to there. Yes. Utterly unpredicted. Just talking to the highest executives in 1930s in America, around the world, they say airlines, there'll never be anything, just a very local thing, it's sort of something executives will use, but it'll never be for people. So I find what's going on here, the kind of big things I talked to you about, very important. We're now going to see the effect of the jet age. Next picture. This is the same piece of the map that you had before, but rearranged with the land world instead of being the water world. Now,
Bucky, this is a Dymaxion projection?
It's my own projection, and it's the only projection in the world where there's no visible distortion of the relative shape or the relative size of any of the parts. There is distortion, but it's mathematically, it is there mathematically, but it's subvisible. And this is the only one then, with no distortion, but there's also no break in the continental contours. You have one world island and one world ocean. And whereas the Mercator was an east-west orientation, this is north-south.
Yes.
Now, more than 90% of humanity can reach each other in the shortest great circle air routes without going near the Atlantic, Pacific, or Indian Oceans. This is the new one, which and because we're so used to San Francisco being a great port, and New York is a great port, because you're going to Europe, you had to go through New York, going to Orient, you had to go through San Francisco. But we have enormous real estate investment and so forth, but just look at your docks out there, nothing. And great thousands of docks in New York, empty. And there are great freight yards in Jersey City where all the traffic used to go inland, empty. But just overnight the thing changed. And during this time, 90% of humanity were on the farms when I was young in America, only 7% now, 7.5%. Complete change. They're not needed in the farms. They don't have to be there to get their food. You can reach them anywhere. And they've come into the cities temporarily, which are obsolete anyway. They're sort of very obsolete temporary dwelling points of humanity on way to a quite different kind of orientation on our planet. But primarily to a new pattern of humanity converging and diverging, being dynamic. In my youth, people walked 1,100 miles a year. Pedometer, the average of a postman and the invalid was 1,100 a year. My father's lifetime, he covered 37,000 miles. I've now been 4 million miles. This is typical of humanity. All of us are moving in and out. We do have the legs, and we're now uprooted because we don't have to be where the roots are, because the food can reach us anywhere. So we see humanity mobilizing, and what it does is to deploy very remotely and converge, come together the way we're coming here together. The cities will be for that, and we deploy to ski in the mountaintop or to go surfing where it is. We go all over. So converging, diverging, the same enormous pulsing of humanity doing this thing. A completely different kind of a pattern. This is the background of that pattern. Yes. And then that lower right hand, there is that great mass of humanity. And what incredible news it really is that in developing these principles which made it possible to industrialize instead of just going on the vegetation, which we were doing before. It took Europe 200 years. America started off with enormous resources and all the know-how accumulated, and they did it in 100 years. Russia did it in 50, and China did it in 25, halving each time. And Russia knows an enormous number of people there. In 25 years, 800 million people, they've gotten now where they've completely eliminated, I'm saying completely eliminated all prostitution, completely eliminated all venereal disease, out, completely eliminated all crime, all narcotics, all alcoholism, and everybody's eating and everybody's smiling. Just think of it. That we can get that far in that kind of time is just incredible. So we're just very few of us over here, and the universe is not waiting for what's going on, so to say, with the new president coming in the United States. We're in great error in expecting those people to do those things.
Bucky, we're in great error expecting...
Those politics, you elect somebody, we're so used to, through the great ages of being so ignorant and having a big man who's bigger than other people, and you say, Mr. Big Man, you better protect us, the people attacking us. And it did have a power structure, so we are used to electing a big man.
Yes.
But that's when you didn't do your own thinking. Now is a new moment when everybody's in on the information. We've gone from, during my lifetime, from 90% illiteracy to 90% literacy. So I see we're in a very extraordinary state of advance. I'm going to go on with enough of these patterns here to, except for this. the 10,000 years of the northerly people, and I goes then to Egypt where you had our history, had the Pharaoh. Life expectancy was 19 to 20 years of age. Life so torturous that nobody assumed that this life was worthwhile in its own right. Therefore, everybody said we're going to try to qualify for the afterlife. That's the great life. And because you knew by experience there's so little around, you said, if we can get the Pharaoh over there, he's our leader, he might get us there too. So the whole thing was to get Pharaoh into the afterlife. So they built in this life a pyramid to cover up all the tools that he would need so they couldn't be stolen to get an afterlife. But in the meantime, in this life, we began to learn some principles in order to build the pyramid. So we learned to use a lever in order to move all those stones. Then we learned to, the next Pharaoh and the next designer, engineer, then invents the irrigation ditch so that more of the people could be fed to do that work. Kept increasing the know-how, and gradually had so much know-how in this life that we said we can take care of getting the Pharaoh and all the nobles. That's the second set of dynasties of Egypt. Then we got so much more know-how continually because there are more projects going on, more Leonardo's designing and so forth. That finally got so much know-how that we can take care of all the pharaohs and the nobles and the rich middle class. And that's the Greek and the Roman period when the rich families had their own mausoleums. Then there's such accumulation of know-how. Finally, Buddha and 600 years later, Christ, and then Muhammad said, we could get everybody in the afterlife. There's enough know-how to get everybody in the afterlife. So they started building all those temples and all the churches and the cathedrals and mosques to get everybody qualified to get in that afterlife. This brought about an incredible amount of technical know-how in this life. So finally they said we not only can get everybody over in the afterlife, but we can take care of the king in this life. That's called the divine right of kings.
Yes.
And then they had so much know-how, they finally said take care of everybody's afterlife and the king and the nobles. That's Magna Carta time. Then everybody afterlife, the king, the nobles, and the rich middle class. That's through the Victorian period up to the time of San Francisco. And then suddenly in this century, Henry Ford said, we got enough know-how to take care of everybody in this life. and it's a whole new one's on this. So suddenly we have everybody's in. Life expectancy in my lifetime is gone from 42 when I was born to almost double. Incredible things have happened here. And you can show how it happened, but it is important to, for instance, talking to your astronaut friend, and my astronaut friend, pointing out to him that World War I was the first time it was World War because we were getting the metals all around the world instead of the farms, the local. And we sent 1 million men from America over to France to fight. When they got them all over there, then they discovered, the Congress, how much it cost to train them, get them over there. They found it to be cheaper to repair them than to send new ones over. So this is how medicine came. We had medicine for thousands of years, but this first time got any money behind it, got millions and billions. and as a consequence, life expectancy doubled just my lifetime. But that was only repairing people. Now what's going on with our fixation on the small things on our planet? Here is our astronaut friend, and when I was able to say to him, when you were getting ready for war yesterday, the scientists then learned how to make a gun and how to elevate it and how to put the controls and so forth. And all you had to train the man was how to load it and fire it. But you didn't have to do anything about the people because there was water anywhere around there for him to drink, and there's air to breathe, just always there, found some food. That's all you need for him, a little clothing. And on deck of the ship, you just got in the hammock and so forth. But not until we started then into when we get to go out of the biosphere, where there's no air to be breathed, no water to drink, no food. For the first time in the space program, we've had to find out what does a human being need.
Yes.
And we picked the healthiest, absolutely most healthy, not people who need to repair, and we began to really study what they need. Then in order to get them out there and keep them out there for any length of time, like our friends stayed there for 84 days, you had to, not only you had to get that elevated, the cost of liftoff and the size of the thing you lift off through the air as escaping start off, so you do it absolutely the most with the least.
Yes.
And everybody is watching the television, so everybody's critical of what goes on. If anything goes wrong, you have all of your man saying this is very, very, very wrong thing. We must fix it. We have what's going on in space here in the astronautical program is the first scientific dwelling machine of humanity, the first scientific housing program of humanity. And so when we say, never mind the space program, let's spend building houses, people don't even know what a house should weigh, what a house should weigh. And they're using all the leftovers, all our customs of the way you build, are so completely obsolete. When we say, never mind the space program, spend it on housing, you don't know what you're talking about, because if you try to house all of humanity in the kind of way we do, it's so utterly inefficient that everything you can't take care of but a small fraction of humanity.
Yes.
But if we get to do it in the kind of what we do for astronauts, there's enough where you can provide the highest standard living all humanity and do it just almost overnight with what we already know. We actually do know that is so. I got into that. That's what I could see back in 1927 that I undertook. I said, if I can really do more with less in environment controlling and really harvest the energy to live on our energy income and so forth, we might really get there. So I want to bring things to focus with this phase of our program, yes, with our slides. May I go through quite rapidly a number of the geodesic domes. Next picture, please. This is when I began to look at the Earth, and I pictured 927. I won't dwell on that, Jamie. Next picture. This is then the first time actually in the house in 927, and I took the Magna Institute of Architects, two parents and three children house we'd call good standard living, everything that was in it. And this included, of course, then the pipes out to the main line, the sewers in its weight. I found it weighed 150 tons. I was able to give the same facilities with 2 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms and the library and all the utilities, sun deck and top and hangar and garage below, did for 3 tons. 1927, so I saw that this has told me, yes, you really might get somewhere. Next picture, please. This is an intermediate thing in 1940, Butler grain bin. Next picture. This is a little house we was able to do 50. This is Beach Aircraft, 1944, where we did the first full size of that, 1977. It came out 3 tons, showing my engineering was correct. And next picture. These are all the parts of it, they're all nested in one another, and they're 3,000 pounds. Next picture, 3 tons. Then again, they were unitary bathroom, all stamping, but I only had metals to do that. I designed it for polyester fiberglass. This is now being made exactly this way in West Germany, but this is a picture of 1934.
And in 34, of course, it was made with metal. Yeah. But you had designed it in 34.
For the polyester fiberglass reinforcing, yeah.
Which you knew would come. Yeah.
Everything I did was in the terms of curves of increases of tensile and the size of longer fibers, whatever there would be. I simply made all my bunch, but I said 50 years because I saw what all the different growths of capability technically would have to be. Following the curves is then demonstrable.
Yes.
Next picture, please. This is then 1930. This is 33 at 1934 at Chicago World's Fair. The vehicle I developed which would be, while you could run it around on the ground, and people called it an automobile, it was designed as a wingless, what are called twin jet stilts transport. And we will see this in due course. Much you saw actually in that space thing, those little chairs that went around, yes, was this vehicle. Next picture, please. That picture was taken at the Chicago World's Fair in 1934. This is a dome that we dropped on the great ice flows going across the Arctic when the scientists had to be charting the motions of the Arctic Ocean, both the Russians and the United States. In the Arctic Ocean, they're great enormous ice islands. They get broken up, and scientists would live on those and taking their astronomical observations. This is a double-skin geodesic. Let it air in, but gas in between the two. They're sewed together like a quilting, so you don't have to have air go through an airlock. Simply just between the two, it takes the bigger size. Next picture, please. This is blown up. It's very, very strong. It had a sponge rubber floor, and we dropped these by parachute, and there's gas flashes. They just explode themselves open. And I had many, many letters from the scientists living them going across the Arctic. They said they were really, really very comfortable. Thank you. This is then our first airlift for the United States Marine Corps when we flew this dome at hurricane speed at 65 knots without any yawing. It was a 30-footer. Next picture, please. Then this is what we call it You see all these tubes made out of magnesium. They're parallel to one another, but there are a lot of flexible aircraft cables interconnecting, and they have hydraulic jacks in their ends. Next picture, please. The men pull their legs out, then jump out of the way because it opens itself in 30 seconds. As it is possible to shoot buildings into space at the top of mountains anywhere you want, and just open themselves. This is Washington University in 1953. Next picture. This is my first large restaurant in Woods Hole, Mass. in 1953. Next picture. And then this is our first trade fair domes that started around. This particular dome has actually been around the world 3 times. This picture was taken in Kabul, Afghanistan, went from there to New Delhi, and from there to Ceylon, and then to old Sri Lanka, and then to Burma, and then to Tokyo, and then Peru, and so forth. And it's right now up in Alaska. Next picture. This is then the first what called tensegrity sphere at Princeton University in 1953, where the compression members don't touch one another. Next picture is a big 50-foot sphere. And then this is a 72-foot tensegrity sphere at Southern Illinois University. Next picture. Then this is getting a very large domes at Baton Rouge, Louisiana, great tank car repair. This is approximately 400 feet diameter, 398. Next picture. And this is the climatron in St. Louis, where we have tropical forests and so on and so forth. Next picture. And this is the beginning of the radar program, when the engineers at MIT has to calculate how to contain a great revolving radar and protect it against the Arctic hurricanes and snow loads. And the walls that they came out with would be so heavy the microwaves could not go through. The man who's now president of MIT I had produced one of these in polyester fiberglass, and he asked if I could let him have it pressed around one of his radar. And the engineers at MIT calculated by the best known spherical analysis, and it came out only, as they said, would disintegrate in 14-mile-an-hour wind. But we luckily had it around one of his radar out at Lexington, what is called the beginning of the DEW line. It's called the Lincoln Project. When Hurricane Carol came along, they got gust winds up to 120 miles an hour. Wasn't hurting the dome any. So this picture is taken on top of Mount Washington, where we have the highest speed winds in North American continent. And it went through 2 windows on top of 250 mile an hour wind and 180. And then they decided to use it for the radar program. Next picture, please. And there it is. This is the northernmost point in Thule, at the northern end of Greenland. Next picture, please. And this is one at the exact equator in Ghana, made by the students of my University of Science and Technology, where I explained to them that when you have a convex surface and the sun is impinging on it, it diffuses it. And I showed them then that this diffused energy sun heats up the air, and therefore it weighs less, and therefore it has to float up. It starts what they call a thermal. Because the thermal rising has to draw air from around the ground. But if you have the bottom off the ground, where it can pull air out from under it, it will pull it out from under. If you have a hole in the top, then it pulls it through the hole in the top to satisfy the bottom. But the bottom is so much bigger than the hole in the top. We have the Bernoulli principle. And this is what happens with the carburetor in your light airplane. When you're going to make a landing, you cut your accelerator, you have to put on carburetor heat so it won't freeze, because this enormously cold current comes in. So I explained this to all my clients in America, and they pay no attention because the air conditioning salesman is so strong. And I told it to the Ghanaian students at the University of Science and Technology in Kumasi, and said, all right, let's make one. And they made it, and sure enough, it's what they call the chilling machine. And it works extraordinarily well, so we do not have to have air conditioning in our buildings, so we just as a principle. Next picture. This is I've been sad to read in the paper that this burned down, because it didn't burn down. It's still there.
I was there, Bucky. I saw it. I was there. It's still there.
It's good. It's been structurally tested,
actually.
absolutely fine. Nothing happened. So they were putting another skin, but you see a little railroad running through there. They removed that for the Olympics, the railroad, and they left 2 holes in the dome. The engineers who owned it in Montreal decided to weld in members. And they went welding. They had the acrylic skin, and they it set the acrylics on, with a welding torch. Heat is such that you set acrylics, but you can't ignite with a lamp, with matches or anything like that. It's so considered absolutely safe. All our windows in our airplanes are that. But you cannot take the heat that would melt the steel. So that it did get in fire, did burn it out, but didn't hurt the structure at all. Next picture. This is a Navy plane arriving at the South Pole of our Earth, right literally at the South Pole. Next picture, and they take out all these parts and they go to start a big circle because they've discovered that there's a lake a mile deep frozen at the South Pole. And borings indicate you're going to find out much about life on that planet, on that continent by the borings. But the winds do blow 180 miles an hour down there, shifting. You can't go around borings, so it had to have one enormous cover where you can move your boring stations around under the big cover. So this all went up in a very proper time. So the South Pole of our Earth is right inside this dome. Next picture, please. This is then a floating city for 5,000, which comes out so low a cost with its own marina and everything that, and this is tested by the United States Navy Department and also by the Bureau of Ships and Docks and bidding on it. It comes out where it can be occupied by the lowest income group, just above exact complete poverty, at very high standard of living. And so we'll probably see quite a few of these floating islands. Next picture. This is then a dome over the whole of mid-Manhattan, 2 miles wide. And we learned long ago with ships of the sea, that every time you double the length of the ship, you have 8 times much payload, 2 to the third power, but you have only 4 times much surface. So every time you double the length, you have half the amount of surface per payload. So the efficiency went up and up and up. So built bigger and bigger ships. I found when I double the size of a geodesic dome, I have 8 times the amount atmosphere, molecules of atmosphere inside. I only have 4 times my surface. So every time I double, I halve the amount of surface which an interior molecule of atmosphere can gain or lose heat from outside. So the energy stability goes up very, very rapidly. We found the dome of mid-Manhattan, with the surface of it was only 1/80th the surface of this building standing down below it. So the heat loss would be reduced that much also. So we found that the efficiency would be so high, the sun impounded here, plus the aerodynamics I gave you, make it perfectly possible to operate that Manhattan even through the winter without any burning any extra anything but the sun. So we really find these things are now very, very clearly part of the capability of humanity to really make it. Next picture. This is an Old Man River project in East St. Louis, where they're asked there by the black community to design something for them. It is like a moon crater. It has terraces. There are 50 terraces high, and the terraces go up on the outside and inside. It's a half mile from rim to rim of the top part, and it's a mile overall. It has one single umbrella above it, and all the community life is on the inside. All traffic is inside the mountain itself. You can't see it, both circumferential, vertical, and radial. There are bridges across every 4 terraces high between the inside and the outside. All private life, homes are like the side over here at Berkeley up the mountain, where you're out on the convex side with trees around you. You won't see another home. So you go from seeing a whole community. This is for 250,000 people. The community life of seeing all the schools, seeing everything goes on in the community in the center of the great bowl. Terribly exciting. And then you can make extrovert for your utter privacy on the outside. And this is going to be, you can build the whole thing with earth-moving equipment, really a bit, road building, so costs get way, way down and have the same kind of economies I just gave you. Next picture, please. Next picture, please. This more or less what you look like in profile from the distance away.
Yes.
And this project is moving forward in a fairly healthy way in East St. Louis. I think we're going to see these, where human beings come together, not having to rent, but really can really move into that kind of a mountain. Under one roof, it's not going to rain on them. Next picture, please. I think this is the end, is it not, Jamie? All right. This is finally ready to wind up this part of the period. This is a chart which you can't read, but I'll explain to you what it is. Yes. I hope there might be some way when I'm plotting curves to make projections to know what you can do and can't do. There might have some real fundamental chart of present acceleration of human events due to the phenomena of science. When human beings then do discover these principles, so I said, if we just take all the inventions of history, it's open-ended, but there's a family of scientific discoveries. It has a beginning and an end. The 92 regenerative chemical elements. Past there we have split-second life, but the 92 inherently regenerative.
Yes.
So I found that when history opened, we had 9 of them, which are listed up there: sulfur, gold, iron, so forth, silver, copper, carbon, etc. I go up one step in this chart every time we make a discovery. So
another element.
We started nine steps high. 1200 AD is the first known isolation of a chemical element was arsenic. And then we have 200-year gap, then come to phosphorus. Another 200 years gap when we come to antimony. Then we have 75 years, and then suddenly goes up like that. You notice that there are slowdowns and there are accelerations. The slowdowns are always wartime. In 1932, where there's a real pull in up near the top, it goes, that's the last step you see in there, it's 1932, was when we had made the 92nd isolation of a chemical element. I'm not talking chemical element number 92, but then on 1932, called the depth of the depression, we had on the shells the basic elements of capability of humanity, separate out these basic behaviors of nature to reassociate them in preferred ways, the beginning of a completely new era. Now, against that background of acceleration of scientific events, incidentally, only 2 of those discoveries were made in America, in the United States. We inherited an enormous amount from those before us in other parts of the world. Anyway, against that background, I said, I want to see then something, how do you and I take the information again and cope with environmental conditions we've not been able to cope with before. So I gave myself a standard task under the influence of this scientific background to develop a capability, to develop an environment control in which you, if you're inside of it, you can live in conditions you couldn't live in before. Then from inside that environment control, you had to control energy outside to take you in one complete circuit around our Earth. Up in the upper left-hand corner of that chart, you see a picture of the wooden sailing ship. That's the first time we developed an environment control. You could go around the horn, and you could control the energy outside to take you in a complete circuit. 350 years later, at the top of the chart, there's a picture of a steel steamship. We suddenly went around in a completely different kind of a way. Then, 75 years later, you go around in an aluminum airplane. And 35 years later, you go around an exotic metals rocket. Against then, this basic acceleration of science against time, we have this closure of 350 years to new art to 75 years, down to 35 years. As each one of those occurred, the time of the sailing ship, nobody contemplated they ever have a steel steamship, absolutely unimaginable. The time of the steel steamship, aluminum airplane, utterly unimaginable. The time of the aluminum airplane, utterly unimaginable. You could go around exotic metals rocket. Now, the wooden steamship, the wooden sailing ship took 2 years to go around. The steel steamship, 2 months to go around. The aluminum airplane took 2 weeks the first time, and the exotic medical rocket, a little over 1 hour. We have here then is acceleration of human events against 800 years of time, from 1200 AD to 2000 AD, and we see then against it another acceleration, the contraction of the rate between the different arts, and then an third acceleration, the rate which you go around. Implicit on this chart is to go another 12 years on it, and take us up to 1985, when we will have to do something as sudden as sending you around by radio. This is what I'm telling you. Otherwise, I do want you to help you to get in the kind of mood that I've had to get myself when I really studied the big patterns, realizing enormous things are going to happen that I found society did not tend to accredit that really are happening. I think there's you think I time to stop?
I think we're fine with time. I just wanted to repeat, because I don't know whether it got lost in the end of what you said about when should we be Based on the last chart,
1985,
we should be able to get around the Earth.
I'm going to send you around by radio.
Fine, okay.
That is,
Bucky's predictions have not been bad so far. I just want to get ready.
what I really, to make that a little reasonable, do we have time to talk a little more?
Sure, we do, yeah.
Right. Because I deal with what I call a pattern integrity. And just as those Balinese, I'm absolutely confident that I am not the physical material that you're looking at here. That is, at 81, I've now processed, taken in food, air, and water, and converted it into skin, flesh, hair, whatever it may be. I've taken over 1,000 tons. I processed temporarily into this particular shape. I weighed in at 7 pounds, and they said I was me already. At one time, I got up to 207, and I took off 70 pounds. I said, "Who's that? Here I am." that we obviously are not our avatar. That we are what I call a pattern integrity, and a pattern integrity is something I give you. For instance, a piece of rope, and I'm going to take a piece of manila rope, and I'm going to splice in a piece of cotton rope the same diameter. Yes. At the end of the cotton rope, a piece of nylon rope. I'm going to make the simplest knot you can make, like this, double back like that, and not pull it tight, and slide it along on the manila rope. And then suddenly goes over on the cotton. And I keep sliding along, now it goes the manila, and then on the nylon, and then disappears. But rope didn't do anything. I led the rope's trajectory of my hand and trajectory of what my brain called for and what my mind called for. But at any rate, this is what I call a pattern integrity. The rope was not the nylon, it wasn't the cotton. It was what a pattern integrity. The knot was a pattern integrity. So I drop a stone in the water, it makes a circular wave. But I drop it in water, and kerosene, get the same thing. Milk, the same thing. It begins to turn out that the wave is not the water or the milk. We find that the water doesn't go anywhere. We find the molecules of the water, when a wave goes by, simply make a vertical ellipse, very thin ellipse like that. We drop sawdust all over the water, and then drop a piece of red popcorn, and take your moving picture cameras aiming at it very accurately from several angles, and you survey his instruments, you find that when you drop a stone over the yellow wave of sawdust, the red popcorn goes in and out from the center of the earth and it stays right there. Otherwise, a wave is a pattern of integrity that makes itself visible to us through the water or through the kerosene, but it's integrity in its own right. I say that you and I are very complex slip knots. A way I do this for you then is we find all the chemical elements are tending to be ways in which energy can tie itself into knots. This is what I mean by matter. And
so matter then is energy tied into knots.
That's right.
So that it becomes visible.
That's right. So I'm going to then take you as a great complex of slip knots, and I'm going to make a moving picture of you, but I'm going to run you backwards.
Right.
And you're having breakfast, and food comes out of your mouth and into the plates, and then all the food gets back in the kitchen and in the boxes and the kettles and things, back to the supermarket, and then gets distributed back in the country. So finally gets out of the fields and back in the sky and where it goes. And no time at all you get to why pineapple was back in the air coming over the mountains and the rain, whatever it may be. So I can see then that we have all these patterns coming together temporarily, and then they come tie up in a knot looking like you and then disperse again. In other words, you and I are that complex of slip knots sliding along on that rope of these converging atoms.
Yes.
Well, at any rate, thinking about ourselves in that kind of way, I want to understand, when I talk about sending you by radio, you've seen a great electrical sign where connected, it has a lot of lights on it, connected up to a control board where you can draw a picture of the light. But supposing that it's multi-deep, and I have a lot of lights at different depths here, or nuclear lights around it. And I could then have all the lights for a multi-dimensional thing. There's a great steamship going out through the Golden Gate. That's the right of lights, and so then we keep moving those lights along. I want to get you as a pattern of integrity, something that can literally be scanned and can be put together over there.
Yes, yes.
Now, I'm going to like to introduce something about what's going to come this afternoon. Do we have...
Bucky, we've got about 15 minutes.
Right.
10, 15 minutes,
Right.
whatever you'd like in there.
Now, being so, and I'm now at a point where I know in relation to experimental work, having over 100,000 geodesic domes, going into an enormous amount of work. I'm not using opinion, but strictly measurements, finding that the Earth's resources, where we got into those metals I spoke about that began to make possible different life altogether than just the vegetation per se.
Yes.
Then we mined so much metal in World War I that gradually it came out of scrap. And we found that the scrap was more higher concentrate than in the mine. It was easy to get out. We went through a very extraordinary, going from the landowning, was a great landowner, and your great feudalism to do with that. We got into what they call finance capitalism, that was finding ways of getting hold of money, risking on the new machinery, and those great ventures of the British Empire. So that was finance capitalism, with the bankers financing it behind the scenes. We found then, with the great crash in 1929, J.P. Morgan and the finance capitalists really went out. They were controlling all the boards of directors of the corporations, and the management was beholden to them. And they got fired if the bankers didn't like them. After the great crash, we find the management of these great corporations are there, but they find the finance capitalists no longer pushing them. They realized now they were beholden to the stockholders to make money for them. And the way they made money was to have the wheels go round. And they found that it was cheaper to take the scrap metal than it was to even take the mine metal. The wheels go round, and they didn't care about the miners, so the bankers were interested in mines, but the management, they were not. We had what we call managerial capitalism comes along here. It kept itself going. And we've been in that very strongly. Now we're in a new kind of capitalism. It's called the lawyer capitalism. But it finds all the laws of the earth, and it's taken all the big corporations of America out of America as their prime headquarters. They're all operating, leaving the people in the pens. But we have, in the meantime, something went on in technology of the highest order, but I find society doesn't understand. That'll be the last thing we talk about here, just as quick as I can get to it. The telephone is a good case. We had the first telephone when I was a little kid. You could get just one message over this cross-section of copper wire. Everybody was astonished when we got two over the same cross-section. Not two wires, but the same cross-section. Then they got 12. Then went up to 28, then went to 208, and then went to 2,000.
All on the same
side. This business more with less is very, we're at a point where one communication satellite now, weighing 1/4 of a ton, is outperforming the transoceanic communication capability of 175,000 tons of copper cable. Multiply 175,000 by 4, get a step up of doing more with less. By 1930, the chief scientists of the Bell Laboratories said that they would then service 10% of humanity with telephone. They could spread the telephone to all of humanity, during which time the telephone companies would neither mine nor buy another pound of copper. They'd be copper sellers all the way, and that's exactly what they've been. We're at a point now where every time we find the metals come out of aeronautical arts a little more rapidly than they do out of railroad arts, because the art moves forward so much more rapidly, makes the way they were assembled before obsolete, and you melt it up. And we find then the metals that come out of the different arts at different rates, but are coming out of all the different arts at an average of every 22 and a half years, all the metals are coming out. That's average. And in that 22 and a half years, the interim gain in know-how is so great, you take care of many more people, much higher standard of living. So we're at a point now where I can say to you that we don't even have to do any more mining. The know-how is so great that the metals are still coming around. This is a new era altogether.
We turn the metal over every 24 years. In other words, all the metal in the aircraft industry at this point, 22 years from now, will have been melted down.
In the aircraft will be down in 10 years.
10 years, okay.
They're very different lags, but I gave you the integrated lag and the mass total.
And in 10 years, the technology will have improved so that we'll need less metal to do the same amount of work.
It's big city buildings every 25 years. I've seen New York pulled down every 25 years. Just melting it out and making much better, higher performance. Right. Then this is a new era altogether. We're getting there. What counting is the know-how. And we've only had on the books in the past just the property, the physical properties. So suddenly they're going out, and it's the know-how. We're in a circulatory system. That's why ecology and everything is finding the universe is eternally regenerative. It's completely circulatory. As we begin to get synchronized with the real universe, this is the way it's going to go. So the know-how is such The metal's already mined. We'll have some rare metals that get mined, but I'm really talking about the vast bulk of what I'm talking about will be recirculating. And with the knowledge we already have, with the resources already mined, it is feasible, technically feasible, and clearly demonstrable, just like during the moon shoot, the Apollo project. All the first things first have to be done. It's now demonstrable, and we have it demonstrable, it's all done. It's now feasible within 10 years to have all humanity living at a higher standard living anybody's ever known, during which time we can also be phasing out all use forever of all fossil fuels and all atomic energy. We can get on completely on our energy income. You can understand that business doesn't see any way it can make any money getting some meter between you and the wind. But the point is, we have that capability now. Therefore, I now know it is not a matter of sort of hope, not a matter of pray. I know we have the option to make it, which tells me then that all our way of carrying on before is really obsolete. The politics are obsolete, war is obsolete, and selfishness is obsolete. You don't have to rationalize it anymore. It's a completely new way of challenging humanity, and that's what your young world is feeling, who you serve so well. Now, I want to get then to what are the blockages here. How do we have then said all the great corporations, 500 of them gone completely transnational. They don't, and yet those pens, 135 pens of the sovereign nations, of the United Nations, are blocking that flow that we talk about. They have to go. All the sovereignties have to go.
Yes.
So within 10 years, all sovereignty has to go. I'm sure that, and humanity is not local anymore. He's getting to be world human being. So all these things, evolution doing something completely unpredicted when I was young, and yet the kind of thing I could see back in 27 could be realized. It was potentially there, and now we know it's there. Right.
I wanted to just say one thing to the audience, Bucky, about yourself. Bucky was once asked to represent the United States at a world conference on supporting humanity, the things he's talking about now, and he said that he couldn't represent anybody's private interests, even his own country's, because he'd taken on the responsibility to represent everyone. And that's what he's talking about now.
But now that we know we have this option, and I realize that there are enormous amount of fear of humanity, people in enormous government bureaucracies and business bureaucracies know what the boss wants and so forth, and they don't want to put their family in jeopardy. So there's fear, there's inertia in here. And that's why I'm so moved by a young world that keeps coming in, much less misinformed, much better informed, and being excited by doing its own thinking and thinking about total world. So evolution seems to be trying to cope with it. Now, I'd say, what is the single greatest blockage here? The greatest blockage I can find is the following, that while there are 40 million engineers and scientists on our planet, they are only 1% of humanity. We have 4 billion people. 99% of humanity do not understand what science and technology is doing, because science and technology, which has very appropriately required experimental evidence, experimental demonstration. This means, evidence means to your senses. That's absolutely the reality. There it is. And checked it completely. That's what you mean by that. And that same science that has done that has accepted tools of calculation which have no experimental evidence whatsoever.
Yes.
They say the little child, don't give you three-dimensionality is too much. I'm going to give you 2 dimensions. That's a nice plain geometry. There's no experimental evidence of 2 dimensions.
Yes.
Where is it? Physics, it goes talking about solid state physics, and physics has found no solids. teach straight lines, and physics has found only waves. Physics found only discontinuity, no continuums. So I find we have in most advanced mathematics, non-Euclidean mathematics, a plurality of lines going through the same point at the same time.
Yes.
And physics has discovered a line is an event, it's an action. And you can't have two events in the same place at the same time. If you have one already occupying it, you have an interference.
Yes.
And you get a consequences of smash up, refraction, reflection.
Yes.
All the things you now experience are the consequence of that. No two lines can go through the same point at the same time. So if we teach that kind of mathematics and use that kind of tool, and we have science then starting off in the era of the scientists still seeing the sun going down, and the earth is wide, wide world, and four corners of the earth. and he has X, Y, Z coordinate system, everything parallel and perpendicular. And the universe doesn't have any parallel and perpendicular. So what excites me here is, and because the 99% cannot comprehend what science is doing because it does not have a experimentally demonstrable mathematics.
Yes.
So science, having adopted a three-dimensionality when in a four-dimensional world, had to invent a very extraordinary way of calculus and finding a way by probes and probabilities, curves, and having got some agreement with experimental evidence out here with the eyes closed, and had to learn an enormous number of games to get there. It just doesn't let go at all. But the consequence is that the 99% who don't understand do not know that all that science has ever found out is that the universe is the most incredible technology, most incredibly reliable technology. That's what those generalized principles are.
Yes.
Right. Because they don't know it, 99% tend to think of technology as something new related to weapons and machinery of exploitation to take their money away, whatever it may be. Therefore, they're prone to really almost commit suicide. But I said we went from the Pharaoh and his grand vizier making all the decisions in another world. But now where everybody's in on the news, is a general literacy, except for one thing, which is about science.
Yes.
And the 99% blockage is right there. So that what I felt very strongly when I was young was that nature was probably not, that we'd found the wrong coordinate system. We'd chosen arbitrarily one and trying to make nature conform with it.
Yes.
And our second period, we're going to go into what I call this, I have discovered, and there's just no question about it, that nature is, the coordinate system she is using, is conceptual, is experimentally demonstrable all the way through, and it can be understood by a little child. And so in this second session, I'm really going to take you as a child. I'm going to be a child myself. And we're going to have experimental evidence, everything. And I'm quite confident we can really this afternoon make it really very clear that this is a conceptual, this is a coordinate system nature is using, and this will take away the blockage of the 99% humanity. In China, I spoke about those 800 million people.
Yes.
Who are in this beautiful condition, but in order for them to get where they did, during their industrialization, I spoke about the United States, 100 years, 200 in Europe, 150 years in Russia. The Chinese got the Russians to help them, but they found that the Russians made it impossible to do what they had to do, because Russia, in order to have 5-year plans, you had to do it under very severe controlled conditions. They had a frozen north where there was no enemy could come in. They had an enormous amount of mountains to the south. They had really very easy to guard their territory, so subversiveness could not come in. Because when, during the first 5-year plans, the first 2 5-year plans, first 10 years, 18 million people had to die of starvation in Russia to accomplish what they had to do. To be able to hold people together, having gone through the, say, you have to say, first things first, we're going to really get out of this, otherwise we'll never get out. You have to have this control, but China had 800 million people, not, what did Russia have at the time? They started about 150 million. 800 million, almost 1 billion people, and a wide open waterfront where subversion could come in. How could you keep 800 million people content while you're going to have to go through enormous periods of have-notness and focusing on everything? What the Chinese then were able to do it, the Russians had their technology was visible. The Chinese had to do it invisibly for a very simple reason that they had to be doing something that was reasonable to the 800 million people. What they did then was to say, 800 million people, you're going to have to take all the absolutely no-name people. You're nothing. Anybody has any name that you're any kind of a teacher, or your grandfather owned a piece of land, that's the name, you go to the bottom of the heap. We must be dealing only really absolutely fundamentally that people had nothing, no name. And they must be kept happy, so you're going to, the first things you're going to have, the first thing first, so you won't use, where any muscle can be used, you use shovels to be sure to keep at least keep those people very busy. Have a lot of tasks for them to do. And you have this as a community, they were able then to, without any leader really, to see what options were and talk about options and make up their mind as a group spontaneously. They seem, I've had not only the top bankers come and tell me about it, the senators, but my former students who care a great deal about it, go on and live with the Chinese to try to, but the picture they always get is then of this community life and agreement about things, but all of a sudden, there suddenly is a tractor there. You only had a shovel before. And somehow a tractor, because if you're not technically minded, a tractor is no more surprising than a rose.
Yes.
In fact, a rose is more surprising than a tractor. So you sort of accept it, decide whether you're going to use a tractor or not, but you don't say, how do you get a tractor? We have then the technology of China has been carried on absolutely behind a closed curtain. And the Russians started to help them with it, and they got out too much in the visible. It was going to make you could not really say that the nobody is everything.
Nobody?
If you said the no-name person was really everything, if this scientist is something more important. So it had to be, so they really hid their scientists. And so while you're carrying all this kind of way, nobody's saying, how did you suddenly put a new satellite, how the Chinese put a satellite into space and so forth. Their science is very, very advanced and doing very much with very little. So it's easier to keep it invisible. Anyway, it has been invisible up to now. That's what Mao and Xu were so brilliant in doing. But we're now at a point where the 800 million are going to have to learn about the technology to go into the next steps. I was asked to go and speak at Hong Kong University just a month ago. And I was told by the students and the faculty there that anything I said would be quite hearable in mainland China. And I went through what we're going to go through this afternoon on the mathematics, because I'm sure that this is where the 800 million can go into science and technology overnight. I have good working proof of what I'm saying to you, because during the great activism time, the Lower East Side New York gangs came to me hoping that I might help. They were really trying to take their own life and try to get it somewhere. They felt that humanity was just passing them by.
Yes.
And they needed somebody, they thought I would be their friend and help. When I went down to talk to them the first time, I started talking, you heard things I'm saying today, and a kid shouts out, what's I going to do with rats in my bed? And he did have rats in his bed, and I seemed to be very irrelevant, and it was very difficult. The leaders tried to hold them together. Then anyway, leaders, I went away, and then they decided to ask me to come back again. I took this lower, and this happened also in the North Chicago gangs, and it happened with some of the Watts. And with the Lower East Side, I took a boy who had been one of my best students, and he stayed with them all the time because I couldn't be there all the time. These kids, I would say, the average hadn't had more than 2 years of any school of any kind. And many of them had been high on narcotics and so forth. Within 6 months, we had them all doing spherical trigonometry, knew what they were doing, and they knew what held its shape and why it held its shape, and they designed their own geodesic dome. They got a beautiful 20-foot paperboard, corrugated paperboard geodesic dome out there. Another gang came along, burned it up, so they got another one, and so then I showed them how we could cover it with polyethylene sheet for water barrier. The cardboard stands up very well for a long time anyway, but put the polyethylene, then aluminum foil for reflectivity, and chicken wire, and then cemented it, just troweled it on, and got a ferrous cement dome. And the gangs couldn't knock that down, really stood up. And anyway, they got a 20-foot diameter dome for under $200. And they got the Container Corporation of America then gave them a bid of producing them at a rate of 10,000, lots of 10,000, $130 a piece for the paperboard, for 20-footer. So here was your mold, which could really go any place around the world for earthquakes and so forth. Those gangs are going down to Puerto Rico now, most of the Puerto Ricans, and building their domes. So I just want to get an idea of the kind of breakthrough. But the beauty of their shops down the Lower East Side, the geometries that are around, the way they feel about it, they know what that geometry does structurally. It's part of them. And I'm really confident that what I'm going to give you this afternoon really does have a chance of bringing about the technical literacy of humanity so it can make the right decisions. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you, Bucky.
Okay, if you hold on one sec, I'm going to give you a couple of pieces of information about the break we're going to take. Just want to let you know about the bathrooms. If you could hold on until I'm complete with this, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. There are two sets of bathrooms. If you're on the main floor, go out the exit doors to the central concourse area, turn left, and follow the restroom sign down the stairway. There's a men and women's room located at the bottom of the stairs. And if you're on the balcony level, walk through the exit doors and the restrooms will be on your left. There are many restaurants within walking distance of this area, ranging in prices and variety of foods. Let's see, there are three main areas of restaurants. Chinatown is located 3 blocks to your right on Grant Street as you exit the auditorium. Union Square. To get to Union Square, go right to Powell Street, make a right, and go 4 blocks to Post Street.
So then I showed them how we could cover it with polyethylene sheet for water barrier. The cardboard stands up very well for a long time anyway, but put the polyethylene and then aluminum foil for reflectivity and chicken wire, and then cemented it, just troweled it on, and got a ferrous cement dome. And the gangs couldn't knock that down, really stood up. And anyway, they got a 20-foot diameter dome for under $200. And they got the Container Corporation of America, then gave them a bid of producing a rate of 10,000, lots of 10,000, $130 a piece for the paperboard, for 20-footer. So here was your mold, which could really go any place around the world for earthquakes and so forth. Those gangs are going down to Puerto Rico now, most of Puerto Ricans, and building their domes. So I just want to get an idea of the kind of breakthrough. But the beauty of their shops down the Lower East Side, the geometries that are around, the way they feel about it, they know what that geometry does structurally. It's part of them. And I'm really confident that what I'm going to give you this afternoon really does have a chance of bringing about the technical literacy of humanity so it can make the right decisions. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you, Bucky.
Okay, if you hold on one sec, I'm going to give you a couple of pieces of information about the break we're going to take. Just want to let you know about the bathrooms. If you could hold on until I'm complete with this, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. There are two sets of bathrooms. If you're on the main floor, go out the exit doors to the central concourse area, turn left, and follow the restroom sign down the stairway. There's a men and women's room located at the bottom of the stairs. And if you're on the balcony level, walk through the exit doors, and the restrooms will be on your left. There are many restaurants within walking distance of this area, ranging in prices and variety of foods. Let's see, there are three main areas of restaurants. Chinatown is located 3 blocks to your right on Grant Street as you exit the auditorium. Union Square. To get to Union Square, go right to Powell Street, make a right, and go 4 blocks to Post Street. Okay, Polk Street area. Go left when you leave the auditorium, and you will intersect Polk Street after 5 blocks. Now, if you brought your lunch, there's a park across the street 1 block to your right as you leave the auditorium. Okay? Let's see. During the lunch break, please do not save your seat, since you probably won't be returning to the same seat. Please pick up all your personal belongings and even check under your chair for anybody else's personal belongings. Okay, and I also would like to remind you that there's to be no smoking or eating at any time inside the auditorium. And one thing I want to go over is about the return passes. I think, does everybody have a return pass? Okay, if you do not have a return pass, you can get one at the door as you leave. In order to re-enter the building following the break, you will need to show the return pass to the person at the door. So really keep that, make sure you don't lose it. And if you don't have one, get one as you go out. Okay, the time is now 12:37, and we're going to be breaking until 2:30. So please be back in your seats and ready to go at 2:30, and we'll start promptly. Thank you.
Give it to Harry.
Everybody have a good lunch? Before I turn it over to these people, I'm going to introduce a person who is with us today. I'd like to let you know, as you probably are aware, that this event has been sponsored by the S Foundation. And so what I'd like to do is bring on a person who directs the foundation, and this person's name is Bob Fuller. And Bob is an acknowledged educator and physicist. He studied at Princeton University and taught at Columbia University, and became the president of Oberlin College during the tumultuous times around the 70s. And now he's the executive director of the S Foundation. So I'd like to bring him on to let you know a little bit about the foundation. So, Bob.
Watching the slides this morning of the geodesic domes, I'm reminded of a contribution they made to my life. I just arrived at Oberlin in 1970, and the first campus disruption I faced was actually one brought by the art students. They didn't have sufficient space to do their art, and they were demanding a new building. And I proposed to them that they themselves construct 2 geodesic domes. And it turned out that they could build 2 entire geodesic domes. Each one was as big as this stage for only $20,000. And that's where studio art is now done at Oberlin College. They built the domes as part of the course, and it made a great initial contribution to student peace, campus rest. I guess I should also say that I'm not Bucky's grandson or anything like that. We happen to have the same name and apparently have a common ancestor some several hundred years ago. I want to tell you very briefly about the EST Foundation. It was established in 1973 by Werner Erhard. It is separate from EST. EST is a company. The foundation is a public and not-for-profit foundation. It has made grants totaling over $400,000 in the last 3 years, and it's funded primarily from the $1 donations that many of you have made at special guest seminars. Until this series of events, of which this is the second. There was one in New York, there's this one. There will be others in Washington, D.C., in Los Angeles, and in Honolulu. Until this series of events, the foundation was funded almost entirely by those $1 donations. So you have an idea of how many people have bought tickets to special guest seminars. About 400,000. We make grants in the area of individual and social transformation. I just would like to give you a little sense of the kind of grants that have been made. For example, for the San Franciscans here, we've supported the Zen Center at Green Gulch. We've supported New Dimensions Radio and their series every Saturday night. We've supported, before I came aboard, we supported Swami Muktananda's tour of America with a loan. We most recently supported a film called The Hungry Planet, which is very apropos of what we've been seeing today. And the film demonstrates that it's well within our power and resources to eliminate hunger from the planet within 10 or 20 years. We've supported transformation in the area of athletics, to jump to a completely different area. imagine what happens when into a basketball game is introduced one additional rule, namely the rule that no one can score a second basket until everyone on the team has scored a first. This produces a very synergetic basketball team. None of the grants the foundation has ever made have been as effective, I think, in contributing to the world as the support the foundation is offering to Buckminster Fuller. And it has to be added without a pause that Buckminster Fuller is contributing his support to the S Foundation. In fact, this event is a beautiful example of the synergy of which Bucky speaks. We have here Bucky supporting Werner and the S Foundation, and Werner supporting Bucky and the S Foundation, and all of you supporting the work of the S Foundation and the work of Bucky in the world. And I can't think of anything that the foundation has ever done or probably will ever do that will contribute more. So it's a great privilege for the foundation to present Bucky to you. Thank you very much.
Before we go on, I wanted a portion of the proceeds from the event this evening are going to be going to support the work that Bucky's been doing. And Bucky has always operated as an individual. He has not set up a foundation or a corporation. And as a part of the work he's done, he has had a lot of income coming through him. And what his strategy has always been, and his real discipline, was always to turn anything he was making back into the work that he was about. And some of the projects that have come to my mind as being particularly exciting as of recently is he's done a lot of work to support the evolution of windmills. He worked in setting up a group in Wisconsin who has been developing windmills. He's done some work in designing other types of energy sources, like he designed a floating breakwater and has been working to develop that. And looks like there's some possibility that a floating breakwater may actually be a source of energy, of wave power. He's been doing a lot of work. I was particularly excited that he was able to show this East St. Louis project to you all, because he's been contributing a tremendous amount of time and staff support from his office to develop that project. He also yearly supports a World Game workshop in Philadelphia with a group called Earth Metabolic Design. And that workshop is really about studying the Earth's resources and looking at how we can effectively distribute and use those resources to support the whole planet's well-being. And that workshop goes on every year. And I think there's just a whole lot of things he's always up to, and that kind of gives you a sense of where he's at. I would like to let you know, just one of the things that came to mind was I'd like to let you know where you can get in touch with Bucky and the work he's doing, if you're interested in communicating with Bucky personally or being in touch with the people around him. So if you have a pencil, I will recite to you that address. Okay, it's 3500 Market Street in Philadelphia. And the zip code there is 19104. So I'll say that again. That's 3500 Market Street in Philadelphia. And the zip code is 19104. So, and Bucky answers his mail. So, I'm not sure he'll like me to say that at an event this size, but So, great, thank you. And before I go off, I just wanted to let you know what we're going to be doing this period is working with some models, and Bucky will tell you about that. So I'm going to be up here kind of scooting back and forth with the models. So.
There are a couple things I wanted to say by way of introduction to the models or synergy or mathematics or experience. Bucky evolves through various facets of even his own work, I suppose. And he had said something to Jamie recently, or at least Jamie overheard him saying to someone else recently, that maybe mathematics wasn't quite the right word. Maybe it was really experience that he should be talking about. That's what we ordinarily call mathematics was for Bucky. There were two things I wanted to say, however, before I got into the introduction to the next section, and that one of them was that at lunch, Ellen, my wife, said that she heard one of my younger daughters, who's sitting behind her, the 13-year-old daughter, say, "Oh, I see," a couple of times during Bucky's presentation. And that's really the experience that I'd like to see us have with Bucky, the "oh, I see" kind of experience. And as is usual, the best example, or at least oftentimes the best examples of learning, come from youngsters in their interaction. And my daughter, I thought, was a good example of just exactly how to interact with this. The other thing that I wanted to say was that I certainly wanted to, with everyone, thank Bucky for what he said about our relationship, or his experience of me earlier. And I wanted to share something with you about it, and that was that rather than to experience that as an endorsement or an agreement from Bucky, what I really experienced it as is an opportunity to be the kind of person that he's willing for me to be. And that's, as far as I can tell, what Bucky provides for everybody. He provides for us an opportunity to be the kind of people we would really like to be, and the kind of people we can be. And so I want to thank you for what you said earlier, and tell you that my experience of it is that you've given me an opportunity to be the kind of person that you see I can be by the depth of your experience and the size of your humanity. Thank you for that. I want to do a quick little introduction for this section, if I can. I haven't been able to speak quickly or littly for a long time, but I'm going to work at it here, since I'm really more interested in getting at what Bucky has to say. But I think that the next part that Bucky is going to do is just really vitally important to us. One of the experiences that I've had is over the last 5 years. 5 years ago when I began to do the training, I did the training every weekend. And so as the people taking the training evolved weekend after weekend, you don't notice it because you're up too close to it. But now I do the training perhaps once every 3 to 6 months. And I notice an enormous shift from 5 years ago in where people come into the training. Not what they get out of it, but where they come into the training. This evolution that you speak about, the fact that it is happening is very clear in my experience of the people coming into the training. And I was moved absolutely in the last 2 trainings I did at the end of 1976 to go much further into what I call the abstractions, to go much further into what you talked about as that thing that blocks us, blocks 99% of us, that inability to deal with the underlying principles and the universal and the universals. So what I want to say about it is this: that it is my experience and my observation of people that truly is what robs us of our birthright. That we're literally, to use your words, stopped from participating in our own lives because somehow the way these principles or abstractions or concepts have been presented have stopped us from grasping them and having mastery and power with them. And the thing that really I'm excited about with you, Bucky, is the opportunity that you've given me to participate in these things so that I can get deeper into mathematics and geometry and what you could call experience. I can get deeper into it than I ever could before. And I really want to share that opportunity with people in the room. And I know that and I want to set you up for that. I want to set the people up in the room for that and tell them that it's perfectly all right not to understand at some points. And it's perfectly all right to let pieces go by without being disturbed by it, because what Bucky's taught me in these talks is really the whole. And he hasn't taught me about the mathematics or models, really, even though he'll be talking about mathematics and models. That isn't what you taught me about. What you gave me were these insight into these general relationships, into these universal principles. And I want to give people the opportunity to grasp that. And in order to do that, I'd just like to do a little quick model of my own, if you will. And that is that we're all kind of clear that we have this moment by moment by moment by moment process. We came up with something really brilliant this morning, which I really loved. Oh yes, Bucky said that nature is always and everywhere transforming, and that the secret was to join into the transformation. And in order to join into the transformation, you need the language and the philosophy and the epistemology, if you will. But one of Bucky's associates came up with a word for this called epistemography. Yes. So there's this process, and then there's our memory of the process, the symbols which represent the process, and then there's something which kind of gives rise to the process, not the special case, again to use what Bucky said to us this morning, but the general, the relation between these special cases, the universal relationship between these special cases, and this is a knowledge of a different order than the special case knowledge. As Bucky's already said, it's a knowledge of wholes rather than parts. And so it needs a logic of wholes rather than parts. And the logic of wholes isn't a 1 plus 1 equals 2 logic. It's kind of like 10 equals 9 plus 1 or 8 plus 2 or 7 plus 3 or 2 squared plus 6 or an infinite variety of things. As Bucky so beautifully said, out goes everywhere and in goes one place. So we'll be going out from the universal with this, and enough said. This is a language and a teaching to which the ticket is merely willing to be with it as Bucky presents it. Please.
I said in the previous session that it was so astonishing to me that science, which did require experimental evidence, did deal with tools that had no experimental evidence. I want to really make you feel a little more secure about that you do understand just what I'm saying when I say that. As for instance, when I was taught geometry, and I'm sure you were, the teacher went to the board and she made a little square, and she said, "That's a square." And she said it is an area bound by a closed line of 4 equal length edges and 4 equal angles. And all the geometries she gave me were always areas that were bound by a clothesline of so many edges and so forth. They were areas that were bound, and the geometry was something inside that line that was bound there. She didn't say anything about the other side of the line because it was on a plane that seemingly went to infinity. And as much as it went to infinity, there's nothing she could do about that. The finite was always on one side of a line. It was a completely biased affair. Now, one of the fascinating things about the Greek geometry was the way they started playing the game. But they said they had straight edge, scribe, and dividers, and that's all they could have, and whatever they did had to be proven from the already demonstrated. So if you opened the dividers for a given length, you had to prove things in terms of that length. And so when I see that they left out was the surface in which they're going to scribe, they forgot to say it. That's one of the great differences that came along with Einstein. There's a man, Percival Bridgman at Harvard, who was a great natural science professor, philosophy of science, history and natural science. He was the one who developed the law going down towards absolute zero and extraordinary pressures and so forth. And Percival Bridgman invented a name called operational procedures. He said, how did it happen that Einstein surprised all the sciences? And it said because he introduced operational procedures. What he did was to bring in all the circumstances of the experience. And I'll just give fairly quickly about Einstein, how he came to develop relativity and his concepts about time. He lets us all know how fascinated he was with geometry, all right. And he liked geometry because you learned ways you could prove things yourself. That's a very satisfactory experience. But Einstein, you may remember, not only taught school and so forth, but he also was an examiner in the Swiss Patent Office. And I've taken out many patents, and I'll tell you one of these things about taking out a patent. You make a claim of having an invention, but you also state the circumstances of your times in the view of which this is a surprise and an invention. And so Einstein, as a reviewer of patent applications in Switzerland, would unquestionably the most prominent of all inventions in Switzerland were timekeeping pieces, watches, clocks, chronometers. And so he would read preamble after preamble about timekeeping, finding all of them found there were none of them accurate. And each one of you trying to get a little bit more accurate device. This made Einstein, I'm sure, feel very much about Newton's working assumption really of a quality of time that permeated all universe uniformly. And I think he questioned very much about that. I just wanted to bring this. So yes. Einstein's own observation, and from an operational procedure viewpoint, which is a name that Bridgman gave to bringing all the circumstances, would make it, I'll just give you, this is an example of my own invention, but it was one that, as far as I knew, was satisfactory to Einstein, where I have a man who's in a railroad train going due west, and leans out the window and drops a flaming apple. And he has he has a sextant, so he can measure the angles, and he has a watch, he has a man beside him helping him to keep track of what it is he observes. And he sees this thing seemingly sort of shooting eastward, and he's going westward and gradually going down the track. And he's able to take the full angle of motion, width of the pattern, and the times involved. I have another man who is standing way to the north of the track when this happened, and he sees that flaming apple come out of the window. He sees the line going westward and then down to the track. And here's a sextant. He measures the angle of all involved and so forth. It takes time plotting. There's another man standing way up the track to the westward, and he sees this light simply stay sort of fixed and going down. And he makes measurement, and he makes very faithful measurements. Then there's another man who happened to be standing. There was a train was going over trestle when this happened, so he's down and below, and he makes his observations. They all come out differently. They were all, so this is where you get into matter of the necessity of bringing in all the circumstances. So I'm bringing in the fact that the teacher didn't say anything about this being on the blackboard. She is making this so-called abstraction, saying this goes to infinity. I remember first time the teacher drew a straight line, and she said the line goes on to infinity, and I asked her if she had ever been there. She said no. I said, where does the other end of the line go? She said, that's going to infinity. I said, which way is infinity? So, anyway, she was always having infinity around there, and it excused her from a great deal of the operational procedure stating what else is there. So, I'm now going to point out that I often said to students with me, I'd like you to draw me a triangle, and they say, where should I draw? I say, well, we're outdoors here, draw in the ground. So they get a stick and scratch a triangle, and I say, you made 4 triangles. They say, no, I've just made 1. So I have to prove that they've drawn 4 triangles. And I say, you do this on the Earth, see? And if we have the Earth, and I'm just going to make an equator. This is the equator going around. The North Pole is here. And when we draw, that's a closed line. I've drawn it on the Earth. And it divides the Earth into 2 areas, doesn't it? The southern and northern hemisphere, everybody knows that. So if I draw the line a little further north, what do you call it, 40 degrees north latitude, it divides the Earth into a large southern and a small northern, right? I get way up to the North Pole and I draw a little bit of a ring around here. I divide the whole Earth into 2 areas, one enormous southern and a very tiny little northern, right? Yes. So instead of drawing a circle up here at the North Pole, I'm going to draw a triangle. And I've divided the whole Earth's surface into 2 areas, and each one of the areas is bound by a closed line of 3 edges and 3 angles, which is the definition of a triangle. And so that I said to the boy, you've drawn an enormous triangle here and a little triangle. He said, I didn't mean to draw the big triangle. I said, the trouble is you have, you see. And he said, you must be wrong because I've been taught that the sums of the angles of a triangle is always 180 degrees. I said, they never are. He said, they taught me in school is 180. I said, all right, I've got to prove to you that that isn't correct. So I'm going to take the Earth again. Here's the equator of our Earth. And the equator is called a great circle, is a line formed on the surface of the sphere by a plane going through the center of the sphere. Right? So I have then, I'm going to have the axis of the Earth, the North Pole here, and going down South Pole, and we have then what are called latitude, we have the longitudes. The longitudes are great circles also coming through the North Pole. I'm going to go to the North Pole and take a meridian of longitude, and I'm going to go down to the equator. And this impinges on the equator at 90 degrees because the axis is perpendicular to the plane of the equator. And this goes through that axis. So at the equator, I leave the meridian and go along the equator like this. I go 1/4 way around the Earth. And then I take a meridian back to the North Pole again. And here's so I leave the equator at 90 degrees because meridians impinge at 90 degrees. Because I went 1/4 way around the Earth, this up here has to be 90 degrees. That's right?
Yes.
90, 90, 90. It's 270. It's a very real triangle. It's on our real Earth. It's fairly typical of triangles. If I bisect the edges here and interconnect with another great circle, I get another smaller triangle. The corners will be about 63 degrees each. If I make another triangle smaller than that in here, it gets down to 60 degrees in some minutes, and it keeps approaching 60, but it never gets down to 60. So this is what we call this spherical excess, but the point is it never gets quite to 60. It goes, they never get it right down to 180. There'll always be something other than 180.
Yes.
So now we realize that is so. I can then come back to where we have the Earth and the the triangle little boy drew on it. So here's his Earth, and he's drawn this little triangle here, and he said, well, then this means that this angle out here, if this is 60 plus, and this is 60 plus, and this is 60 plus, this must be 300 degrees here. So we have a big triangle with approximately 300 degrees each, or 900 degrees. It's a big triangle. 60, 60, 60. But the point is, man has been doing all these little things and made himself absolutely innocent of the big things he's inadvertently doing. So, and we get in the ecological and so forth, we throw this little thing over, not realizing what it really is building into in the enormous problems of our Earth today, because things are not going to infinity at all, as we used to think they did, but coming around and hitting us in the back of the head. Now,
Bucky,
I said 4 triangles. What do you want to say?
Just the point is that what I get out of what you're saying so far is that you're talking about real experience here rather than some concept that can't be done experientially. Experientially, we live on a globe. So that's what you're telling me, that you make triangles on globes, this is what comes out of them. They don't go to infinity, they come around and hit you in the back of the head.
Well, I draw that here, and I've done it on the blackboard, haven't I?
Yes.
Right? The blackboard goes around here, doesn't it? I've divided the whole blackboard into 2 areas. All the rest of the blackboard and,
yes.
and this part of here.
Yes.
It was just easier to talk about there.
Yes.
Now, I find then, this is typical, and I said you could not ask people to demonstrate two-dimensionality or a plane that is non-experimentally evident. And that's exactly what they assume. I want to make it clear that science has been making axiomatic assumptions that are absolutely invalid in the terms of really good modern science, such as Einsteinian. Okay?
Yes.
Now that I've come to that much, then the boys, I said he made 4 triangles, and he said, no, he thought only one, so we've shown he did 2, all right. But we've done this on a sphere. And every polyhedron, anything that you can draw on that is a something, is going to be some regular, irregular kind of polyhedron.
Yes.
And it's going to have insideness and outsideness. And this is sphere, so it's concave in the outside and convex in the outside, concave in the inside, and concave and convex are not the same. And energy, radiation impinging on the concave is concentrated, on the convex it is distributed. Fundamentally different than universe, and physics, the physical universe employs this principle a very great deal. So he's drawn a big and a little convex and a big and a little concave.
Ah, yes.
You can't make one without the other. So it doesn't matter just the surface, but the insiders and outsiders also are involved in anything you do, ever. So what we're going to be dealing today is going to be experiential phenomena. We want to use the word mathematics, but absolutely experiential mathematics, no axioms whatsoever. There's nothing self-evident. It must actually be all the reality, nothing but the reality. I'm going to play part of reality and say I'm going to have a universe where there is only gravity. So we're going to have now, that's enough about
Bucky,
that.
Bucky,
Yes.
what about the 300-degree outside angles? Is that always 300 degrees, the outside angles of the triangle?
Well, we have a convention of a circle as saying, we divide it into 360 degrees. You could divide it into 1,000 or any other number you like.
Yes. I meant here, the 300-degree angles. Is it always 300 degrees? 300 degrees? No, that was just
it's
a figure you
just a
picked.
complementary of whatever this is on this side.
Good, got it.
But the little one and the big one will always add up to 360, right?
Fine, got it, yes.
Now, I'm going to, Jamie, like to have those balls. And I have these 2 forms that I've shown these in so many audiences. And should be some people in this audience have seen me do it before. And if you have seen me do it before, I'd like you not to tell anybody next to what it is all about. But I use these as really a very important kind of demonstration because I have confronted mathematical, I was speaking to a large Congress of mathematicians and I confronted them with these and they asked if somebody would come up and put them together in a way that we all would agree was the way. There's a the way. And I had volunteers and they looked them over and they see these quadrangles, they try those and doesn't seem to be very impressive. They try these triangles and then they got these, try these out, they match that way and then they try, you know, making a raft of them just like this and they try putting them end to end like that. Nothing seemed to be very the about it. So they've exhausted all the possible matchings that you can get. So then I explained a phenomenon called precession. And we find that the word precession means the effect of bodies in motion on other bodies in motion. And the effect, for instance, of here's gravity operating between the sun and the earth. But the precessional effect, they're both in motion, of the sun on the earth is to make it is precessional. It makes the earth go in orbit at 90 degrees to the pull of towards the other.
I didn't get that.
Instead of, there's the gravitational pull operating.
Yes.
And the effect of the precession is to make the earth go in orbit around the sun. It acts like a string on a weight. Gravity acts that way, but they're in motion, and so the motion brings about a 90-degree motion and not a falling-in motion.
I see.
Right?
Yes.
This is
Bucky, that's because both of the bodies are in motion, both the sun and the earth? Is that correct?
Yeah. In fact, the whole universe is all in motion, so the inter-effects are all precessional. Now, I just want to show there's something I find humanity deceiving itself a great deal about this precession. I'm going to throw a ball, and we tend to say anybody can throw a straight ball. It takes a great expert to throw a curve. But the fact is I'm going to throw a ball, and I wind up, and I let go of the ball here, but my arms are momentum, so I go on like that. I may spin it a little with my fingers to leave it. But I tend to be, the fact that I can turn my head sideways, looking not in front of me, but this way, makes me say I'm going to throw it to you, and I point at you, and you say I've thrown a straight ball, okay? But the fact is I literally let it go up here. All right, that's not too clear, so I'm not going to play tennis. I want to get the ball to you, so I throw the ball here. And I hit it up there, but it then goes over there, right?
Yes.
If I wanted to go over there, I've got to operate at 90 degrees, I'll tell you that.
Yes.
This is a precessional effect. I find humanity really, a lot of kids who don't know how to play tennis might try to push it 180 degrees like that with a tennis bat. It's not a very good way to do it.
Yes.
Okay? Right. I'm going to precess. I'm going to have a 90-degree effect in here. I'm going to turn this one at 90 degrees. So I'm going to turn it like that. And you can see, if I do that, I want to bring them together. They're obviously not going to fit. So we bring them together that way. Now, the reason this is not obvious to humanity is that you've all been brought up perpendicular and parallel. I'm going to have less applause. We got to get somewhere. Thank you. The universe is operating radiantly, divergently, gravitationally, convergently, not parallel. And this is fundamental of convergence and divergence. So automatically, 2 is going to go to 3, or 3 is going to go to 2, not 2 to 2. The universe is not doing that kind of matching at all. Now, this is the way atoms pack. This is what's called closest packing of atoms.
Yes.
Anyway, this we now have a very familiar form, the tetrahedron. And I find the little child, I want Werner to try to be a little child the rest of this afternoon. And a little child really has a feeling of how do you get things into a corner. If you want to get an answer, you get convergence. You use convergence. You get a funnel. Get things down into the corner. So this is what this kind of thinking does. And we're going to do quite a little of it from this point on. Jamie, let me have some balls. I'm just me, and for the moment, I can, so the simplest me, I sometimes get a little fatter. The simplest me is just a sphere. And I'm just me. There's nothing else in the universe. Because I say if I wanted one word to describe the experienced life, my word is awareness. And I say no otherness, no awareness. So there's nothing to be aware of, so don't know I'm in the universe. Maybe I'm not in the universe. I'm just not as one. But suddenly, I become aware of an otherness. Jamie, you be otherness for a minute. And we learned earlier today about mass attraction of bodies at great distance. So we get mass attracted and we're moving around in our orbits and wow. Now we got together like this and we can't go any further as far as you can go. But you can keep on rolling around on one another, all kinds of different ways. So here are then, I'm awareness. Life has begun. But there is also suddenly another single Jamie. Right, I got two others somewhere that have a space. Here's the two, but this otherness comes in here and it can roll around and then suddenly gets in here. And now it makes a triangle. And before they were able to roll in any kind of way, but now they can't roll any kind of way because if you have two gears, they will go clockwise and counterclockwise, no trouble. If you have three gears, one is going clockwise, the third one doesn't know which way to go. It blocks them. So they can no longer rotate in the plane of the triangle. They made a triangle.
Yes.
But they can do this on each other. There's little axes, each one touch the other twice, so they can involute at this side and involute at this side. Involuting the top and involuting the bottom. Now a sudden otherness in the universe and comes in and this mass attracted to these three and rolls around here a little, gets into here, and then wham, goes into the nest in between the others. And suddenly it stopped it involuting, evoluting. For the first time, they cannot be independent, they become one. And suddenly we find the same form, the tetrahedron we had before. Now, here's tetrahedron, and I had put together those, remember those 10 balls of the tetrahedron. I just wanted to feel this thing. This is something converging and diverging. It was the convergence we had, we'd just been experimenting with. And then the first time, they stabilized one another, and they seem to be some kind of a stable system, yes, a minimum system. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is to show you that they could have come together, two rolling together over here, and two rolling together over here, and then those two groups could have come together. So this fact, that would be the way it would be. Because if there is an otherness, it has its awareness. So this is myself and my awareness and so forth, and we come together, and then we precess. There you are. Beautiful precessional coming together. So our friends have been that way.
Are two of them a system? Are just two a system?
I say, you have two or nothing.
Yes.
Unity is plural and at minimum two. And the minimum kind of a two-ness, even though I look like one sphere, is I have a concave and convex.
Yes.
And they're different.
Okay.
Two is always there. Unity is plural and minimum two.
And is two enough for a system? Can you call this a system?
Well, it's a very complex system because it's a sphere. Now we come back to the old geometry and the Greek definition of a sphere. And the Greeks defined a sphere as a surface equidistant in all directions from a point.
Right.
Now this meant then that it could not have any holes in it because as you came to the radius, the edge of the hole, the radius would change, right?
Yes.
So as defined, no holes, and as defined is to divide the whole universe, all the universe outside the sphere, all the universe inside the sphere, no contact between the two because absolutely no holes. Now physics has discovered no continuums. Physics has finds then that you would have to have a number of holes and say there are no continuums. The nearest definition in the terms of sphere and experience, nearest definition of spherical, I call it spheric experience.
Yes.
In physics is an aggregate of events approximately equidistant in approximately all directions from one approximate event.
Yes.
It's the nearest you could get, and you have to have time to do the measuring, and unquestionably you're getting out of gear with all the motion of the universe. So that it just be a very approximate kind of sphere. That's all you will ever have. But it will always consist of a plurality of separate events. All right.
So then the Greek definition's impossible according to physics.
Of course, because we have the great second law of thermodynamics, that every system is always losing energy. And if it had no holes in it, there'd be no energy taken on or lost. That sphere is defined, you could throw away the rest of the universe, could be adequate to itself. It would be perpetual, it's the first perpetual motion machine. So we find that
Physics has...
Right, because it is a plurality of events, approximately equidistant, and nature always does things most economically. Therefore, the events would be related by chords and not by arcs.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Everybody got that, do you think?
But can you... Oh, you got it.
I have a lot of these events here, and they're always going to be related most economically to all the nearest events. So they would not use here's a chord and here's an arc. They would not use the arc, they would use the chord. That's most economical. So they would be chorded together. And each one of these dots would then be connected to all the nearest ones around it. And you find all that happens is they turn into a geodesic sphere.
Yes.
It's omnitriangulated, because you can't get a lesser area than the triangle between them. So that you would get the simplest, what we men call then, the simplest sphere. What is the simplest sphere? One that has the least number of those points equidistant from a common radius.
Yes.
A common point, right?
Yes.
That would be the simplest sphere. This is a very complex sphere, really a great many little crystals. You find very rough here, but actually they're all interconnected, these most economical relationships. Whether it's the dust motes on our Earth or the atoms on our Earth, they're interconnected by their little chords.
Yes.
Now, we find that the sums of the angles around a vertex of chords is different from around 360 degrees around if they were arcs.
Say it again, Bucky.
Because a chord is nearer to the center of this chord is nearer the center of the sphere than are its ends, right?
Yes.
So its ends are emerging. So as different chords come together inside, they are emerging. But they will always be around them a sum of angles less than they would if they came together as a flat here.
Got it.
The mathematicians said that for an infinitesimal moment, that Greek sphere was congruent with the plane to which it was tangent. In other words, they assumed 180 degrees around every point on the sphere, and we find that's one of the things that's not so, which is one of the things we're going on to develop here, which will show up a great deal in mathematics. Anyway, what I want to get at is present time then is that the sphere was then something to do with certain great many events equidistant from a central action. So the simplest one we would have an insiders out having a center, and have how many points could you have that had insiders and outsiders?
Uh-huh.
That comes to be the next thing you have. You
Yes.
find that 2 points do not have insiders and outsiders.
Right.
Then we have 3 points. They don't have, it said to define a plane, but we've now discovered you can't have a plane of no dimension.
Yes, but it looks like, Bucky...
When I get 4 points, for the first time I have insiders and outsiders.
Yes, we've been taught, however, and often think that 3 points gives us... We've been taught and often think that 3 points makes inside and outside.
So we said a plane, you kid yourself, you could have a plane of no thickness.
Yes, exactly. So it really takes 4 points.
I'm saying you can't have a plane unless it has thickness.
Yes.
Now, one of the games that mathematicians play topologically is assuming surfaces that don't have any other side and things like that, really games that cannot be experimentally demonstrated. There's nothing the matter with mathematicians playing games. Games are games. but when it comes to the physicists employing a game where you can't have experimental evidence, I say he's no longer a physicist.
Yes. So it takes 4 points to have inside and outside.
That's right.
With 3 points, you perhaps have the concept of inside-outside, but you don't have the experience inside-outside.
It has betweenness, but no insiderness, outsideness.
Between.
Find a plane, we've now discovered you can't have a plane of no dimension.
Yes, but it looks like, Bucky.
When I get 4 points, for the first time, I have insideness and outsideness.
Yes, we've been taught, however, and often think that 3 points gives us we've been taught and often think that 3 points makes inside and outside.
So we said a plane, you kid yourself, you could have a plane of no thickness.
Yes, exactly. So it really takes 4 points.
I'm saying you can't have a plane unless it has thickness.
Yes.
Now, one of the games that mathematicians play topologically is assuming surfaces that don't have any other side and things like that, really games that cannot be experimentally demonstrated. There's nothing the matter with mathematicians playing games. Games are games. but when it comes to the physicists employing a game where you can't have experimental evidence, I say he's no longer a physicist.
Yes. So it takes 4 points to have inside and outside.
That's right.
With 3 points, you perhaps have the concept of inside-outside, but you don't have the experience inside-outside.
It has betweenness, but no insiderness, outsideness.
Between, but not inside and outside.
Right.
So 4 points is the minimum number of points.
The word inside has to be inside of a side.
Yes, fine, I got it.
Right. So
the inside of a side, yes.
We come really to a minimum. Let's have the game of the necklace, Jamie. I'm going to be a little child now playing a game. My mother has a necklace. She's a great big woman, so the necklace is quite large. And I like it very much, and I can put it over the chair. I can put it all around. It bends and drapes over all kinds of things. It's wonderful. But I want to know, I keep playing with it, and I find that this is not changing its length. The sticks are not changing, nor are they bending.
Yes.
It's only between them they're bending. These angles where everything goes on. Whatever is making it flexible is to do with these things. So a child, I want to get rid of these sticks because they're not doing anything about giving my necklace. I want to know why it does what it does. So I'm going to get rid of everything that. So the child begins to reduce things that way. Yes. You find they're continually tearing things apart, throwing away parts, and trying to find out what is really worthwhile. So I'm now down to my necklace getting a little smaller, but still very flexible. I need Jamie maybe stand near me because these things are misbehaving a little. So here's my necklace, and I'm going to take out maybe take out 2 this time, getting a bit sort of slow. So I'm down to 4 of them. And it's a necklace. I have a V in front and a V down my back. And folds up like that. Incidentally, this is what the teacher told me about the square, you remember? The only reason it did that is because the blackboard held it in shape. And she never recognized the blackboard, remember? Now, anyway, this is like this, so I'm going to take out 1 more. Leave on that. So I'm down to 3. And for the first time, it doesn't drape. It's holding a shape. It holds a shape! I guess it holds a shape. Boy, I can get my head through it and everything. It has a hole in it, and it holds its shape. Then I discovered I can't have a polygon of less than 3 sides. So suddenly, No longer, I can't put my head through it anymore.
Yes.
So this is the minimum polygon. A little child has found minimum polygon. The last case of polygon is the only one that holds the shape.
Uh-huh.
So, you got a cube there, Jamie?
Yeah.
I'm going to hold on to this because I like it so much. When I went to school, they taught me then everything was made out of cubes. Eh? Teach architecture, that, so. This is mine, this one I want. Now I want to have something that I can get inside. Children love to get inside and outside of things, to go back in the womb, get inside the bed and outside. So I want to have a minimum something I can get inside and outside.
Yes.
Now, I'm a child, and I got two triangles here. I like my triangles so much, I got two of them. And I find that there's two triangles. I'm going to put this one together with that one. I got to break it open at some point. So I'm going to be very consistent. I call this male, and this is female. An angle is female, this is male. And male to female. I'm going to have male to female, male, female. I'd have another male to female. Another male, another female. I put two triangles together. I got four triangles. Boy, that's great. I can get inside of it. Wonderful.
Yes. So that's 4 out of 2.
So this is synergy.
Yes.
What was actually there? There was an angle, and they're complementing one another.
What do you mean by complement, Bucky?
Well, I opened it up.
Yes.
And it really was open. It needed stabilizing, so these stabilize one another.
Got it.
And right now, here is the minimum inside and outside, 4 points.
Minimum solid?
Minimum system.
Minimum system.
No solids about it at all. It's a
Okay.
Minimum system is the minimum something.
Okay, I got it, yes.
Minimum something.
Yes, yes.
And something I can point to, and it has insideness and outsideness, and it consists entirely of triangles. So it's a minimum system in the universe, and only a triangle holds its shape.
And only...
And I want to have a word, I want to define structure.
Yes.
And I found that engineering has no definition of structure, nor does physics. By structure, I mean a complex of events which interact with one another to produce a stable pattern.
Okay.
I have 3 independent edges and 3 independent flexible corners. And they interact with one another. They have the triangle back, Jamie. They're interacting in these 6 parts interacting with one another to produce a stable pattern.
So that's a structure.
Yeah. This is structure. Triangle is structure. Structure is triangle. Now, how and why does it do what it does? Remember the principle of leverage.
Yes.
Okay? Every pair of scissors is a pair of 2 levers with a common fulcrum. And the longer the handles, the more powerful the shears, right? So what we have here is this is a tension fulcrum, as Galileo showed you could use.
That's a tension fulcrum?
Fulcrum.
Yes.
And this is a pair of levers.
Yes.
Because if I open this up here, then I can take the 2 and they simply go like that.
Yes,
The
got
third
it.
side then is a push-pull member, which with minimum effort, by taking hold of the ends of the levers, stabilizes the opposite angle.
Yes.
Each one of these stabilizes the opposite angle with minimum effort. Nature does always say minimum effort.
Bucky, once more, between the 2 levers, what is this member called?
I call it a push-pull member.
Push-pull member, fine.
Because all structures have both push and pull.
And these are tension fulcrums?
Yeah, that's the tension fulcrum, right?
Got it.
So now, now we see these 6 parts interacting to produce a stable pattern.
That's minimum structure.
Right. So this is a minimum system, and consists of 4 minimum structures. Therefore, it's a minimum structural system in the universe. Boy, that ought to be something pretty important.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Bucky, it should be. It should be something pretty important because of the universal rule about nature works with the greatest economy.
Yeah.
So if you've come to the minimum structure and the minimum system, you are now talking about the way nature works. That's what would make it something pretty important. Yes.
So important that it is all there is. Anything that we can point to. Yeah. Now I should have the.
I wanted to share an experience, a realization I had about triangles, because I don't think people really get it, that everything that is out here in physical reality that has shape and exists in time exists by the fact of its triangles.
That's right. Anything you say, I recognize that. The recognition is because there's some pattern stability. And you can't have any pattern stability except by virtue of triangles. So anything you say, I recognize as pattern, it goes back to triangle. Now, I would like, the next thing, Jamie, would be, maybe have slides. This is a picture you recognize right away of the landing on the moon. But in the foreground are some rocks. I want you to look at those rocks very carefully, and you'll find that you can't have a rock of less than 3 faces around a corner.
Yes.
You can't have a rock of less than 3 faces around a corner. May I have another picture? Next one is going to be of Mars.
That is Mars.
Oh, this is the Mars. Both Mars and Moon, you can look at all the rocks, and there's never a rock of less than 3 faces around a corner. Quite a lot of them are that way. And they will then, I find, not only then can they have to have 3 faces around a corner, but every face, a minimum face, would have to have 3 edges.
Yes.
So you can't get a something anywhere in the universe of less than tetrahedron.
Got it.
This is the minimum something of universe. The minimum point ability.
Yes.
And it always has inside and outside. So in the minimum, we get to the minimum something, we don't start off with that there's something called 4, 1, and 1. There's 4 vertexes, there's 4 faces, there's 6 edges.
So this has 4 vertexes,
Yep.
4 corners.
Yeah, those are convergences, 4 corners.
Right. 4 faces.
So the corners are really the tuned in.
Yes.
And the faces are tuned out.
Got it. Yes.
Those are the outness and the innesses.
Yes. And the
There's always 6 relationships. Okay? Now, I said the minimum something in the universe has 6, and I spoke to you earlier today. With every turn to play, you get 6 moves.
Yes.
This is to do with that right here. Now, later on we get into topology, and you discover how very clear that is. Now, that's enough about the. There's no more, Jamie, out there of the.
That was it.
Right. I just want to. We find it very exciting. I've gotten the NASA to give me lots of the best pictures. You get these lovely pictures of them, and you go around looking at. You try to break up rocks yourself. Take a hammer, and keep breaking it up, and you can't get down to less than 3 faces around the corner. So that we get down to break it into sand, and it's just the way it's going to be. Get down to the crystals, always going to come out that way. At the minimum something, this is the minimum something. Okay. Now, here we are, experimental scientists, and we want to know how to really operate. And so from now on, we're going to pursue this subject. Next Amy comes on the list.
The cheese tetra.
Okay. I'm going to take all the remember the protonic solids, where you had identical at length edges, identical faces, and so forth, where you have the cube is most outstanding in the old protonic game. But the tetrahedron is in there, and there's the octahedron with 8 triangular faces and the icosahedron with 20 triangular faces. You have the dodecahedron with 12 pentagons, and we have also, not quite so symmetrical, what they call the rhombic dodecahedron with 12 diamonds. Now, I'm going to take all those platonic solids and make them out of cheese.
What's a platonic solid again? Once more, Bucky, a platonic solid is defined as?
The cube he starts off with, he has tetrahedron, octahedron, and dodecahedron. Those are and the icosahedron.
And what's the rule for a platonic solid?
All the edges and all the faces are the same. They're identical all the way over.
Got it.
All symmetrical.
Fine.
Now, I'm going to take those and make them out of firm cheese. I'm going to take the firm cheese cube and slice parallel to one of its faces.
Yes.
What is left over is no longer a cube.
No.
Right, I take the octahedron and slice parallel to one of its faces. What's left over is no longer the hexagon, that face, a triangle, so it's no longer symmetrical, right?
Yes.
I take then the dodecahedron with the 12 slice, no longer the same. With one exception. We take the cheese tetrahedron.
Yes.
And slice parallel to one of its faces, comes out a regular tetrahedron. For a very simple reason, let's take a triangle. You take a square or any other polygon, is a square, and if I slice parallel to one edge here, what's left over is no longer, right?
Yes.
But if I take a triangle, it doesn't make it. If I slice parallel, it's the same triangle.
Oh, I got it. Yes, I see.
A triangle, you cannot violate the triangle. It's the only polygon you can't violate.
So what's left after the slice is still...
I found then I slice parallel to the tetrahedron face here, and what's left over is a regular tetrahedron.
Got it. And a regular tetrahedron.
Yeah.
Yes.
Every edge is exactly the same length. So now I slice parallel to another face. It gets a little smaller, same absolutely regular tetrahedron. Try all 4 faces. You find only the tetrahedron can accommodate asymmetrical operations in our universe without losing the integrity of its symmetry.
Got it.
Now, whereas the cube has only 3 planes, 2 parallel to one another, so it's 3-dimensional.
Yes.
The tetrahedron has 4 planes.
Yes.
Absolutely unique. This is 4-dimensionality, and the other is 3-dimensional.
Yes.
So what we're dealing in here is nature's not only a minimum structural system in the universe, but a capability to accommodate asymmetrical operations in our universe, all the divergences, anything we know. All the abnormalities can be accommodated without losing the coordinate symmetry.
Yes. Now, what was the relationship between what you just said and the statement before that, that the cube had 3
planes, 3 sets parallel to one another?
Yes.
Has then perpendiculars, so it has 3 sets of perpendiculars to 3 planes. That's what you call 3 dimensions.
Yes. This is also 3 dimensions, no?
No, it is 4 planes of symmetry.
Got it.
And we deal in its perpendiculars, they're absolutely unique, and we deal in 60-degree coordination and not 90-degree coordination.
Yes.
And
so these planes are 60 degrees to each other?
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. Well, I can have a perpendicular to one of the face planes. You can see that.
Yes.
So, but anyway, it turns out to be utterly 4-dimensional. So I gave you earlier about gears.
Yes.
And 2 gears could reciprocate. 4 gears can, positive, negative. 3 gears cannot, 5 cannot. When you deal in 3-dimensionality, you have a static non-accommodation of an all-motion universe. And when we deal in the 4-dimensionality, it accommodates all the intertransformers, which we're going to run into very seriously here.
Bucky, are you saying from that, does it follow from that, when you try to reduce the universe down to 3 dimensions, what you essentially do is to stop it or fix it artificially?
You can't get it down to, you can't demonstrate it to me.
That's right, not experimentally, but conceptually, we talk about 3 dimensions. Mm-hmm. And what I'm asking you is that the flaw in the notion of 3 dimensions that you make the universe static, which it never is experientially?
Yeah, that is certainly one of its flaws.
Yes.
One of its non-agreement with experience.
Yes, okay.
And so when I'm using this thing, the x, y, z coordinates are centimeter-grams second, where you have a cube of water at a given temperature as your basic measurement. Say, what shape was that thing? And if you want to make this hold its shape, it has 6 faces.
Yes.
And you take the 6, you put a diagonal in each one of those, and it triangulates it, right?
Yes.
And pick up that tetrahedron, Jamie, and put it in there. Or you do it, Werner. Make the diagonal correspond with each of the faces. Here's one across the top. Look, you hold that on that corner, Werner, down to that corner. It is only the tetrahedron that makes the cube hold its shape. So the 6 diagonals of the 6 faces then give you, when it holds its shape, because it always has a tetrahedron in it holding it.
Yes.
You can see that? I wonder if everybody can see that form. We hold it up above our heads a little. So you can see the diagonal of each of the square faces, what holds its shape. Okay? Now, next thing we're going to come to. I'm going to...
Bucky,
yeah.
I want to be clear that you're really saying that part of, I want to be clear that you're really saying that part of the stupidity that we have about the world is the notion of 3 dimensions.
Right.
It's not, and the stupidity, what goes along with that is the idea that the cube is the building block of the universe,
That's right.
and the square, it's lower order, when in fact the triangle is the building block, and the tetrahedron, so the triangle is the lower order, and the tetrahedron is the building block.
So the engineers have to keep putting in all these triangles to hold the architect's square buildings together.
Okay, yep.
Now, I want to... Jamie, it's going to be necessary for me to say a little now for a minute or two. Okay. I gave you synergy, and therefore I want to really always work from the whole to the particular.
Yes.
And whereas the Greeks did have that game of the straight edge and scribe and dividers, but forgot about the surface they're scribing on, I want to be not guilty of such a thing. I want to then... I've gotten to, with you, down to a minimum something in the universe.
Yes.
And a minimum something has to be tetrahedron.
Yes.
So what we used to talk about as a point
Yes.
was very, very innocent. I don't like that word stupid we were using a few minutes ago. That human beings were very earnest and really did try very hard to get some logic and proof. There was no question about that.
Yes.
But they didn't know the Earth was so big. They didn't know we were on a planet. They really did think we were on a plane going to infinity.
Yes.
Right. And the cubical blocks did seem to hold together. And you pile them up, you don't see anything go wrong about it. The fact is that our Earth is such a big sphere that if I took 2 city block areas, and I'm going to build a building on each one of those city blocks, and I'm going to build each one of them in relation to a plumb bob in the middle of each of the blocks. So the plumb bobs will be a block apart in the middle. So you start making them very carefully. The walls start absolutely together. Not until you get to 100 stories high, you get to where there's an inch between the 2. Not until you get to the height of Mount Fuji, you get a foot between the 2. In other words, it's very easy that how the Greek world could have felt how satisfactory that cube was. I don't want to make them seem to be stupid at all.
Yes.
However, now we've got to get on. You and I is pretty tiny. We really want to get on this big universe. We have to play the game the way the universe is playing it.
Yes.
That's what we're trying to find out here. So I'm going to... we were also taught then about the cube. We had multiplication by addition. We kept making more. And we find one of the things that quantum mechanics developed recently did, because physics came to discover that the universe is energy. The physical universe is energy, radiant as matter, convergent as matter, and divergent as radiation, convertible one and the other. But always, apparently, no energy being lost, so there's just so much energy. And we find then that nature then, with a given amount of energy, could do a few great big things infrequently, or a whole lot of little things very frequently.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
So that we have multiplication only by division.
Yes.
And that is really the essence of quantum. Now, I would like to carry on, do some quantation. We've got to the minimum something in the universe, which is the tetrahedron.
Yes.
And I want to do something that you and I can do really very reliably. I would like to, can I halve the tetrahedron? If I can halve it and then halve it and halve it, and see if we can find out some other of the forms that we're familiar with, the other symmetries, like the octahedron and so forth.
Yes.
So that's what we're going to do now. We have here a tetrahedron. I want to cut it in two. Jamie, will you take a knife and just cut it, literally cut it in two? How do you cut it in two? You remember, I could spin it on its mid-edge, the tetrahedron. One of them in my hands. I can spin it like this. These 6 edges, the mid-edges, and then get an equator of the spin. So they just cut it on the equator of the spin. But you take it apart, James, and hold the 2 parts up. There are the 2 parts. They correspond to what you've been just seeing here. Now you can see the 2 square halves. Now I'd like to take each one of those halves and cut each one of those in 2 again.
Bucky, are those two these two?
Just the same thing, sir.
These two are exactly the same.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
The reason that this did what it did here is that where, remember I got 3 coming to 2, they're coming together 60-degree angles and not 90.
Yes.
And where they actually come together, the touching point is a square.
Yes, got it.
Okay?
And it's obvious that these are the 2 halves
There's
here.
the 2 halves right there, right. So now here, now will you cut those in half again, Jamie? We had a green equator, a white equator, and a blue equator. And they cut it on the white equator first. Now, let me see then, you got 4 parts now. You can call these icicles. I want everybody to see them. I might put them out really where they're good and clear out in the brown carpet. But side by side. I want everybody to see they're just the same halves. Each one of those now is a quarter of a tetrahedron. Now we cut those in 2 again. The way you do it, notice you got 2 equilateral triangles on the base. You got a form here that has yellow base and red base. Same altitude, same base. You're going to cut these apart in those 2. One's going to be an asymmetrical tetrahedron, and the symmetrical tetrahedron, but they have the same base and same altitude, so the volumes are the same.
I see.
So we cut them in 2 again.
Now the volume of the 2 pieces Jamie has are both the same.
Yeah.
Each has they're equal in volume.
They both have the same equilateral triangular base.
Yes.
They have exactly the same altitude, so the volumes are the same. But one is symmetrical and the other is asymmetrical.
You get that? Same base?
Yes.
So this is now 1/8 of an octahedron, because I cut it up into, I cut it once in 2 halves and the quarters. Now this is 1/8 and this is 1/8.
Yes.
Now I'd like to have the 4 little tetrahedra together, side by side, put them the same attitude, right. Same attitude, okay. Then we got 4 of these. Everybody can see those are the same. So these are, each one of those are 1/8 of the octahedron, of the original tetrahedron. Now I'm going to take the 4 1/8 asymmetrical, which have a 90 degrees, you can see. We bring these together. Jamie, would you pick up the other 2 there? Turn that. Each one of those is like the Egyptian pyramid. It's a half an octahedron. This is an octahedron. 8 equilateral triangular faces.
Yes.
And it consists of 4 1/8 tetrahedra. So it amounts to really 1/2. This is 1/2 of the original big tetrahedron.
Yes. So a half a tetrahedra is
So those 4 there are the other half.
Yes.
Now, let's put that sort of quickly together. Put the 4 tetrahedra, one on top, one on each of the corners there. one down there. So I just wanted to see, that's another way which we could have had it. We could have bisected the edges and removed the four corners. And you would then, because you had, when you double the dimension, linear is 2, the volume is 8.
Yes.
So I take away 4 little tetrahedra from the big tetrahedron. Let's do that. Take away the reds, drop them off. And you have then, this is then equal to 4 little tetrahedra.
Yes.
Okay. So the octahedron now, when the little tetrahedron, it is about 4 times the volume of that, but it's only 1/2 of the original tetrahedron. And we begin to, that business of dividing the edges is very important. Now I'd like to have each one of these. This is now then 1/8 of an octahedron.
Yes.
You see that has 90-degree corners at the center because the octahedron has 4-fold symmetry of 4 corners, 4 triangles around each corner, okay?
Yes.
X, Y, Z coordinates go between its corners.
Yes.
Right. I'm going to take now, I need your help, boys. Bending over is bad. May I have 4 of these? 4 1/8 octahedra. And Jamie, you stand up, hold up 1 tetrahedron.
You want to tape it?
I want to take, you see this equal-hour triangular face, which
Yes.
used to be on the octahedron, which we know matched the tetrahedron on the corners, remember?
Yes.
So I'm going to know this will fit onto here. Note it.
Yes, I remember.
We put 1 of these on each of the faces. Can everybody see what we're doing all right? We're taking the tetrahedron and putting a 1/8 octahedron on each corner because these equal-hour triangular faces match. What does that give us? This here's our friend the cube. Now,
That's beautiful.
what we had is a tetrahedron. If we call the little tetrahedron 1, the octahedron has a volume of 4, right?
Yes.
And a 1/8 octahedron would be 1/8 of 4, which is a 1/2. Each one of those is a half.
Yes.
So I took 4 times a half, which is 2, and I added to 1 tetrahedron, which is 1. So the tetrahedron, the octahedron, the cube's volume is 3.
Yes.
When tetrahedron is 1, cube is 3, octahedron is 4. All these Platonic solids, when you started with a cube, came out irrational numbers except the cube, and now when you're using tetrahedron as unity, all coming out rational.
Yes. So go over the...
Now,
Bucky-
Jamie, we'd like to cut up the tetrahedron some more.
Bucky, go over that last point one more time. Go over the point
Right.
about the number of the cube.
You all remember, let's pick these up again. Take 4 of these together. I want to see the Egyptian pyramid. You all recognize the Egyptian pyramid here? I got it.
Bucky, let them see it on that side too, if you will.
Okay? You all see that all right? And I used the other half and it made the octahedron, remember that?
Yes.
So that's where the 8 faces are. We had then we had this octahedron plus 4 tetrahedron on its corners. Remember those? Put a couple up on here, Jamie. 1 on top here. Remember that? And so it was going on to make the regular tetrahedron. Remember that? Here's a great half tetrahedron right here. Remember it? Remember this half of the tetrahedron?
Yeah, turn to that direction.
That's one of these, huh?
Can you all see that half tetrahedron split that way with a square center?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I had the octahedron then had, this is 1/8 octahedron. The octahedron, when we had a tetrahedron in the center, we had an octahedron with plus 4 tetrahedron in each of its corners, making the big tetrahedron.
Yes.
And the big tetrahedron is a volume of 8, and we took away 4 corners, 4 from 8, left you 4. The octahedron is 4.
Yes.
1/8 of an octahedron is then 1/2. So each one of these units here is a half of a regular tetrahedron.
Yes.
So then I took 4 of those. Let's take another tetrahedron here. And I'm going to, because you see the faces match. Those equal out triangular faces match. And we know this is 90 degrees here because it was cut to the center x, y, z coordinates.
Yes.
So I put 4 1/8 octahedron on the 4 faces of the I match the equal out triangle faces to the equal out triangle faces. Down here. There we are. There's another cube. We've got 2 cubes. And right, make it clear again, we added 4 1/8 octahedra. Octahedron had a volume of 4, so an 1/8 octahedron is 2, and 4 times 2, 4 times a half is 2.
Yes.
I add a volume of 2 to a tetrahedron's volume of 1, making it a volume of 3.
And so the cube then comes out a volume of 3.
3, right.
Whereas the tetrahedron is your initial volume, so a volume of 1.
Right. Now
when do we get the 4, Bucky?
this,
Where are the other volumes?
the octahedron is a volume of 4.
Fine. That's it. That's what I wanted. Thank you.
Now, you remember nature is always most economical.
Yes.
Right? So if you're counting the universe in cubes, you're taking up 3 times as much space as you would in a tetrahedron.
Yes, I got it.
And nature couldn't afford to do that. And she would not be very inclined to use that kind of a cube anyway, which had no strength. Inasmuch we find then that the tetrahedron is the minimum structural system in the universe, and it is the minimum way of accounting volumetrically.
Yes, I want one more thing, Bucky. If you start out with the cube as the volume of 1,
Yeah.
what does it bring the tetrahedron out to?
All irrational numbers.
All the other shapes become irrational.
Yeah.
So then I just want to make sure that we've been clear about that. When you start out with a tetrahedron, all the other shapes then are
They all
rational.
come out rational.
Very good.
Now,
Thank you.
I did all that through halving. I want to do another form of halving.
Yes.
They're coming out with another model here.
Why don't we keep the model back here so everybody can see it?
Right.
I think that'll be good.
I got it, Bucky.
What is that for?
This is for tape.
Oh.
For tape.
Why not put it one side in the way of the show? Good. No, thank you. Now, there's another way in which you can have a tetrahedron. You have all the perpendicular bisectors of each of the triangular faces, and if I were to cut down this face with a knife and right along this edge here, can you see that?
Yes.
I can cleave it down like that, or I could cleave it this way, cut it into 2 halves, right?
Yes.
So that's what we're going to do now.
Great.
But notice that every one of the faces has, because it's a triangle, has 3 perpendicular bisectors.
Now, wait a minute. Every one of the faces. Yes, I got it, Bucky.
Because it has 3, it's dividing each of those triangular faces into 6.
Yes.
This introduces the prime number 3.
So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Right. So inadvertently, while I'm deliberately halving, I'm also introducing 30.
Because of 4.
Because I'm dealing in a triangular symmetry.
Yes, got it.
The triangle itself introduces the 3ness. So,
Yes, got it.
Jamie, you're cutting it all apart now?
Yeah. It's going to...
We got it 2 halves there, fine. Now, I would like you, James, those are 2 halves. There's another way you can halve this again by cutting here, James.
Raj had a system here.
Right.
So what is the rule
Raj,
for
just
halving
down
this,
yeah,
Bucky?
that's right, Raj.
What's the rule for having this shape? Does this shape have a particular name?
You can see those are two halves, can't you? Let me show these. See this right perpendicular thing here? These two are halves. Can you see them all right?
Yes.
What we did, how do you do it? Just put this in a chopping block like this. It has symmetry to start over, so you simply take the mid edge here, perpendicular edge, cut down like that.
Great.
All right. Now, Raj, go ahead with the next act.
Next axe.
I want to leave that blue base there. That's it, James. No, not the bottom down, not the bottom.
Yellow face?
This short yellow line, Jamie.
You almost got it here.
This should be
It is cutting this loose here. Yeah. There you are. Right on. Cut that log, that base. You're quite right.
Okay. What, no.
No, I think this is your boy.
That's right. Got it. Wait.
I wanted to get. Did I cut you?
No.
I wanted this to come around here. That's why I didn't mean to cut it that off. Remember? Right. Bring these around together.
I got it. No, wait.
You need that over there. Right. Jamie, cut that piece loose.
Does Bucky want that over there?
That's it. Now cut that other one loose.
Aha.
I've now cut this one. Wait, keep yours away, Raj. Keep yours away. Leave this down, dear boy. These are two halves now. Now you can open up yours. These are what we call quarter tetrahedra.
Yes.
And each of the quarter tetrahedra is divided into 6 parts. And the 4 quarters times 6, 24 of these, what we call the A modules. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, and there's 12 there.
Yes. You call these what, Bucky? Did you say A modules?
A module.
I see.
Of the A module. Cut this loose, James.
So was there 2 ways to have a half? Raj? Were there 2 ways to have the half?
Make them all nice and symmetrical here now. Line them up. That's it. Line that one up. Right. I want you to see, everybody, that you've now cut the tetrahedron into 4 parts. And each one is what we call a quarter of a tetrahedron. And this is the center of gravity of the big tetrahedron we started with. And now I'm going to take, you have a big octahedron for me.
You don't mean from this thing?
Big octahedron, right, very good. It isn't big enough, is it, Matt, huh? Try it. I want to put one of these on each of the faces. It's not big enough. We need a big octahedron to do it.
We can do it out of the A and B modules.
Yeah, we're set up to do it with this.
All right. Large. It can be done quite rapidly by just putting these, turn this other way.
Back together.
Open it up. Turn the other way. Back to back. If you can put these together around the octahedron, it comes out.
Uh-huh.
When you get the 4 of them together, it makes what we call the rhombic dodecahedron.
We need 8 of them.
You're going to need 8.
You got the other 2 there, right?
But we need 8. We only have 4.
That's right, we need 8.
Yeah,
do it with
we're
the
set up to use,
A&B
we're set up to use this to do that.
We can do it there, right. This is going to make what we call the rhombic dodecahedron. You add 8 of these quarter tetrahedra to the 8 faces of the octahedron.
Say it again, Bucky, one more
Take
time.
8
Of these,
quarter tetrahedra.
quarter
So
tetrahedra.
that is a volume of 2, 8 times a quarter.
Got it.
And add that 2 to the 8 faces of the octahedron,
Yes.
and you'll find it going to come together with the 12 diamond faces, what we call the rhombic dodecahedron,
Yes.
whose volume is 6.
So that you have some sense of what my sense is, that Bucky's showing us, is the relationships between the relationships between the relationships. And what you can get out of this, even if you can't follow each particular step, is that you can get that there's a relationship from a relationship from a relationship. And remember, it all started out with Bucky's tetrahedron. That's all he's done here is tetrahedron.
But the point is, this is multiplication by division.
Yes.
I'm cutting up unity, and I'm cutting it in symmetrical manner. I was only allowed to halve, and in doing my halving, I've inadvertently come into 24ths of a tetrahedron and 8ths of a tetrahedron and so forth.
So now we're
Eighths and
going to
16.
4/8,
Right.
which is 2, plus the
Two-
isohedron.
two sets of those now, Jamie, yeah.
See, we've taken 2 tetrahedrons here and cut them again into 4ths, which is the same as this. And now we're gonna
We've got too much around. People can move that tetrahedron down, move everything away that's irrelevant. Here is then, cut those apart. Those are each 1/4 tetrahedron. I want them cut apart. So I want to see 8 1/4 tetrahedra. Okay? Sure that we can count them up, that there are 8 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Now they have an equilateral triangular base. The octahedron has an equilateral triangular face. We're going to put one of these on each one of the faces here. Pick them out one by one. Don't get in the way of people seeing. Be sure, James, lower it, wait, pick it up and let everybody see it come down, that it matches neatly. All right. Now we tape it in place. And we have another face, number 2. Between these two, here, it's slipping off. Okay, now we got another face to put them on here. Number 3. Paste in each, the middle of each of the 3 faces. Middle of this 3 edge here. That's it. All right, that's enough of that. Now we've got another face. Place. Now we've got one more face here, another face. And one more. I got some more, haven't you?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. That's it.
It's called Fuller's Sandcastle, isn't it, Bucky?
Well, the sandcastle watch out and doesn't watch out.
All right.
Will not watch out.
Non-washable out Fuller Sandcastle.
You mustn't get too childish on me.
All right.
Here is what we call the rhombic dodecahedron. Notice the beautiful thing that these on this they come together and make a beautiful plane independently.
Yes.
You got 12 diamond faces. That's why the dodeca is a rhombic dodeca, because those diamonds are called a rhombus. So, the rhombic dodecahedron, and we've added 8 1/4 tetrahedra, which is a volume of 2,
Right.
to an octahedron, a volume of 4. So its volume is 6. Here we have another beautiful symmetrical forms of nature, and it is in the same rational value with the tetrahedron.
Yes.
Now, this happens to be a very particularly important kind of a form. I mean, I have these close-packed spheres of the... Here they are, James. When spheres close-packed around one another, you can get six around one, like that, a hexagon. You get 3 in the top, 3 in the bottom. You can get 12 around one. A nucleus of spheres is 12 around one.
Is that 12 around 1, Bucky?
No, there's actually is no nuclear ball in here. The nearest is in the middle of a face.
Got it, okay.
If I put another layer on it, it would be a nucleus, and you'd find it have 12 close packed around it. And this nuclear sphere with 12 close packed around it, then, there's spaces between the spheres in closely packing. And those spaces are also symmetrical.
Yes.
They're constant to each sphere. Each sphere has its own domain of space.
So you're talking about the space in here
that's
between
right,
the spheres.
That's right. There's all the spaces between them. So when they come together, where there are 12 points of tangency around each sphere, 12 points.
Yes.
And those 12 points of tangency are the mid-faces of these diamonds.
The 12 points of tangency are the mid-faces.
Right in the middle there, right. Put your finger. That's where the sphere comes.
I see.
The
Or
sphere
here.
inside of here. Now, if you take rhombic-dodecahedra
I got it.
and put them together, they fill all space the way cubes do.
Yes.
Each one is the domain of a sphere.
Yes.
We have a most beautiful condition here now. What we're discovering is that when the tetrahedron's volume is 1, and the cube is 3, and the octahedron is 4, the rhombic dodecahedron is 6, which is the domain of a sphere, the sphere itself volume is exactly 5.
Uh-huh.
One, well, all the prime numbers, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes.
Your 4, of course, is even with 1, 2, 3, 5. The first 4 prime numbers. All nuclear, everything to do with nuclear, basic packing, all coming out beautiful, whole rational number.
Yes.
And you have to say to yourself, listen, it's just me and the universe. Which one am I going to take? The square that doesn't hold its shape or the triangle that does hold its shape? Am I going to pay attention when I learn that nature is always most economical? She would have to account in the terms of the tetrahedron, but not in terms of the cube. So can you do accounting? Let's see what you can do. Remember how, again, you were taught with squares that 2 times 2 is 1, 2, 3, 4, you said. And you said 3 times 3 is 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that seemed to be best. And so when you have n second power, you've always said squaring. I noticed you were saying squaring. Okay? All the scientists say squaring. X squared, you say. Now, however, let's get to this. So 2 times 2 is 1, 2, 3, 4. And so 3 times 3 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we say 4 times 4 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So you say triangle instead of squaring. And every square is 2 triangles. Nature's most economical. And she's going to do it within here. What's she going to do it in here? She won't, you take the 2. So, now can you tetrahedron? So the next thing we're going to show is that you can tetrahedron. Do this out in the brightest place we can get right here.
Move this other stuff out.
Let me have the top one first, Jamie, Raj. Here's one tetrahedron. And I'm going to call the edge module then, this edge module.
You're going to call it what?
What? This is edge module.
Yes.
And if I get to many of them, I could call frequency of subdivision into how many edge modules.
Yes.
With frequency. But for instance, if I put this on top of here, it now is 2 frequency.
Got it.
But it isn't a frequency when it's 1. There's no frequency about 1. This is what we call primitive. This is, so I have, here is quite clearly tetrahedron volume of 1. And I'm going to put it out on the carpet there. Then I've got here 1, 2, 3 tetrahedra and 1 octahedron.
Yes.
And the tetrahedron is 1, isn't it? So 1, 2, 3 in tetrahedra, and 1 octahedron is 4.
Now the octahedron is the 2 pyramids, one on top of the other. Yes, Bucky?
The volume is 7. Volume is 7.
4,
Let me
5, 6,
put
7,
it on the
yes.
wall.
So this is the octahedron. And this has a volume of 4, Bucky, yes?
That's right. I have 1 tetrahedron over there, and then the next one layer has 3 tetrahedra plus 1 octahedron.
Bucky, are there, if this is a volume of 4, are there 4 tetrahedra in here? Is this
there are 8 asymmetrical tetrahedra.
Okay.
But remember, I have this.
8, 1, 8.
I'm getting complementary forms. They're not all the same. I'm not dividing tetrahedra into all symmetrical tetrahedra.
Okay, that's right. I remember.
I'm getting all the different geometries and finding out how they're related to the appearance of that A module. And there's something else we'll come to, which we call the B module, which will show up in a little bit here.
All right.
We have then, in that first model there's a volume of 1. The second model there has a volume of 7. Now the next one has, here I have 1 tetrahedron in the corner. Look at it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tetrahedra. Can you see them all right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tetrahedra.
Okay, just let me do like this if I can. This is the first one here. This is the second one here. The
Third
third one. The fourth one.
Fifth one and sixth
one. Okay,
right.
Got it.
Now I've got, however, also, here's an octahedron. You see it?
That's the octahedron is here.
Another octahedron here.
Octahedron here.
And another one octahedron.
And one in here. Okay.
So I've got
3.
I've got 6 tetrahedra plus 3 octahedra.
Right.
And 6 tetrahedra plus 6 equal number 6. And plus 3 times 4, I got 12. Now there's an upside down tetrahedra space here, do you see it?
Yes.
Between the octahedra.
Got it.
So I got 1 upside down. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tetra, plus 1 going the other way, 7 tetrahedra, plus 3 times 4 is 12. 12 and 7 is 19.
Yes.
The volume of this thing here is exactly 19.
Do you want that up on the board, Bucky?
Right, 19 there, yeah. Now, I got 1 more layer. I've got tetrahedron. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tetrahedron. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, God bless it, 5. Number of my octahedra here is 1. Oh, it's bad. I'm being really bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 octahedron.
Yes.
And I also got upside down tetrahedron, another upside down tetrahedron here.
Right.
And another one here. We've got 3 of those. So that amounts to, just make a column. Remember, we had 10 tetrahedra.
Right.
And you have 3 upside down tetrahedra, 13. And you have 6 times 4 is 24. 24, add that up. The volume of that thing is 37. Okay. I'm now going to add this one to this one. I add 1 to 7, and the volume is 8, right?
Yes.
So put 1 plus 7 equals 8. Now I'm going to add 8 to 19. What's 8 and 19 equal?
27.
8 plus 19.
27.
We'll put it down. 8. So I take the 27 and add it to here. I got 27 and 37. How much is that?
64.
Write it down. Now, 8 is 2 to the third power. Right, 2 to the third power. And 27 is 3 to the third power. And 64 is 4 to the third power. So what we had then, the volume of his one is 2 to the third power is 8. The volume of this one is 2 to the third power, which is 27. And the volume of this one is 4 to the third power, which is 64. And so we can say tetrahedroning
Yes.
in correspondence with third power instead of cubing.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes. Very clear. Thank you. Beautiful.
And since it's incredibly structural, and this is exactly the way the spheres are closely packing, this is a model of spheres in closely packing. This is the way the atoms pack. This is the way the atoms pack. There they are.
The most economical way to pack spheres would be that way.
Well, as we get into the actual penetration into the atoms where they're packed, this is where they're packed.
Got it.
They are closely packed, and so this way nature is doing her agglomerating, and if you do the tetrahedroning, structuring, and do things the way nature is doing in a structural manner, structural system, you're coming out of this beautiful rational whole number and doing it 3 times as more economical than the XYZ coordinate system, centimeter gram second system.
Yes. Got it.
So which is, you're at school now, you're a scientist.
Yes.
Which one is nature using?
That one.
You bet. Which one are you going to use from now on?
That one.
What are you all going to use? Yeah.
Bucky, the thing that let me tell you what is beautiful about that for me is that it boggles what I've been stuck in. It's boggling. And because it boggles what I'm stuck in, it lets me get unstuck from it. So I can't get that from society. I can't get that from the rule book. I got to get that from my own experience. So what you've done really is to return me to my own experience in relation to my understanding of how the world is put together. I want to thank you for that.
So this is what Bridgman meant. This is operational mathematics. This is experiential mathematics. It's experimental evidence all the way through. Now, I'd like to go on a little more, Jamie. I've been giving you some volumes.
Yes.
And we have something really quite beautiful, which is the 12 spheres close packed around one. And
we don't have that. Do not have that. 12 round 1?
Yeah, I don't have my, we're going to be able to have my vector equilibrium to play with.
Yeah.
Yeah. I spoke about tetrahedron then and the cheese business. I'm going to introduce something to really also getting the most primitive of life itself, like the word awareness and having to have the otherness. An angle is an angle and conceivable due to the convergence of lines.
An angle is an angle.
And it's conceivable due to the convergence of two events.
Got it.
You're getting our friend 2 again.
Yes.
And an angle is an angle completely independent of the length of its edges.
Yes.
Make a triangle out of 3 angles, and a triangle is a triangle independent of the size.
Of its of its
triangle
edges.
is a triangle and conceptual, independent of size. And a tetrahedron is a tetrahedron and conceptual, independent of size.
Yes.
And this octahedron is conceptual, independent of size. And may I have the icosahedron, Jamie? This is a structural system. Remember, a system, then, I said, had to be triangulated.
Yes.
System is triangulated. Whereas I can have, it has to divide the universe into insiders and outsiders. I cannot have a system of less than 3 planes around a corner. This is the minimum system in the universe. And it's structural because it's all triangular. I can also have 4 triangles around each corner. Therefore, it's structural, it's all triangular, and it has inside and outside. So it's also a structural system, the octahedron. I can get 5 triangles around each corner, all triangulated, therefore a structural, dividing the universe inside and out, therefore a system. It is then also a structural system. I cannot have 6 equal out triangles around a corner. They'd add up to 360 degrees, go to our teacher's infinity.
Okay.
There are only 3 structural systems in the universe: tetrahedron, octahedron, icosahedron.
Icosahedron.
Icosahedron, 20 faces.
20, okay, yes.
And now I would like to go into thinking about, because these are what I call primitive. They're conceptual, independent of size. Now, size is measured, takes time to measure size. So size in really physics is time.
Yes.
Right. And time we have comes from cycles.
Yes.
And a cycle is a minimum, an all-wave phenomenon in terms of a cycle.
Now, wait a minute. A cycle is an all-wave phenomena.
The unity is a circle.
Okay.
Back to itself. An angle is a fraction of a circle.
Yes.
So an angle is sub-size or sub-time.
Yes.
So primitives of sub-time and independent is time.
Yes.
This is the nearest. Now we can really understand the word abstraction means dealing with the primitive but conceptual. Abstractions are you can't. Mathematics try to have an abstraction is non-conceptual.
Yes.
Our experiential mathematics, our primitives are conceptual.
Yes.
Independent before a priori to time. Now I'd like to.
So you're saying then that the abstraction can be represented conceptually, yes? Is that accurate, Bucky, what I just said?
Yeah, I said I don't have to use the word abstraction.
Fine, okay.
Because when I have something really that they tried to get to with the word abstraction, but they meant independent of time and size.
Yes. Okay, got it. So the primitive...
an integrity, a conceptual integrity,
yes,
independent of size.
Got it.
Now, coming then to our friend tetrahedron, and I spoke about the cheese thing, the same way you'll understand that I could push in on one face of a tetrahedron, if it was cheese, compressing it, and it simply gets smaller but symmetrical.
Yes.
If I pushed in one face at a given rate and pulled out on another face at the same rate,
right,
it would stay not only symmetrical but the same size.
Yes.
So I have a couple. One is importing, the other is exporting at a given rate, and it doesn't change its shape, it doesn't change its size, but it will mean the center of gravity moved because it came in this way. So it's moved like the center of gravity.
Yes,
but
yes.
It had to change in a plane. But if I push in on the third face at
yes,
a new rate and pull out on the fourth face at the same rate I'm pushing on the third face, but this is another pair, not the same rate I'm pushing in and pulling out on the first pair, but it remains then the same regular tetrahedron. I find it can entertain 2 completely disparate rates of change in the universe without losing any of its integrity of symmetry, but what it means is its center of gravity will now move in a helix.
Aha.
So
now let me understand that. So the center of gravity moves in a helix.
Yeah.
When you push on one plane, pull on another, that's one pair.
I moved in an arc, but when I do it this way, it moves in a helix.
Got it.
Okay. So I find that the consequence of entertaining disparate rates of change and taking care of it all, without losing its symmetry, is it brings about motion. Very interesting thing in its own right. Now I'm going to introduce size. I'm going to push in on the face of a tetrahedron. I'm going to push one face of a tetrahedron towards its opposite vertex.
Yes.
As I do so, the lines get smaller at an arithmetical rate.
Yes.
The areas get smaller at a second power rate.
Right.
And the volume at a third power rate. Three completely disparate rates.
Yes.
So it's getting smaller. Now finally, I've moved this face, but when I was doing that, it never lost its four corners, its four faces, its symmetry, its six edges.
Got it.
These were independent of size. Okay?
Yep.
So the rates of change of the size, but the rest of the characters not bothered at all. Now I deliberately bring this face congruent with the opposite vertex. Now it comes to common, no volume at all,
yes.
no length at all, and no area at all.
Yes.
But there's still the four faces. Those are not varying. There are four planes, and there are four vertexes. So those are all there. I have now a tetrahedron of no volume at all, with all the planes going through the same common center.
Yes.
So can I make a model of a zero volume tetrahedron?
I'm sure you...
Yeah.
Yes, I know you can.
So we take four great circles for four planes.
Yes, I got it.
Raj, you going to help us here?
I think, let's see, Werner and I could probably do it.
Now I want you, Werner, to... Here's that great circle plane, to bring those opposite corners here together like that. Take another one, do that. Right now, Werner, we take these two and put them together like this. Got a pin right there.
Jamie, let's show people this, what we just did.
And put this other one together. Now let's turn this one upside down, Werner, like that. Uh-oh. This one come undone right here in this corner. I have to do it quite carefully. I put it down like that. This one sits on top of it. Move one position, Jamie. Move one position, then you get the pins right. No? Right. You got too many pins, that's all. Got extra pins. Get it back around very neatly, will you? Now I took four completely separate great circles and we brought them together.
Okay.
Try to get all the corners properly lined up. So here, you see four great circles reestablish themselves. There they are, and they're all going through the same center.
So that's a tetrahedron.
These are the four planes of the tetrahedron, all going through the same common center at the same time. This is the empty tetrahedron, no volume tetrahedron. It's a nuclear tetrahedron.
Yes.
So we have the nuclear structural system. It's a very extraordinary kind of matter. And these are then the 12 vertexes here. These 12 vertexes,
Yes.
6 around the equator, 3 in the North Pole, South Pole, and 3 in the North Pole. Those are the 12 points of contact with the 12 spheres in closest packing.
Yes.
The center of each one of these will be the center of the 12 spheres, close packed around the sphere at the center.
And Bucky, was it related to the sphere that fit inside the...
No, what we call the rhombic-dodecahedron. Then
Yes, was it related?
Would be then perpendicular to this point here. Right?
Yes, got
Tangent
it.
that point there. Right. Okay. So now this gives us what we call the vector equilibrium. It's called the vector equilibrium for a very simple reason. Remember, I spoke about nature is convergent, radiantly divergent and gravitationally convergent.
Yes.
And we find that the universe is eternally regenerative, no energy lost. So that these two are some kind of extraordinary balance where we find, I'd like to think, and I gave you six vectors or edges per every minimum system in the universe.
Yes.
So I want you to think about a tripod, camera tripod. And we have these three vectors spreading their legs like this. As they do, they only have one end of each fastened to the other at the top.
Yes.
Their centers of gravity are coming apart, therefore as they go apart, remember mass attraction decreases as they get further apart
Yes.
from one another. So they would tend to accelerate apart. So you then take three more and make a triangle. Now we have, each one has two ends, both ends of each vector are fastened to the next one. So it's a closed system. The tripod was an open system.
Yes, I see.
The tripod was radiant and trying to disintegrate in the universe, but the same three arranged end to end as a closed system are more effectively stable, and they keep the other three from coming apart.
Yes.
This is why really gravity is always more effectively arranged vectors of the universe than are the radiations.
Yes.
So that the gravity conserves, and the integrity of eternally regenerative universe is the better arrangement of the patterning of the gravity in respect to the radiation or the divergence. So now I want to look at a hexagon. I have then, six spheres close packed around. We get that hexagon, but these six radii are exactly the same length as the six chords. But the six radii are explosive. They're trying to come apart. They only fasten one end of the center together. But the outer ones are fastened both ends. Therefore, this is what we call equilibrium, and with the gravity more effective and guaranteeing the integrity of the universe. But what we have here are then four planes and four hexagons. Look at each one of those planes, cuts the other in such a way as to break it into hexagons.
Yes.
You see that all right?
Yes.
I want everybody really feel that there. So that this is then not just in a plane explosive, but this is omnidirectional, four-dimensional explosion.
Yes.
With the chords more effectively arranged in the radii, therefore containing them. So this is a model of the gravity of the universe overcoming the tendency of the universe to disintegrate. This is what we call syntropy is more effective than the entropy. The entropy is the exporting the energies, and the syntropy is the importing the energies. So this is then, vector equilibrium is an omnidirectional phenomenon. But we find that nature never stops at equilibrium. When you're flying, we call it coming to a stall. A stall is a point when you're in equilibrium.
Yes.
And anything can happen. And then something does happen, but it's going to be asymmetric. Nature refuses to stay at the center of symmetry ever. So this is the form through which nature moves. So we have then, when we have spheres in closest packing, it makes then, if we have lines running from the centers of spheres to next spheres through the points of tangency, we get what we call
through the points of
tangency of the spheres.
Got it.
We get a set of lines or vectors which we call the isotropic vector matrix. That is, all the vectors are the same length. Everywhere the angles and the lengths are the same. I mean, isotropic vector matrix. And that is then nature's basic frame for any given frequency in a tuning phenomena, for instance. And you set up this tuning and it'll be activated anywhere in the universe quite independently. But it is always in a great complex of vector equilibria.
Yes.
Okay.
This represents a vector equilibrium.
Yeah.
In exactly the way you just said.
Right. So not only is the zero volume tetrahedron, but it's also the vector equilibrium. And it is the nucleus. Cubes have no inherent nucleus because they're not convergent, they're parallel.
Yes.
Because only in convergent system you have inherent nuclei. A universe with
Yes,
nuclei.
I see. Bringing the surfaces together,
Yeah. This is the nucleus, and you have an inbound and outbound, and the nuclear sphere is always a volume of 2, but because it's both inbound and outbound.
Yes.
It's very fascinating. I'll just give you quickly that.
Bucky, we have 5 minutes before we should do.
All right.
We have 5 minutes before we should do the
Aye.
film.
Yeah.
We can, if you'd like, the demonstration of the vector equilibrium is in the film, as you know.
That is right. We're going to see a film, and the vector equilibrium will be operative in the film. I'm going to show you one more thing then.
Great.
If I have then closest packing of spheres, I get, because the vector equilibrium has 12 vertexes, there are 12 spheres close packed around one. We have, then the next layer, there's always 42. We have another layer of spheres, the way I keep piling them up there, and maybe 92. Next layer is 162. And next layer, 252. They always end in the number 2.
Yes.
Because they do, I can take off the suffix 2, so say plus 2. I can do this and have a plus 2 out here.
Right.
And then I'll have 10, 40, 90, 160, 250. Each one of those is divisible by 10, so I get 1, 4, 9, 16, 25. That's the progression of 1 is the second power of 1. Your 4 is the second power of 2. 9 is the second power of 3. 16 is the second power of 4, and so forth it goes. So this means then the number of balls in the outer layer is always what they call frequency to the second power. Frequency to the second power times 10 plus the number 2.
Yes.
This is very interesting. When the human beings got into their genetics and then finally got down to the tobacco mosaic virus, got into virology, where they found the DNA, RNA inside the protein shells of the viruses. We found that the X-ray diffraction showed that the protein shells were always geodesic domes. And the men who were doing that first study in London University wrote me and told me they found that the nodes in the showing X-ray diffraction seemed to be corresponding with my geodesic domes. So I sent them I said the numbers of the nodes would always be frequency second power times 10 plus 2. And when they came to first great international virology meeting in Cold Spring Harbor a few years ago, about 10 years ago, they published on the front page of the New York papers this was the formula which we'd found. Now, when nature wants to get into the protein, the virus is the most difficult of all things for us to deal in, and their shell is this protein shell of dealing in this baby here. Because I had 6 vectors in the tetrahedron.
Yes.
So 1 unit of quantum, this is 1 unit of quantum, it has 6 vectors. This has 12, so there are 2 units of quantum, and this has 30 edges, which is divided by 6 is 5. There's 5 units of quantum. There are 2 units of quantum here and 1 of this. This one gives me, I get 1 volume for 1 unit of quantum. I get 2 volumes for 1 unit of quantum, and here I get 4 units of volume for 1 quantum. I get the most volume with the least structural investment. That's why I use this as the base for all the geodesic structures. I find this is what nature is using for the protein shells of all the viruses. But these numbers get to be even more fascinating the more you look at them, because you get to the, let's look at again, 12, 42, 92. Your 12, 42, 92. This gets you then where you have there's one nucleus. There's no nucleus yet showing up, because we get a nucleus, then you get, because remember you can nest balls. Look, I have a ball, then I have 3 balls. I can nest it. There's no ball between them.
Right.
I get another layer. There's no ball at the center yet.
Yes.
But I could nest one here. It goes no, no, yes, no, no, yes. So you start with a nucleus and then no, no. You get two layers and no possible nucleus. But at this layer here, you begin to get a nucleus in the center of his face, but not as yet included. It's not a nucleus until there's two layers around it.
Yes.
So this gets been the really primitive condition within the domain of one nucleus in the universe. Get here, but the number 92 is 2, 4, 6, 146. That's the number of neutrons in uranium, which is chemical element number 92.
Yes.
This is number 92 layer here. We add the 92 of the value of the outside, because the outside is always a value of 2. We get uranium-238. Just wanted to see, get a little feeling of how intimate we are here in what I've been giving you today. I want you to feel that it's remote from the from the world of the physics or the chemistry, whatever it may be. I'm absolutely confident today that I really have not misled you about this. If you get at your synergetics book, there are now 870 pages, and we finished volume 2, it's another 800. The experimental evidence now is just overwhelming, and I don't expect physics, which I said has physics. There was a book written by C.P. Snow, two worlds.
Yes.
The humanists and the scientists. And his book was a very great seller. And he said the chasm between the humanists and the scientists was continually increasing, would never be spanned. And he said it occasioned because at the outset, the humanists, as the writers and the poets and artists, took just an aversion to the smell of chemical laboratories, and they just didn't like the feel of it at all. And they couldn't really see what's going on in their mathematics anyway. So I met C.P. Snow, and I said I was very moved by his book, but I felt that the beginnings of the chasm were occasioned otherwise. We go back to the early man discovering a lever, and anybody began to know his lever. They began to use them as oars, and they used them many, many ways, and they found they could put a capstan on the front deck of the ship, put many of the levers in it, and many people could get on them. You accumulate your power to pull up a great rock anchor in the early Greek ships, whatever it may be. And then we learned if you could take that wheel with all those levers and turn it up like it's under a waterfall, and you could understand the water landing and how it could build up its power. Man felt and understood his technology very well. Then he could understand that we got that to a steam turbine, all right. But came in the middle of the 19th century, and we came to electromagnetics. And there suddenly was an electric generator, and they were generating power and went over to move a motor a great distance. And the humanists said to the scientists, we want you to tell us how those levers work. We want to know what's pushing what here, and in order to get this power through this solid wire over there. This is going to affect all humanity in a very big way, and we as the writers must then explain to our fellow humanists what it's all about. And the scientists said, we're awfully sorry, but there's nothing to see. They said, what does go on here that is that we have a coil, make an electric magnet, and we can then move a needle. And the needle can give us some quantitative results if we have one more winding around the coil, or whatever it may be. We change the cross-section, all the Ohm's laws and so forth pertaining. Found rates of change which were very reliable, so they could really make predictions about changing apparatus and be quite reliable. So I said, we're able to handle this mathematically, but there's no model to look at. We're terribly sorry about it. Anyway, this was a parting of company. Then, keeping at their measurements of energy, the physicists came to black body radiation. And with black body radiation, they found something very extraordinary. They found that the black body radiation was manifesting a fourth power rate of change. That is, n to the fourth power. And they said this is four-dimensional. Superscript 2 is two-dimensional, superscript 3 is three-dimensional, superscript 4 is four-dimensional.
Right.
And you can only you cannot find another perpendicular to the XYZ coordinate system that isn't parallel to one of the planes already established. Therefore, inasmuch as nature is using four dimensions, you can't make a model of it. Therefore, we are completely justified in saying there's no model. And so they felt that now we work. This is where they came to the idea they really were an abstraction. and that they must then carry on with their numbers and weighing, and they could learn by probability and calculus of curves and so forth, matrix calculus. They make all kinds of predictions and gradually get some agreement with what experimental evidence is showing. But they were, since the middle of the 19th century, science has been what it called flying on instruments and not looking out the windows anymore. There's nothing to see. And because they've gone on so well, by learning all the tricks of games and mathematics and getting some agreement, they obviously are going to hold on because there's nothing they can see. They don't dare let know what you let go of. Now, I just want to realize what a real perplexity they are in. I don't see this as any conspiracy in the power of science to be obscure or anything like that. They get caught. They get caught for what seemed to be obvious long ago. It is no longer obvious. That's where the word axiomatic came from. but I did say to C.P. Snow, he is a scientist, and I took him through what I've given you this afternoon. And he said, I can see, there was that New Year's after I'd seen him, which is, say, 6 or 7 years ago, somebody asked him some questions. They often do, big people, for a weekend, and year ends, we have some statement. He said that he was quite now convinced that the chasm could be spanned, that he used to say an American architect had shown him something, convinced it could be done, but he forgot my name by then, but that was not the point. I simply wanted to point out to that how it happens that now that the computer makes it easy for science to be even more awkward. So yes. I do not expect the Academy to say, okay, I have had some very great scientists go over what I go on with you and said, I'm prone to, I can't find any fault with anything you've said. My intuitions say you are right, but I don't have enough of the coursing data between the different arts, between the chemistries and the physics and so forth, to be able to identify this yet. Yes. But it does seem reasonable. We have really come to a great many identities, and the two books do make that clear. But if we're going to get there, it's going to be because I spoke to you about earlier today, the humanity everybody's in now. It's everybody's era, and by virtue of the synergetics, everybody can understand what's really going on. If you just keep at it, it will only be a few more months before we'll have all the connections between the physics and the chemistry, so it's going to be bound. But don't expect the Academy to tell you this is the way it's going to go. You have to, as human beings, go as I did today. Which way are you going to play it? Are you going on experimental evidence, or are you going to go on really, you can understand the dilemma, how we got there. But the point is, we do now have the option. That's it.
Beautiful. Thank you, Bucky. I want to just quickly say something about the film you're about to see. First off, I want to tell you that Bucky mentioned the book Synergetics, and the material which Bucky went over here, and really a great deal more material, is in the book Synergetics. And I have to tell you that I have been through this with Bucky probably 5 times. This was the first time. There were 5 times before, and this was the first time. And I suggest when you read the book, every time you read it, it'll be the first time. And it's just incredibly exciting for me. As I told Bucky at the break from this morning, I'd gotten some real insights into things he told me when we first met. And, of course, every time I meet Bucky, I get insights into things he told me before. So it's a matter of keeping on, sitting with the bricks. One of the things that's happened about what Bucky just did with us is that Jamie worked with his grandfather in producing a really excellent film, which I got to see at the Cooper Hewlett Museum in New York City, where they're having an exhibition of design in which Bucky's part is a major part of the exhibition. And it has the models and some working models and some insights which are only possible when you've got time to build the models over a longer period of time and operation and like that. So at any rate, the film was really outstandingly done. And I think that given Bucky's presentation to you live, that the film takes it one step at a time and may kind of give you a sense of completion for what Bucky just left you with, so that you won't be quite so as unsettled as I usually am when we're finished with these things. It takes me about a month to get all this together, but the film kind of leaves you a little bit less unsettled and completes it for you. So, Jamie, is there anything else to say about the film?
I asked you a question about the catalog reprints that I had printed
Oh,
for
yes.
to send out.
As far as I know, those are right. There's going to be some catalogs, or rather a little reprint that's available that Bucky wanted to give to everybody here, and those will be available to you after the end of the film in the lobbies, and those kind of give you a little more of a context and a little more description about what he's gone over here. So those are available to everybody at the break.
It is a section I wrote for the catalog of that Cooper Hewitt Smithsonian Museum, explaining the synergetic exhibits there. And I was not going to see the people, and I need to have some way to say something. So it is somewhat of a compendium of things I've been saying to you today.
Very nice. Very good. Jamie, anything else? Bucky and I necessary to the go? Good.
Picture?
That's it. We're ready.
Okay, let's go again.
I remember the first time I ever looking back in the wake of my ship and seeing all those, the whiteness and the foam, and I said, that's white because it all consists of bubbles. And how many bubbles am I looking at? I'm looking at fantastic numbers of bubbles. Here comes in this way. Look at all this whiteness, all those bubbles. Beautiful, beautiful bubbles, every one of them. Now, I've been taught in school, in order to be able to design, because a bubble is a sphere, you have to use pi. And the number pi, 3, 1, 4, 1, 6, on and on goes the number. So I said, every time nature's making one of those bubbles, how many places she carry out pi before she discovers you can't resolve it? And at what point does nature decide to make a fake bubble? I said, I don't think nature's turning out any fake bubbles. I think that nature's not using pi. I'm quite confident I really have found her coordinate system where she doesn't have any irrationals whatsoever, because in the chemistry you find her associating H2O, not H pi O, always whole rational low-order numbers. Science and technology is conducted with a mathematics that is non-conceptual. And the 99% of humanity do not understand science or technology because they don't understand the mathematics which it uses. I find then that society thinks of technology as something new and threatening and only connected with weapons and big business. The universe itself is nothing but most beautiful technology. Using the optical telescope, the microscope, we are now looking at vaster and more exquisite levels of reality. The speed of light had not been measured till we came into this century. And with the measurement, and nobody even supposed that light had a speed. Light does have speed. It takes 8 minutes for light to get to us from the sun. It takes us light 2.5 years to get to us from the next nearest star. That you're looking at one star out here at night, and it's a live show taking place 30,000 years ago. The light's just getting here this second. Einstein said quite clearly, our universe is an aggregate of non-simultaneous and only partially overlapping events. Each one of these is transforming. Some of those stars are not even there anymore. And our new norm is not Einstein's norm, which is that energy is always transforming, and the very highest velocities at which things can transform or change, the rate at which energy goes right away from itself radiantly, which was at the speed of light. So 186,000 miles a second is normal. Change is normal. It's only since Einstein that change has become normal. The physical universe is everywhere and always transforming. So I find that this is a new reality, and to get on with this new reality, you have to really understand nature's most economical mathematical system. I'm going to be just like a little child for a minute and really only go on my experimental evidence. I want to know what holds its shape. This obviously doesn't hold its shape, so I take out some of these. Still it's not holding its shape, so I take out some more. And I find this doesn't hold its shape at all. So I'm going to take out one more. And suddenly, I find it really holds its shape. It's the only polygon that holds its shape. Triangle is structure. Structure is triangle. By structure, I mean complex interaction of events that produces a stable pattern. I am not trying to imitate nature. I'm trying to discover and employ the principles she's using. I find that only the triangle operates to self-interstabilize, produce pattern. When man developed his geometry, he did things in terms of the cube, and what nature is using is the tetrahedron. This is then minimum polyhedron, and it has inside, outside, all triangles, holds its shape. It is the structural system, basic unit used by synergetics. There are three and three only structural systems in the universe. The tetrahedron, with three triangles around each corner, is the minimum structural system in the universe. The octahedron, with four equilateral triangles around each corner, and the icosahedron, with 5 equal out triangles around each corner. This, to me, is the most impressive hierarchy where within it I'm able then to show intertransformability between all the basic states of our universe. So here we now have what they call the vector equilibrium with 8 triangles and 6 squares. I'm going to articulate it. I'm going to take this top triangle, and it must be lowered towards the triangle on the table. And the triangle on the table mustn't twist, and the triangle up here mustn't. Just simply lower towards it. So as I start to do that, here we suddenly become the icosahedron stage. And I keep lowering. The point still stays out towards you, and lower, lower. Suddenly becomes the octahedron. So we see a complete transformation from the vector equilibrium through the icosahedron down to the octahedronal condition. Now supposing, and we see all the vectors have been doubled up, all the edges have been doubled up, so this is very powerful. Now supposing this were a force, if I pull on it here, this forces it to contract. Now this would make this top suddenly twist, torque, and plunge through in this manner to become the tetrahedron. So now we've gone through a great, complete transformation from vector equilibrium through icosahedron, through octahedron, down to the tetrahedron, or the 3 basic structural systems in the universe. Now we'll unwind again, up we come, back again to our friend the vector equilibrium, and we find that this pumps. Sometimes it's called the jitterbug. Pumping, pumping, pumping. The vector equilibrium contains the whole phenomenology of structure of universe. The basic nuclear model in convergent divergent phenomena is the vector equilibrium. I don't think anything in my life ever has been quite equal to the sense of ecstasy you have as you really discover nature's beautiful agreement. It's an incredible thing. I'm confident that whether humanity continues on our planet depends on whether all humanity suddenly develops the capability to understand what it's all about, to comprehend feelingly the ways in which nature works.
Okay, we're going to take a break now, and just let me make a couple announcements about that. Just to remind you, there are some brochures out in the lobby that are available as a gift from Bucky, and you know, there's enough just about for one to each person, so I'd appreciate it if you take one. And, yeah. Let's see, the bathrooms are in the same place. If you're on the main floor, go out the exit doors to the central concourse area, turn left and follow the restroom sign down the stairway. There's a men and women's room located at the bottom of the stairs. If you're on the balcony level, walk through the exit doors and the restrooms will be on your left. Okay, could you hold on one sec? I'd appreciate it if you wait 1 second. Okay, please take the same seat when you return from the break. And I'd like to remind you again that there's no smoking or eating inside the auditorium. And, yeah, check to make sure that you have your return pass, as you'll need it to re-enter the building if you leave. And if you need one, just check with one of the assistants before you go. Now, at the beginning of the next period, we're going to have an opportunity for some questions, and Werner will go over how that's going to be done. But Werner wanted me to communicate to you during the break, you know, to kind of think about any questions you have, and, you know, really don't have any hesitance if you think it's a simple question. You know, really, all your questions are really valid. In fact, Bucky said he thinks the simplest questions are the most powerful. So kind of look at that, and the time is now 5:15, and we're going to start again at 5:45. So be back in your seats at 5:45.
Bucky, first off, I want to thank you for your, your bravery in going through the synergetics for the umpteenth time with me, and I'm sure for the umpteenth time for yourself. And that's, again, one of those qualities of humanity that really is very touching to me, is your willingness to really share your knowledge. In other words, you haven't gotten beyond the human race. You haven't gotten beyond the rest of us. You're really expanded to include all of us. And I want you to know that I really deeply appreciate that, and the energy you put into that, and the excitement you put into that, and the enthusiasm you put into that. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
When I first found those beautiful whole rational values, and I began to have to say, am I so important that nature would secrete all these beautiful relationships just to fool me? I said, I'm not that important. Obviously, I'm not that important, therefore, it must have some real significance. You must really hold on. But I have made now several hundreds of mathematical discoveries and these beautiful relationships, and when I came, for instance, to discovering that with the whole rational volume of 1 for the tetrahedron, that the cube was exactly 3 and the octahedron exactly 4, and coming then to the rhombic dodecagon exactly 6, and then this beautiful sphere of that radius was exactly the number 5. You know, I'm sure, I know Kepler made a model of these concentric geometries, feeling there was something very important about it, but never found the relationships. But I'm really pretty certain that I really experienced some of that feeling that Kepler had found when he came to all the same value of those areas. And it's a very extraordinary feeling. Every time I've made a mathematical discovery, I have the strangest feeling that this was known before, but not just a few hundred years. There's a feeling of maybe millions of years. There's something what I call intellectual mustiness. It's a very strange thing. Almost smells strange from somewhere else, of eons ago.
Beautiful. Thank you. Bucky would like to give you an opportunity to expand your participation by asking a question if you've got it, and or if you want Bucky to speak on a particular issue, to say something on a particular issue. He'd like to know what the issue is or what the question is. So if you've got a question, if you stand up, if you put your hand up, someone with the microphone will come tap you on the shoulder, I guess is the way it will work, or point at you. And there are some microphones upstairs and some microphones downstairs. Have we?
Right over here.
Yeah, have we got everyone yet? Has that been handled yet? Have we got someone in the center now? And have all the microphones been handled? Vince, hold on for just a second until I make sure that all the rest of them are handled. Yes? And who's... Yes? And yes? Fine. Is there anyone on the balcony who's got a question? That if you do, just put your hand up, and an assistant will direct you to the microphone station. Okay, Vince, please.
Thank you, Werner, for Bucky. Bucky, what would you say, I was sitting in the back there, and I was wondering, after 81 years, what would you say to a young guy who wanted to serve also about your 50-year experiment? You started to talk about it, and I really didn't get...
Just say it again, Vince.
Sure. What I was saying was, what would you say to a young guy who also wanted to go out and serve humanity in terms of your 50-year experiment? You talked about it when you started, and I didn't really get a lot of clarity on it. Maybe just expand on it for a moment.
One of the things I would say right away is that I don't think you just say, I break with the system and peel off. I don't think that I could have... All I can really testify to you is what my experience has been to see. So I did see things I saw that needed to be attended to that nobody was attending to. That I think is a very important one, which I felt, if attended to, could bring advantage for all humanity. If left unattended, might find humanity at a considerable disadvantage. And saying to myself, what do I now need to do and know in addition to the experience I already have in order to be useful in those directions? But I don't think that I could have just peeled off and said I'd like to be a do-gooder. I think I would not try to break away from the system unless you see something really needs to be done, not being attended to. That would be the only thing I could say about that, sir.
Thank you. Yes.
This is a three-part question. The first one is...
Jerry, hold on for just a second. And can you speak up towards Bucky when you say it?
Three parts to this question. First one is, what do you think about pyramids and the energy that shape supposedly collects or generates?
Bucky, the question was, what do you think about pyramids and the energy that shape supposedly collects?
Right. I better answer that one first, Don. In the octahedron, the pyramid is a half an octahedron. And you may remember it does have the 90-degree coordination in it. When at sea today, there are a great many racing, ocean cruising sloops and so forth, going out, crossing sea lanes. And these great tankers and others run pretty much on automation, run at enormous speeds, night fogs, and the little sailing craft is an enormous predicament because the radar equipment on those big ships doesn't tend to see a rather small boat. So what we've learned to do in boats up to, say, 100 feet, we have taking three great circles, we make the spherical octahedron out of, it can be done with aluminum, or it can be done with aluminum foil pasted on cardboard, but you'll see the three great circles hanging up this way, and that way, and aluminum is shining. And what happens with the 90-degree angles of the octahedron is that radiation coming in bounces and goes over like this in 90 degrees and out again exactly 90 degrees, so that the radar from the ship hits the reflectivity of this octahedron, which is hung from your yardarm as high as you can, and makes a pip right back. It goes exactly back to the, that is, the octahedron has that property. This property then of energy reflection and conservation is something that goes with the half octahedron, so that that is the pyramid. Now, whether I'm giving the right explanation for what I have never made personally any of the experiments that I heard about of people using the safety razor blades and so forth, and whether just what their controls are, I don't know. But I can tell you that there is a property of the octahedron, such as I've given you, does tend to conserve the energies in a very powerful way.
Thank you for that.
Bucky, if it's convenient for you, and if you feel good about it, I'll just repeat the questions after people.
Because I can't
Yeah,
hear.
fine. Beautiful. Go ahead, Jerry.
Thank you, Werner. The next part of the question is, what sources of non-fossil fuel, non-atomic energy do you see feasible on a large scale in the near future?
Bucky, what source of non-fossil, non-atomic fuel do you see available for use in the near future?
Well, all of our energy comes from the interplay of the stars and the gravitation, radiation, but primarily from the sun. Our Earth has approximately 200 million square miles, using miles of surface. That means that there was always, then the depth of our atmosphere is about 10 miles, so 100 million miles are always in the sun, and with the 10 miles depth, it means there's a billion cubic miles of atmosphere always in the sun. Where the sun then accelerates the molecules of the atmospheric gases, makes them expand, and the shadow side, they're doing exactly the opposite. Yet on the shadow side, there are rocks that have picked up the heat when that side was in the sun, and they're making thermal columns, so that we have all kinds of turbulence of the billion cubic miles of air. And that is what we call then wind. So the winds of our sky are the first energy battery, and that's the great energy accumulator we have of the great sun power. And that enormous winds are moving all the waves of the ocean, all those oceans, moving all those great clouds around, moving all the trees, moving all the dust. The amount of energy involved in the atmosphere is incredible. The Navy, which used to be sailing ships, United States Navy, finds that in 1 minute of one hurricane, which is often 100 miles in radius, the 1 minute of one hurricane releasing more energy than the total energy involved with the total stockpiles of atomic bombs of the United States and Russia. 1 minute. This is the kind of energy we have not done anything at all about harnessing, and all those great waves piling up and all the rocks, we just think of the power that's involved. So that is the first stage of the sun energy. Then we have that same sun energy on that lifting all the water in the sky and all the rain coming down the hills. That's all part of the sun power. All these things are sun power. And so water power is sun power. All the vegetation impoundment of the energy which can be converted into alcohols. During World War II, the Germans, finding their petroleum sources being cut off, got over into the vegetable alcohol, the alcohol technology. The alcohols are the grand central station of energy. You can get into the alcohols. You can go from alcohol to inventing petroleum if you want. You can make buna, rubber, you can make anything, plastics, food. So that the alcohols are extremely important, and for instance, during World War II, as head mechanical engineer aboard of economic warfare, when we were running out of the petroleum for most things, I had in Bureau standards in the United States 3 engines, a Ford engine, a Chevrolet, and a Plymouth. We ran them for 2 years in the dynamometer blocks on alcohol. They ran more efficiently than they did on the gasoline. It was a very small conversion. Anyway, the alcohols are highly available to us. We get into the methane gases, into the thermal sources. I'm simply, when I talked about it's possible to give up all fossil fuels atomic energy, I'm talking about our use of all these known ways which we've not been paying enough attention to. And I hope that gives you the picture. But when I talk about energy, I'm really talking about real inventorying of it. You can get it our book, which was written on the subject by Medard Gable, which is called Energy, Earth, and Everybody, and you'll find all the answers to those questions here.
Great. Thank you, Bucky.
The last part of the question is there any basis within your knowledge of the way the universe and the mathematical laws of the universe work for the validity of astrology?
Bucky, the question is there any basis within your knowledge for of the way the universe works and the mathematics of the universe? Is there any basis for astrology within the laws of the universe and the mathematics?
There's no question, for instance, about the Kepler business of the, you remember I spoke about the ellipses. And the ellipses because there were two restraints on the planet, not only that of the sun, which is the major one, but the secondary one of the different positions of the planets. There's no question about then interspace tensioning. There's no question about tides in the moon. There's no question about the periodicity in women of the tides tied up with the moon tides. So that, I say, there's no question about the effect on human beings of astrological positioning. Whether those who are astrologers have really found significance, the fact that it seems to me obvious there must be some effects. But whether the effects that they are interpreting are those effects, I don't find anything as yet in the data that suggests that that's exactly what it is. I can certainly say when we're going to have all the planets in a pile-up, as they often do seem to be in their total massing, they must have some very important effect on human beings. But personally, I don't know whether the interpretations are the valid ones, but I would think there's a very fundamental base of it, yes.
Thank you.
Bucky, I was wondering, is there a single event or some place in history of the human race that man recognized incorrectly which were the building blocks of the universe?
Yeah, beautiful. It's a question I'm interested in, too. Bucky, the question is, was there a single event or a single place in history where something that happened, where man recognized incorrectly the basic building blocks of the universe? Was there a single event that took us down the square road?
I do not think so. I think that the predominant, seemingly obvious planar fact of the universe, which all the little man can know, he came to mountains and valleys, but it seemed to be a plain, as best he could see. And to him, then, it was perfectly clear that perpendiculars to the same plane were parallel to one another. And that's why we all use the words up and down, so this is dominant in everybody's feeling today. But we now know that we are on a sphere, and the perpendiculars are not parallel to one another, but when I gave you this very small differential at the size that we're involved in, I do see that human beings like very much the idea of a key or the building block, the very word, the. And man has felt if you could only find the building block, and the newspaper reporters will always ask the scientists, is that the building block of the universe? But what happened in the terms of scientific discovery is that only in the about 1922 we come to the introduction of the word complementarity, discovering there were some kinds of disparate number values of fundamental phenomena that complemented one another to give and require that. But we then, not until then the end of the 20s, we come to discovering something been puzzling all the scientists. The atomic numbers and the atomic weights seem to be so close to one another, but just a little off. We didn't know that there were any neutrons. We didn't know there were going to be plurality. It would be, might be several of the nucleons that changed the weight to give it atomic weights. Now, we don't find that out about 1928. That's very, very recent. 1956, which is very, very recent, the Nobel Prize was given to three scientists who discovered then that the complementaries were not mirror images of one another. Up to this time, there's something called parity. There was a parity, assuming the complementaries were really just a mirror image. It was suddenly discovered they were not. Where we get to then where the proton and the neutron, though they always and only coexist, they have different mass. We get then to where we do not have a single building block. In other words, human beings had a proclivity to want to find the one thing. And what we have found out is unity is plural and at minimum two. But anyway, I don't know of any single event that precipitated that. I think there seemed to be that axiomatic overwhelmment of humanity, of a seeming flatness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I also wanted to ask how we're going to travel by radio in 1985.
Bucky, Blaine also wanted to ask how we are going to travel by radio in 1985.
I only said that because on this chart I had to try to think. I pointed out to you that the next state was not conceived at the time the other one was developing, being proven. That I said it was implicit that by 1985, when the shortening of the surprise period, that we were, because each one of those was a circumnavigation, that we'd be extending around by some other manner, really very surprising. The previous one, the only one I can think of was to say by electromagnetics. Today, really, there are lots of research going in this direction that would indicate how I could send a pattern integrity, how this could be transmitted, and particularly relates to the fact that I'm personally convinced that you and I are not the physical organism that we employ. It is a very beautiful physical organism, but it is designed as an information gathering device in a planetary condition where we do have what we call the biosphere, where there is water, and we don't know any other places in the universe where we have the water in the liquid form. And you and I are 60% water, and water freezes between very small limits. And we're designed with that as a hydraulic compression member, and yet allowing us to take great. We've become a beautiful information gatherer by virtue of the distributing of the loads and not being able to get hurt, and the rebuilding characteristics of the circulating system, so that we have a beautiful piece of design. But I pointed out that I did weigh in at 7 pounds, and that I got to be 70 and 170 and up to 207, then got rid of 70 and said, who is that? Here am I. And that I'm quite convinced that having processed 1,000 pounds of air, food, and water, which became temporarily my equipment, that I am not that equipment. My best picture to you would be that of experience you would probably had, which I've had, a friend who said, I've got another friend you would like very, very much. You're just something very, very kin to each other. But they never seem to be able to arrange for us to meet. So one day our friend said, I'm going to introduce you over the telephone. They get the other friend on the telephone, and you meet the other person by telephone. And you find you do like each other, and you both heard a lot about each other because through the mutual friends, so you have exchanged some nice words. But then comes a time, it turns out that this other friend happens to know a lot about the kind of business that you're concerned with, your research, whatever it may be. So we call them up and find, sure enough, they have Jessica. So we can call each other a whole lot about things. You both find the other one a great resource. And you get to know each other tremendously well, and you find each other very obliging. You really enjoy helping the other one in their problem. But you never have a chance to meet each other. Finally, years go on, and your other friends all die off, and it's your real, very best friend. And because it is your best friend, you want anybody to get in the way, so you put in a special telephone. It's Joe, and it's a red telephone. So Joe is a red telephone. And the red telephone rings, that's Joe. So, hello, Joe. So far as you know, Joe is a red telephone. For anything you can see with your eyes. And I simply suggest to you that each one of us is really a beautiful self-resurfacing transceiver getting information, and which is continually rebuilding in the most extraordinary way, having no downtime, yet really replacing the parts. A beautiful, fantastic piece of design. So that I simply say that you and I are not the information processor and communicator, that you and I use that we are, as far as I can make out, really, we are of that mind quality as of the eternal. I'm utterly convinced that humanity is inherently immortal.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Bucky, the first question I want to ask you, I have two. The first one is on health. And I know you're not that body, but you've also pointed out, and it's evident, that that body is in beautiful shape. And I just wonder if there's an association with the flexibility in the joints that allows for the continued transformation.
The question is on health, and the lady said that she knew that you weren't that body, and that the body seemed to be in very good shape, in good health. And she said she wondered where that came from, perhaps. And she wondered where the good health came from. And she said, yes, your good health. And she said, does it have to do with the flexibility of the joints?
I would say the good health has to do with the fitness of the whole. Right? It's a very synergetic affair. So it would involve the joints and the circulatory system and the whole show, the rate at which we're oxidizing. I used to take personally I still do, big breathing exercise. I think that's had a whole lot to do with good health. But I don't know how to I don't make any pretense to be a medical man. And my thoughts about biology in general relate to, for instance, I feel that each day we're very much like that vector equilibrium. We go out of it, we become very disequilibrious in very special patterns, get ourselves really like a room all messed up all over the place. And that sleeping time is when we get it back into as close to equilibrium as can be. And I said that we sort of normalize, we get nearer to the center. But that's all. Those are the kind of thoughts I have about what we say.
Great, thank you. Yeah, you had a second question. Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
I'd like to hear a comment from you, Bucky, on aesthetics. In terms of maintaining the integrity patterns of the universe, it seems that gravity has everything to do with aesthetics.
Bucky, the person would like to hear you say something about aesthetics.
Aesthetics?
Yes, and she said it seemed to her that the gravity patterns had a lot to do with aesthetics.
Gravity patterns?
Yes.
Well, I use the word aesthetics and intuition fairly closely together. I call your attention, if you put your two fingers out in front of you and looking at them like that, and then you keep looking straight ahead of you at whatever is out there and keep doing this with your hands, I'm still seeing my fingers over here. So I tend to say I'm looking this way, but the point is I am aware of this out here too. So we have quite a large circle of awareness, more than the one we think we're looking at. And now, we all have also kind of experiences like saying, what was the friend of that friend's name? You remember that tall brown boy, and you don't remember it, but tomorrow morning you call me up and say the name. And the point is that you were very busy, and you're really almost annoyed when this name came in. What we do all know is that if we ask some questions of our brains, they can go searching and getting the answers. Apparently, we didn't know they were at it, but they are. So I have then an awareness of subconscious behavior, of searching, and my conscious asking a question, my conscious getting the answer, but I'm utterly unconscious of the... So I consider then aesthetics and intuition to be sort of a twilight zone between the clearly conscious and the completely subconscious. And I feel as then there are times when you really are alert to the twilight zone, and the times when I am much more intuitive and my aesthetics are much sharper. But in the realm of aesthetics, perception, I point out to you that in engineering we have something called a slenderness ratio for a column. There's a height of a column, and we have the diameter of the column. The ratio of the diameter to the length is called the slenderness ratio. And in the Greek stone column, 18 diameters high was all we had before, tended to collapse. In steel columns, we can get up to, say, 36 to 1. But beyond that, it's going to collapse. Now, I'd say then, males can look at this, they'll judge the slenderness ratio of a girl's leg at 50 yards to a 16th of an inch. and they don't really mean to, but we have that kind of a sensitivity. So, now this is within what I mean about the aesthetics and intuition. We have incredibly a competent operation going on subconsciously here, giving us such beautiful, accurate readings. So both, say, aesthetics and intuition I have in that kind of field. To me, using the word aesthetics, there's something very important about them today. That is, it was only then, when I was 3 years of age, that the electron was discovered. In 1930, the year after the great crash of 1929, the year after the 92nd isolation of a chemical element had occurred, the great electromagnetic spectrum was published for the first time. This is where the great long radio waves of World War I were. Here's where the X-rays are, and so forth. Here's infrared, and then we get red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, where you and I can see. This is reality. And then went on to ultraviolet, and you and I couldn't see anymore. What, in the turn of the century, with reality, was everything you and I could see, smell, touch, and hear. But in 1930, we'd learned then that our instruments were giving us the electromagnetic frequencies of all the different chemical elements and so forth. Here's this great chart of the electromagnetic spectrum. And where you and I have the equipment to tune in directly is less than a millionth of reality. As a consequence, since that time, we've gotten to the point where today 99.99% of everything that's going to affect all of our futures are being conducted in realms of the electromagnetic spectrum where you and I cannot see, smell, touch, and hear. The new reality is invisible. This being then the case, and we're dealing with the information by instruments where you really, the numbers that come in, you wouldn't even know how to corrupt them. So there's sort of an inherent foolproofing going on. But at any rate, to me, the great aesthetic of today is no longer visible. It is integrity.
Thank you for that one, yes. Yes.
Bucky, I managed to make it all the way through my schooling and college and everything, and I still didn't believe that the world turned. Today I've been getting an experience of that, and I would like to share that experience with my son and the children around him. Can you give me some suggestions on ways to share this experience with children?
The person said that she got managed to get all the way through her schooling without ever really realizing that the earth turned. And today she got a real experience of the earth turning. And she'd like a suggestion from you about how she might share that experience with her own children and some other youngsters.
Well, I have tried a great deal with children myself because I find they're so tremendously eager. And I realize how really debilitating it is when the minute we just say the word sunrise to a child. so easy to say. It's so beautiful to suddenly overwhelmed with the beauty of that twilight. You say sunset. And the kid is full of love and excited by it, and so he says sunset. But you have put a set in the child's mind. So I started trying with children up in our island in Maine to see if I could start them off in the right way. And various things I have done. I found that when you can get a place where you have quite a large horizon, as you could on an island, that you can stand facing the north, and it's at twilight. And pretty soon the pole stars begin to show, but it's twilight. And I got the children with their legs apart, facing that way. And explaining to what I do before going out to do that, however, is I take a 12-inch globe, and I find children have a wonderful map sense. They like to look at the city map. They like the automobile map. They have beautiful map sense. So I can really pretty well show them where we are on the map and on the globe. And I make a little paper doll, and I glue its feet onto the globe where we are. And I say, that is you. And children make terribly excited about shadow, their shadow in the sun. So I now say, this is our world, and this is where you are. And I put a electric torch on its stool over here and turn off all the other lights. That's the sun. And I can have you then, it's now noontime, and you don't have hardly any shadow. And I rotate you, and your paper doll begins to make a longer and longer shadow. So I begin to get them feeling the earth revolving in the presence of the sun, changing that shadow. And I explain to them how big that sun is in compared to us, and how really very easy it is for the earth to really revolve. It's a much less ponderous affair to think about the sun revolving and going around us at a speed that was absolutely preposterous. So that then I get them so excited feeling this that I say, then we, in the twilight, in the evening, stand that way, and I'm explaining to them that the earth, feet good and wide apart, and here you're facing north, and as the evening goes on, that pole star is going to stay right there, but you're going to find that if you're standing here, you're going to feel this enormous earth of ours revolving, beginning to obscure the stars over here and let in some others to be seen here. But this is going to stay all the same here. And you're going to feel yourself revolving in that bowl of the sky. And they really do feel it. Then when you get that same child into the automobile with you and you're driving west on some of the great highways we have today, and it is the evening, and you see the sun, and it's approximately tangent to the horizon there in that long road, and we're making 65 miles an hour on that highway, and the child would see that on the speedometer, and I explained to them that the revolving of our ball, if you were at the North Pole, the rate of revolution would be really pretty small. But when we get to the equator, it has to go around in 24 hours, so it's we're making about 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. But here we are, this latitude, we're making here about 400 miles an hour. So we're only making 65. So I said, we're driving as fast as we can, but we're losing. and we're gradually losing that sun because we're not driving as fast. The earth is revolving under us here. We're going along this car, and the earth is just going like that. We're not going fast enough on it to keep up with seeing that sun. The kids really can feel it. I hope I've just given you a few of the ways in which you can talk to the kids, and they really can get feeling this. And once you get them feeling it, they don't lose it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, Bucky. I really see the genius of your geodesic dome and the simplicity of the design. Where I'm stuck is when I'm in New York City and they rebuild the whole city with a bunch of domes, it doesn't look like it's really efficient use of the land.
The person said that he could see the beauty and effectiveness of the geodesic dome. What he said was that he can't see its efficiency, or he can't see it as an efficient use of the ground if they rebuilt New York City with a geodesic dome. Would you say something about that?
When I was then studying the physical properties and the energy advantages of the geodesic dome, I did discover, as I've said to you already today, when you double the diameter, you have 8 times as much atmosphere inside, but only 4 times as much surface. So you have the amount of surface to which the internal molecules of atmosphere can gain or lose heat. And this really gives you very swift advantage. It's something like the iceberg. Iceberg is very large, and its surface is so small that they melt very, very slowly. But as they melt, the surface melts at a velocity of the second power, and the volume of the velocity of the third power. So the volume to surface relationship can change it quite rapidly, and they melt faster and faster. You finally get down to the end of a little ice cube, and you see it go out like that. So when you get those big magnitudes, you have very high local advantage of meaning. So I was simply seeing, is there any point of economic disadvantage that suddenly shows up? I found the larger they got, the more advantageous they were. It continually turned out that way. So I finally calculated the actual structural members for a dome 2 miles in diameter. And I went into the logistics of assembling those on the ground and lifting assemblies up by helicopter and putting them in place. And then having done that and finding out that it was fairly highly feasible, I was interested to see what it would look like in relation to something you and I are familiar with. And I found that Manhattan Island happened to be 2 miles in diameter at that point. And at 42nd Street, between the Hudson River and the East River. So I then took an aerial photograph of Manhattan and superimposed the 2 mile diameter dome, a mile high at the center. I did not have any idea of proposing this for the city of New York. I simply wanted to be able to get some sense of comparison. But once I had done it, and went from 22nd Street up to 62nd, I then took the surfaces of all the buildings standing below. I said, I know that New York City is not going to ask us to do this. The people feel they own their property rights here, and they're not going to like their air rights be invaded. It'd be an impossible thing to have happen. I'm not interested in the idea they're going to ask it to happen, but I'm interested in what I can learn about economics, because then I found that the cost of producing that dome and installing it could be paid for by the cost of the snow removals in 10 years in that area. Now, this was very startling in itself. And I found then I spoke to you about the surface of the dome in comparison to the surface of the building standard was only 1/80th of the surface. So the amount of heat loss would be incredibly reduced. Anyway, I don't think it's going to happen as being put over any cities whatsoever. But I do kind of think, I started in 1927, I said, all the building departments be completely against anything I'd like to do. All the aesthetic criteria, all the zoning laws be completely against anything I'd try to do here. Therefore, I said, there's no building department at the North Pole. And I'm going to make my first studies for the North Pole. And it's a fascinating thing that the first real adaptation of the domes were the ray domes which rung the north and then got down. They have gone in those areas. And that one is over that South Pole, and they're over the top of Mount Fuji and so forth, where there's no building department up there. There are other places where there are no building departments, but gradually they will work in. But I only really see them as really for a new center. And I just did not mean to suggest that cities would do that. It is appropriate to mention here, when I spoke about air rights, human ideas about property. Because there were no rocks that said this is going to belong to Mr. So-and-so on our planet before human beings got here. And we have the earliest people, I spoke about those 3 million year people, there is a greater wisdom going on, and all they have is hunting and fishing rights to human beings locally. And that's where the American Indians were. Now, the idea of property came in the European Asian world, where suddenly a little man was able, who'd been, big people had been bothering him very much, they're always knocking him down, but he had tamed a horse, he got on the horse, and they got a club, and he came up to the big man and said, hey, guy, I'm going to hit you over the head, and so we have the big men were been running things, and they had all the sheep and the cows, and they were going along with their herds, and this little guy on a horse comes up and said, those are pretty valuable sheep you got there. You shouldn't have those out here in the wilderness, very dangerous, having such beautiful sheep out in the dangerous wilderness. And the shepherd said, we have no trouble around here, mister. We've been out here for 1,000 years, no trouble at all. So that night, a lot of the sheep disappear, and the little man comes around the horse again and says, oh boy, that's too bad you had all that trouble with those sheep. I told you, it's very dangerous out here in the wilderness. And he keeps making so much trouble. Finally, the big man yields to the little man on the horse. He takes his protection. So then we get all the little men on the horse competing with one another. They begin to be great land barons. And they finally get around where, so this big man comes around and says, all this land here belongs to me. Anybody say no? All right, you start writing deeds now. Now the fact is, when people say, I own now this property here, I paid for it, the real estate people did it, all the lawyers did it, all the laws here say it belongs to me. So I say I got all the ground rights, the oil rights, everything. Well, it goes right through the earth. It comes out in China, and the people in China don't agree with you at all. And then all the people in this other part of the world, their chunks keep running into each other, and you can't really demonstrate that. So then you say, well, I mean my air rights here. So you say, what air were you talking about when you said that? Because that air just blew away. You say, not, but I mean this geometry here. You said, well, what star were you looking at when you said that? Because we revolved away from that, you know. You discover that there's absolutely no way, there's nothing that can be demonstrated physically to in any way substantiate something called property. Complete fiction.
Bucky, I'm going to ask Jamie to join us up here and kind of organize us to complete the evening. Jamie? Well, while Jamie's getting settled, there's an acknowledgement due, and the acknowledgements, if we acknowledged everybody who supported this event, who worked to put it together and worked to let people know about it and worked to make it happen, we would have spent the day going through the people that we had to acknowledge. So with their permission, what I'd like to do is to let you know and to let the people who were kind enough to participate with us today know that this event was supported by a very large number of people. A lot of those people came from Sunsight, which is the organization that Jamie's a part of, one of whose specific responsibilities is to support Bucky in his work. And the three of the people from Sunsight I know very well. They've done a brilliant job. One of them was up here with the models. That was Roger, who, by the way, we should perhaps at least give a little nudge to, given that he built all those models. And when you see Bucky work with the models, you have some appreciation of someone who could build them. And so I want to thank the people at Sunsight and the people who volunteered and assisted the people at Sunsight. I want to thank the people in the Est Foundation and those who volunteered and assisted the people in the Est Foundation. And I wanted to thank Eston Educational Corporation for its support and thank those people who volunteered and assisted Eston Educational Corporation. So this will give us an opportunity to acknowledge everybody who provided the opportunity for us to be together and made it work. Thank them. Before I let Jamie start, I want to say something about him, too. And I was obviously deeply moved by Bucky's magnanimity in the statement that he made this morning. And I should say that it's no surprise, given who Bucky is, and given the way Bucky has handled himself in the world, and given the enormous stature which Bucky has in the world. And given that his stature is not a function of agreement. In other words, Bucky didn't get his stature because somebody endorsed him, or because somebody agreed with him, or because somebody gave him a degree, or because he got the formal stamp of any particular government. He's got many, 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 many degrees, and obviously there are millions of people who agree with him. And lots of governments have been deeply moved by the things Bucky said. I reported to you the incredible support and esteem with which Bucky's held at UNESCO. Around the world, that's true. But this obviously really comes from who he is. I'm half Bucky's age, so Bucky's been around twice as long as I have. Jamie's half my age, so I've been around twice as long as Jamie has. And the thing I wanted to acknowledge with Jamie was not his intelligence and not his hard work and not all of the wonderful things he's done and not his beautiful ability to communicate and set the day up so beautifully this morning when he introduced the day. The thing, again, like I said, I can understand Bucky's stature, given who Bucky is. And I wanted to acknowledge Jamie as having a stature equal to his grandfather's in his own fearlessness in the world. Jamie had the courage to introduce Bucky and I. And I thought that took an enormous amount of courage, really. Jamie feels a great responsibility for his grandfather and to support his grandfather and to, if you will, use his grandfather so that it fits his grandfather's purpose. And I have a very deep appreciation for the courage that you had in taking a chance, and I want to thank you, really thank you for the courage you had and for the chance you took on introducing Bucky and I. Thank you very much.
I think one of the most wonderful parts about Jamie is that he is symptomatic of the way in which the new life is coming through undamaged.
I'd like to communicate that it's an incredible privilege for me to have obviously been around you all my life, and that's beautiful, and it's really been a joy to really experience the evolution of your relationship, the both of you, because it's just amazing. I don't know if I could ever share it really with everybody here, just watching. You know, there's been some really special personal moments just being with both of you, and it just inspires me and really allows me to be able to do what I do. So thank you both.
Jamie, I was going to say, your grandfather sang that you had, he mentioned to me earlier when we were talking about how beautifully the day was going and talking about you and the opportunity you created for this to happen. He talked about you really being undamaged. And I think that's in large measure an acknowledgement of your relationship with Bucky and the room he's given you to be in. And I also wanted to tell you, so far so good with it working out with Bucky and I.
Well, I wanted to I jotted down some notes of some things that I thought might sort of head us towards a completion, you know. And I think these questions really relate to both of you, given my experience of both of you. I mean, it's really incredible sure you're both people who really make a contribution, but it's really amazing how many other parallels that I find in your lives. I mean, reading and having my experience of knowing and experiencing what you've put out into the world and knowing yourself, there's so many connections that I really want to kind of have this last section be both of you responding to my questions in a sense. I wanted to read one thing. Actually, I think I'm going to start with a question that's really tickled me a lot and interested me, and it relates to something you wrote called The Game of Life. And this is an incredible thing that I think Bucky should tell you a little bit about what it was, but it is uncannily similar to some stuff Werner's done, you know, like Where It All Began and that stuff. And what I want you both, I'd like you both to just talk a little bit about that, and what I kind of want to know is whether you experience that experience of viewing things as an analogy or whether you actually experience that that's what happened.
But Bucky, you might say something. This is what was accepted from 9.
Yeah, it's actually, I'll just tell you, it came out, there's a chapter in Bucky's first book called Nine Chains the Moon, was
1938, which was Lippincott.
Yeah, it was published in 1938, and he originally had included in it a section called The Game of Life.
Yes.
And it got pulled out of the book because I guess, well, you should
at the
tell.
very last minute, I wanted to add something into the book, and I decided I ought to take something out because they had given me a limited number of pages for the way things were set. They actually was in what they call page proofs. It's been all through the galleys, so it's a very expensive change. And I took out The Game of Life and put in the 22 prognostications up in the front of the book. The Game of Life, I felt of all the items I had in Nine Chains to the Moon, that would be least understood in the 30s, that could be understood later on, was the Game of Life part. It was very mystical, and I thought some of the book might have a very useful effect for society if it were not considered being too far out in the mystical side of those years. Today, it works fine, and Ed Schlossberg found in my original copy of Nine Chains of the Moon where I had taken my page and just put them back into my own #1 copy. And he had it, he republished this last year. Just that it came out, that's what you've seen recently. But that is how it got pulled out. I did have in the book reference to it and a little asterisk saying that if you wanted to get The Game of Life, you could write to me through the publishers and I would see that they got it, a copy of it. Now, that's where it was in 38. That book, incidentally, is still, it was at one time, Lippincott remaindered it, and then it got revived by Southern Illinois University Press, and now it is a Doubleday book, and it sells over 1,000 copies a month regularly. But it is still au courant. A great many people find that book of 1938 is the book to look at to get sort of my general sort of inventory of kind of things I've been saying to you today. But now you let me know about what you found in Werner's work.
Maybe Werner should tell a little bit about that.
Well, Bucky, it's interesting. The Game of Life starts off by as you know, the Game of Life starts off talking about zero as the starting place, and I can't remember the exact words. I can actually see the type from your printed Game of Life, but it talks about starting off at zero and life coming from that infinite possibility, or reality, or the whole universe coming from that infinite possibility. And a communication workshop that we developed. In the communication workshop, we try to demonstrate that you can't get an intelligent notion of what communication and interaction is really about unless you start off with an infinite possibility. If you start off where we ordinarily start off with the parts and then build up to what you think the whole is, the rules that you pull out of that keep you from really being related and really being able to communicate. So that was one of the convergences that Jamie noticed and had pointed out. And
so I was using the circle as the totality. That's the point, right?
Yes.
So we start with that circle as a totality.
Yes.
It's a symbol of totality.
Yes, and that's exactly where we start off in this I don't even want to, this idea about where communication starts, is that it starts off with the totality. It's also interesting that exactly what you said before about one being two is the very next step in the communication workshop. You start off with the totality, and within the totality you have one which is composed of two, or the relationship, or, and interestingly enough, it says awareness of another. So these are the kind of convergences that he's talking about.
I might give you a sort of quick little description to people about Game of Life. I had the great intellectual integrity of universe decides to check its own integrity by trying to really destroy itself. And the totality decides then to break itself up into plurality of individuals. So we have the great totality as a circle, and then the circle has a little tiny arc that breaks out of it as an individual. So you see the great big sphere and a little tiny bit of an arc, and so there's a big sphere and a little line below it. That's the little individual dropping out. But as the little individual drops out, gets further and further away from the big thing looks smaller and smaller, and the little one looks bigger and bigger. So it gets to be first what we call the lowercase I, then it gets to be the capital I, and you forget about the dot over it altogether. This is more or less the way the game goes, the game of life. And so the great intellectual integrity, finding out how it could put itself together again. Is there enough integrity in the universe to permit it to really practically lose all the clues, and then each one of us is sort of one way, where each one of us is really part of the great integrity, but limited, and having to find out how do we get it all together again.
Bucky, and just to tie that into what we were doing today, and the real importance for me in what we were doing today, is that the safety in it, the integrity in it, as you call it, the reason that it's always all right is that the whole is always there and always available, and it becomes really readily available when you remove the block of being unable to deal with the things that you were dealing with today and teaching us today. So for me, these things are absolutely fundamental. They are the path to the apprehension of the whole.
All the clues, and then each one of us is sort of one way, where each one of us is really part of the great integrity, but limited, and having to find out how do we get it all together again.
Bucky, and just to tie that into what we were doing today, and the real importance for me in what we were doing today, is that the safety in it, the integrity in it, as you call it, the reason that it's always all right is that the whole is always there and always available, and it becomes really readily available when you remove the block of being unable to deal with the things that you were dealing with today and teaching us today. So for me, these things are absolutely fundamental. They are the path to the apprehension of the whole.
Well, kind of, that perfectly brings me to the another thing I wanted to ask, which I will ask after I read you something that Bucky wrote, and I think this is from a book that he wrote called No More Secondhand God. And
1940, James.
That was written in 1940. And the quote was, "Men used to say that man, the scientist, brought order out of chaos. The scientists are about to discover that all that was chaotic was in man's illiterate and bewildered imagination and fearful ignorance." And it goes on to say, wherever and whenever men have explored with scientific integrity, they have reported the discovery of the exquisite orderliness of patterning of dynamically evoluting nature. And I guess I just wanted you both to, we had talked before about actually really wanting a result of the day to be people leaving the experience of being with us really in a new relationship to the universe, and really discovering that they really are in on the real thing and the frontier of it all. And I just would like you to talk a little bit more about the kind of stuff we are going into here about synergetics and our experiences, and how that relates to everybody's ability to make a contribution and to take this experience out into the world. I'd just like you to expand on that.
Jamie, I'm feeling very intuitive about the people who are here. I've been meeting with large audiences for a long time, and I really do tend to feel something, particularly under conditions where the light's like on our eyes today, and we're not able to see. It was a great help to me today that I could see your eyes here when I couldn't see the eyes in the audience. But even when I can't see the eyes, I can really feel the people. And I found, in fact, a strange thing that goes on when I am carrying on completely spontaneously and I can't see the eyes. I tend to close my eyes and I really feel the people a little more intuitively. But I have really a powerful mystical feeling, Jamie, that the people who are here today, going through what we've been going through, where we're really trying to stay right in the frontiers of the truth as close as we can, I have a feeling here that everybody in this room really understands and feels exactly what you want to talk about already. I'd rather not talk about it anymore. Really beautiful. I'm going to go with one here. Boy. Thank you, Papa. Valiant people. Beautiful people. Really beautiful. Beautiful. Tony, come here, Tony. People. It's so beautiful. He's ready to it. It's it. Really beautiful. I think we should stop then. You ready? That's it.
That was a pretty easy catalyzation.
Should we just go off?
Hold on to it.
There really isn't too much more to say. I mean, I think that really demonstrates my experience of really, there was something I had down there that I was thinking about, which was really, you both have expressed about points in your life where a transformation really happened, and out of that, a lot of all this stuff came, And it's always been my experience that really what holds together all the thoughts and the visions that you have is really that experience of love, and it's really it's beautiful to see that manifested here.
You going to sing, or are you going to go?
I would like to ask of one thing to finish the day, and that's sort of pulling a surprise on you, which is whether you'd be willing to lead us in a song. In fact, I knew the answer to that question before, so we have some slides that are going to let you know what the words to the song are. This is it.
Yeah, right.
Would you want to say anything about the song before we sing it?
Well, in 1951, I was at Yale University doing, with the architectural department, we were making a paperboard dome up on the top of the roof of the architectural building. And they took the whole top drafting room floor and converted it into a paperboard folding and cut-out factory doing all the mathematics. And so it was really a big mass production kind of a job. And they had big signs around, "Dome Workers of the World Unite," and things like that. And then there were several of them that were in the Yale Glee Club, very good singers. And they used to sing songs up there a lot, so I wrote the words of this song for them to sing. And would you like to start in with me? I'll start. It's called, it's on the famous, well-known music of Home in the Range. There once was a square with a romantic flair, pure Beaux-Arts, McKimmy and White, in the moon and shoes, we went factory nude, the Scrobius, Corbu and Wright. Home to Rome, where Georgian and Gothic once stood, now chemical bonds alone got our blondes, and even the plumbing looks good. Let architects sing of aesthetics that bring rich clients in hordes to their knees. Just give me a home in a great circle dome where the stresses and strains are at ease. Home to a dome on the crest of a neighboring hill where the chores are all done before they've begun, and eclectic nonsense is nil. Let modern folks dream of glass boxes with steam out along suburbia way. Split levels, split loans, split breadwinner homes, no down money, lifetime to pay. Home to a dome, no banker would back with a dime, no mortgage to show, no payments to go, where you dream, dwell, and spend your own time.
Bucky, good show.